Chapter 271. Summer flew by, and autumn arrived again, a time of crisp breezes and clear skies. A year had passed since the gray fog erupted. On sunny days, the weather remained the same, except that the city had become ruins, and the wilderness had become a jungle. Everyone hid in the safety of buildings, afraid to venture out easily. Even those with special abilities had to work in groups of 3 or 5 to effectively deal with the mutant beasts. The 3 white houses in City C continued to operate smoothly. As more and more survivors escaped, many of those who failed to make the cut, after the rigorous screening of 139 and 458, began to target 1027. Consequently, the number of new recruits in the Psychic Corps increased, quickly surpassing the 1,000 mark. After all, it wasn't just those with special abilities who were recruited. Many jobs could be performed by ordinary people. Generally speaking, anyone who was healthy and able to work and possessed special skills, such as cooking, electrical work, planting, farming, medical care, vehicle repair, or even hairdressing, could be selected. The survivors who weren't selected were reluctant to leave City C, as it represented hope and was relatively safe. The number of mutant beasts in the city was far lower than in other cities, and the chances of survival for ordinary people were much higher. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4, temporarily hiding in places like air raid shelters, libraries, warehouses, and the former government center. Whenever the 3 white houses were hiring again, they would flock out to apply. Gradually, 139 and 458 began recruiting a regular group of new recruits from the 1st to the 3rd of each month. The number was small, around 10 to 20. This wasn't because the White House couldn't accommodate them, but rather because Jiangxi and Lu Yuan had considered that they couldn't recruit all the survivors at once, as that would become too cumbersome to manage and would become a refugee shelter. They were both providing aid and screening, and there was no contradiction. No survivor was dissatisfied. Compared to the stringent requirements of other white houses and factions, some even requiring death, the 3 white houses in City C were practically a paradise for survivors. Every time someone was selected, they would leap for joy, drawing a crowd of envious glances. Those who were not selected were deeply disappointed, but no one resented it. They simply hoped they would be selected for the next round of recruitment and patiently waited their turn. Whether they could survive until the next round depended entirely on their luck. Over the months, more and more survivors gathered near City C. Upon hearing about it, many people traveled thousands of miles, risking being eaten by mutant beasts along the way, to come to City C. Gradually, its popularity grew. While it was far from its former prosperity, it was far better than some deserted ghost towns. To this end, the 3 white houses occasionally issued simple tasks specifically for these survivors. Completing them would earn them food and clean water, preventing them from starving to death. This move attracted more and more survivors from other cities. Anyone still able to walk and breathe rushed here, risking their lives. This led to an increasingly sparse population in other areas. Members of some factions that had previously been treated poorly defected. Many factions were forced to strictly block outbound traffic routes to prevent the loss of population in their areas. But it was impossible to stop the loss. In White Room 139, Jiangxi finished his daily work and, as usual, checked the status and progress of each department. Then he heard Debai's voice. The owner of White Room 46 has requested a voice connection. Jiang, would you like to connect? Every time number 46 came to her, he always brought some good news. Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat, and she said, "Okay, take it." Soon, she heard number 40's slightly mysterious voice. "Boss Jiang, I received a top-secret piece of information. It's incredibly valuable. Do you want it? 20,000 crystal cores, or special food or medicine of equal value." Hearing his exaggerated words, Jiangxi was unsure if she could accept it. 20,000 crystal cores is a lot. What kind of information is so valuable? Information is not the same as resources, and knowing it doesn't guarantee profit. Currently, because all the major forces are desperately trying to upgrade the White House, the value of crystal cores has increased even more, by 30% compared to before. If Jiangxi hadn't been sure of the information's value, she wouldn't have casually spent the exorbitant price of 20,000 crystal cores on it. "We've known each other for so long, have I ever lied to you? Credibility is everything in this business." Number 46 said sternly, "How about this? Give me 10,000 crystal cores first, and I tell you the news. If you think it's worth it, you can give me the remaining 10,000. If not, I return it." How's that? It seemed something serious had happened, otherwise he wouldn't be so sure. Jiangxi vaguely guessed something and deliberately asked, "Are you talking about the rejuvenation pill?" "Ah, You? How did you know that, too? Number 46 was shocked and blurted out. You really know about the rejuvenation pill? That information came so quickly, didn't it? I thought I had first-hand information. So you probably already know everything, don't you? He was genuinely shocked by Jiangxi. He had spent a great deal of money to obtain this top-secret information from a prominent figure, a clue he had verified through numerous sources, and carefully considered various clues before finally reaching his conclusion. Number 46 thought he was the first person besides the person involved to know, and was hoping to sell the information for a good price. But then Jiangxi blurted it out. You want to know? Sure. I sell you the inside information for 20,000 crystal cores. I can also tell you where to get the rejuvenating pill. If you're willing to wait, I might even be able to get one directly, but the price is... This string of words left number 46 stunned, as if struck by lightning. The rejuvenating pill had just been circulated through some secretive channels, and it was immediately sold for a whopping 100,000 crystal cores apiece, and it was rising every day. Jiangxi actually said he could get it. Was that true? You're not lying. You really can get the rejuvenating pill? Boss Jiang, it's a miracle drug that can restore youth, and it's in short supply. Those wealthy consortium members are asking for it everywhere, but they only heard rumors, not seen it. If you really have it, I buy it for you for 120,000 above the market price. Number 46 made an offer without hesitation. He trusted Jiangxi's credibility. After all, he was the owner of White House number 139, and he wouldn't tarnish his reputation over 100,000 crystal cores. Haha, just kidding. While I can get the rejuvenating pill, it's not easy. To be honest, I already reserved the first one, and I'm definitely saving it for a rainy day. I might consider selling the second one, but I'm not sure when, and the price will be the same then. Before Jiangxi could finish, number 46 eagerly said, Sure. As long as I can get the rejuvenating pill, I pay any price. If 120,000 crystal cores isn't enough, 150,000 or 200,000 is negotiable. Boss Jiang, I give you a 50,000 deposit now. You must keep it for me, and give me the second one, okay? He knew firsthand how popular the rejuvenating pill was. When this medicine came out, he was shocked. Who could have created such a miraculous drug? What herbal ingredient could be so potent, capable of rejuvenating a person by 10 years? Which of the conglomerate bosses is still young? The oldest and most robust are in their 50s or 60s. If the rejuvenation pill were real, they wouldn't hesitate to spend 1,000,000 crystal cores on it. Chapter 272. Alright, considering our always pleasant cooperation, I keep it for you, but only one, and the price is to be determined. Jiangxi agreed with a smirk. Worried that she might regret it, number 46 immediately sent a 50,000 crystal core deposit. He also repeatedly reminded her not to forget. Great, the hype surrounding the rejuvenating pills was quite successful. In just 2 months, almost everyone who should know knew about it. A few days ago, Wu Bingkue personally returned and recounted what had happened at the Yi family. He also informed Jiangxi of his current situation, which had barely shed light on some of the family's secrets. Jiangxi immediately gave Wu Bingkue one of the rejuvenating pills to take back with him, and also provided him with a number of other supplies. She told him how to capitalize on the pill's value and maintain his foothold in the Yi family. She was confident he would master the art of using them. From a middleman to a fringe member of the Yi family's power center, Wu Bingkue was quite capable. While he could never become one of the leaders of the Yi family, he still had a good chance of becoming a trusted confidant of one, working for him and potentially obtaining some top-secret information. Next, Jiangxi would have to deal with the Du family. What? The rejuvenating pill was developed by my Du family? Bullshit! Du Qicheng slammed the table after hearing his confidant's report. What idiot had fabricated such a rumor? If the Du family could develop a miracle drug like the rejuvenating pill that could make people 10 years younger, they would surely have a team of incredibly skilled pharmacists, psychics, and medical professionals. Would he even need to worry about improving the genetic drug? The recent spate of accidents had left Du Qicheng completely distraught. At its peak, the psychic hunting team of White House number 9 once numbered over 1,300. But now, with casualties every day and a lack of fresh blood, the number has steadily dwindled to fewer than 800. The Du family is now unable to recruit people for experiments, and the genetic drug they possess is useless. Since word of the drug's side effects has long spread, with a high mortality rate, some people who initially struggled to survive, desperately trying it out, clinging to a glimmer of hope. But since the 3 White Houses in City C offered increasingly favorable recruitment conditions, no one is willing to risk their lives for the experiments. Those who could escape have fled. As a result, the number of survivors in City A is dwindling, leaving only less than 1,000 people from White House Number 9 and a few established factions unable to leave. The total number of people is less than 3,000. This has led to a sharp increase in the number of mutant beasts, making travel even more dangerous and the pressure on survival exacerbated. As a result, rumors of a rejuvenation pill have spread, and countless factions and White House owners have contacted Du Chicheng, using both persuasive tactics and hard tactics to urge them to purchase it. How could Du Chicheng afford it? As a result, the other parties all thought he was a rare commodity and wanted to gain greater benefits, so they all turned against him. In particular, one of his uncles, who had previously supported Du Chicheng's rise to power, and was now 92 years old, believed him and approached him to ask for a rejuvenation pill, hoping to regain his youth. Du Chicheng had no choice but to confess that he had been tricked. The uncle, believing he had broken his promise, and after confirming that he would not receive the rejuvenation pill, he berated Du Chicheng, calling him heartless and ruthless, and stormed off in anger. Du Chicheng was speechless. It was the first time he'd been so badly criticized. Jiangxi. Lu Yuan. Lan Zipeng. You're trying to steal my life from me. How despicable. Misfortunes never come singly. Du Chicheng was filled with hatred for these three leaders, but unfortunately, they were too far away, and even his fury was powerless to reach them. Furthermore, if they really faced them, even if the Du family had amassed a massive arsenal of various firearms, and even a small nuclear bomb, Du Chicheng wouldn't be confident of victory. Zhao Xixin, his confidant, said cautiously, "Boss, according to reliable sources, the rumors against us were probably spread by the Yi family. We haven't even settled accounts with them for the last incident, and now they're doing it again. I heard the Yi family has teamed up with several other level 4 White Houses. They're determined to bring us down." Du Chicheng's heart sank, and he stared at him. "Are you sure it's the Yi family?" Zhao Xixin said cautiously, "Our spies who were sent to the Yi family investigated. I verified it with my supernatural powers, and it's absolutely true. Furthermore, the Yi family said they wanted to buy rejuvenation pills from us. If they produce a fake drug and then announce it as the real thing, wouldn't that be a clear attempt to pin the blame on us? You Yi family? Yi Dongshan, how wicked." Du Chicheng's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Well, since you're unkind, I won't be unjust either. The Yi family is deliberately provoking trouble, so won't he follow suit? Send teams 1 and 2 to secretly enter City D and ambush the Yi family's hunting team. Hasn't the Yi family been struggling to find people for experiments lately? If they kill a bunch more psychics, Yi Dongshan will know the pain." Du Chicheng laughed sinisterly. "Yes, boss," Zhao Xixin replied respectfully. Just as countless White House owners and major forces were painstakingly searching for clues to the rejuvenating pill, Jiangxi finally received good news from Wang Fu. The gene catalyst was a success. "Boss Jiang, this time it should be correct." Wang Fu's face flushed red as he excitedly pointed at several tubes of transparent potion and said, "I run hundreds of experiments, and none of the mice died. Finally, I tried it with volunteers, and ultimately, 3 people activated their superpowers. Look, all the experimental data and research results are here." The laboratory was a mess, with potions, herbs, powders, test tubes, bottles, and various paper recording data everywhere. Although Wang Fu claimed the experiment was successful, Jiangxi still didn't fully believe it. She picked up a potion and examined it, and a series of information suddenly flooded her mind. First-generation gene catalyst. After injection into the human body, there is a 9.38% chance of activating superpowers. The activated superpowers vary depending on different constitutions. There are minor side effects, including thirst and a mild sore throat within 12 hours of injection. Heat clearing and detoxifying can alleviate the symptoms. The injection can only be given once a day and can be repeated after 72 hours. There are no other adverse reactions. It truly is a true gene catalyst. Jiangxi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The tension in her heart suddenly relaxed. Finally, it succeeded. Although the success rate is currently only 9.38%, the advantage is that there are no fatal side effects. Even if the injection fails to activate superpowers, it is at least harmless to the body, and the injection can be repeated after 3 days. This means anyone has the opportunity to activate superpowers. Off to the side, Zhong Xiyuan looked at Wang Fu with admiration. A master is a master, so amazing. To even develop a potion that can activate superpowers is like being a god. He had been studying with Wang Fu as his assistant for a while, receiving numerous suggestions from him and making rapid progress. He cherished this opportunity and seized every moment to study. But he was completely stunned by the fact that Boss Wang Fu had actually developed something as extraordinary as a gene catalyst. He could almost imagine his future fame and the further expansion of White House 139's influence, leaving the other White Houses far behind. Luckily, they, 1027, were also partners with 139. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could still have a sip of the soup. By the way, Boss Jiang, Xiao Xiong also contributed to the development of the gene catalyst. Just as Zhong Siyuan was lost in thought, Wang Fu mentioned him, smiling and patting him on the shoulder. You're a very down-to-earth young man. You're the first one to come in every day and the last to leave. You always prepared the materials I need for my experiments very well, which has been a huge help. Remember the idea you gave me last time? It inspired me, and after several experiments, I finally developed the gene catalyst. Boss Jiang, remember Xiao Zhong's contributions and reward him well. Chapter 273. The gene catalyst was successful, and Jiang Shi was in high spirits. He smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zhong. I will tell Captain Lon about your performance and results in 139. I'm sure he'd be very happy for you. I also reward you. Feel free to ask for anything you need or request." Zhong Siyuan was immediately flattered. Not only did Boss Wang Fu praise him, but even Boss Jiang treated him so well. Zhong Siyuan's face flushed, and he said at a loss, "Boss Jiang, Master Wang, this is all I should do. I benefited greatly from studying under Master Wang. I wouldn't dare ask for any reward." What a naive young man. Jiang Shi couldn't help but laugh. "You're welcome. Good work deserves a reward. How about I give you a spiritual boosting food to help improve your superpowers? I also give you 2,000 points, which you can redeem for anything you want at the logistics department." This, Boss Jiang, thank you so much. Zhong Siyuan was surprised and delighted. The spiritual boosting food was so precious, he never tasted it before. Unable to refuse, he shamelessly accepted it. But forget about the 2,000 points, he felt embarrassed to accept it, and he didn't know what they were for. Don't be so quick to refuse, Hu Qin. Take Xiao Zhong to the logistics department and explain the point's purpose, Jiang Shi said with a faint smile. Hu Qin couldn't help but laugh. Got it, Boss Jiang. 2,000 points could be exchanged for a lot of good things. Others couldn't even ask for it, so why wouldn't he want it? He had to explain to Zhong Siyuan the magnitude of the reward Boss Jiang had given him. After the two left, Jiang Shi instructed Wang Fu to continue preparing the gene catalyst, preparing at least 5,000 copies. She needed to clean up the Yi family and take care of the rest. Back in the control room, Jiang Shi took the initiative to contact the Yi family for the first time. Soon, Yi Dongshan's figure appeared on the wall. He sat on the sofa and said calmly, "What's up? Mr. Yi, I have something important to tell the second young master." "Is he here?" Jiang Shi asked. "Just tell me directly if you have anything to say." Yi Dongshan frowned. Sorry. This is too important. The second young master isn't here. I can't reveal it to anyone without his permission, not even Mr. Yi." Jiang Shi acted as if she was solely loyal to Yi Zhuowei, not even giving Yi Dongshan the benefit of the doubt. Yi Dongshan was a little displeased, but he also understood Jiang Shi's unique situation. She was controlled by his son's supernatural powers, so naturally, she was loyal only to Dongshan and no one else. It was normal that he couldn't use her power. He signaled to the bodyguard nearby, "Go call the second young master. Tell him there's something important." The bodyguard quickly left. Jiang Shi and Yi Dongshan waited patiently. The minutes ticked by in silence, neither of them speaking again. Yi Dongshan glanced at Jiang Shi. Although he was annoyed that she wouldn't listen, it showed that his son's bewitching ability was working well. Even the owner of the White House couldn't break free. It was worth it. About half an hour later, Yi Zhuowei finally arrived, his tone rather impatient. "Jiang Shi, what's so important that you absolutely must tell me? You can just tell my dad from now on. Remember?" Jiang Shi ignored his command, her eyes lowered slightly as she spoke. "Didn't the second young master ask me to get some of the Du family's genetic medicine? I have something important to report. I got the Du family's genetic medicine, and I also successfully developed a new genetic medicine with no side effects and no lethality. So, I'm going to tell the second young master this good news right away." A new genetic medicine with no side effects, no lethality. For a moment, Yi Zhuowei thought he misheard. Jiang Shi repeated herself, but seeing her serious expression, Yi Zhuowei realized something was wrong. "Are you serious?" Have you really developed a genetic medicine with no side effects and no lethality? Jiangxi, if you're lying to me, I kill you. The news came so suddenly that he couldn't believe it. Yi Dongshan's expression changed. He stared intently at Jiangxi and said in a deep voice, whether it's true or not, teleport here immediately and try it out. You find out. Yi Zhuowei immediately replied, yes, we find out after we try it out. Jiangxi, teleport here quickly. I want to see if you truly developed a genetic medicine. His heart began to beat. If this were true, one could almost imagine the future prosperity of their Yi family. If it weren't for the severe side effects of the current genetic medicine, which had killed so many people, the Yi family wouldn't be in this state. Jiangxi actually brought such good news. If it were true, Yi Zhuowei couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Jiangxi quickly teleported a small portion of Wang Fu's experimental preparations, about 100 doses. Second young master, this is all we have right now. We just successfully developed it, and don't have any left in stock. Second young master, try it out first. If it works, I can produce a large batch. Then, both City C and City D can use it simultaneously, and we have even more psychics. Jiangxi then explained the specific effects of this genetic drug to Yi Zhuowei, stating that its success rate was only 9%. Only 9%? Too little. But if there are truly no side effects, that's fine. The Yi father and son exchanged glances, growing increasingly excited. As long as there are no side effects and no one dies, what does a low success rate matter? Keep injecting, and it will eventually work. A tinge of red hue graced Yi Dongshan's wrinkled face, and he urged, Zhuowei, let's try this quickly. We only have 100 doses. Gather a few people first to see the results. Come on, gather 100 people immediately. I need to test the new drug. The bodyguard's heart sank. Second young master, we're out of test subjects now. Before he could finish his words, Yi Zhuowei glared at the bodyguard and shouted, if you don't have any, gather all the security team members, including you. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong this time. You might even activate your powers. Get them here immediately, hurry! The bodyguard was terrified. Were they going to be the ones being experimented on this time? But he didn't dare disobey second young master's orders. He hurried to deliver the order, secretly praying that he wouldn't be called. 20 minutes later, all the bodyguards from White Room 2's security team arrived, a total of 137 people. Everyone was nervous, their hands and feet cold. No one had expected the patriarch and the second young master to be so mad that, unable to find test subjects, even they, their own family, had been reduced to being the subjects of the experiment. Everyone trembled with grief, almost predicting their own fate. Yi Dongshan sat on a throne in the hall, his face solemn, his mood unfathomable. Yi Zhuowei stood beside him, his hands folded, excitedly and expectantly saying, Butler Ming, now that everything is ready, let's begin. Butler Ming secretly rejoiced that he possessed superpowers, and didn't have to participate in this experiment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. He waved his hand, signaling with his eyes, begin, Su Bin, you first. The man whose name was called narrowed his eyes, took a step back, and his face twitched. No, not the second young master. I don't want to be a superpowered person. I don't want to awaken my powers. Please, for the sake of my family's loyalty to the second young master, spare me. Chapter 274. He tumbled to his knees in terror, his head bowed to the ground. The others, their faces pale with grief, felt a sense of utter despair. It was their turn soon, and none of them could escape. Su Bin, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm going to kill you? Yi Zhuowei, annoyed, said sullenly, I told you this genetic medicine has been improved, it has no side effects, you won't die. I'm giving you a chance to awaken your powers, and you still don't want it? No one believed him. Su Bin, terrified, cowed out repeatedly, please spare my life, second young master. Please spare my life. You're ungrateful. Yi Zhuowei lost his patience and said coldly, Butler Ming, what are you standing there for? Butler Ming and two of his trusted aides quickly stepped forward and grabbed the bodyguard named Su Bin. Holding his hands and feet, they held him down. With a syringe filled with pink liquid, Ming thrust it hard into his neck, injecting the solution. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this man. He struggled desperately, screaming like a butchered pig, but he was pinned down by two psychics, unable to move. Soon, the injection was complete. Butler Ming stood up and stepped aside, staring intently at him. Yi Dongshan and Yi Zhuowei's breathing grew heavier. The outcome was imminent. Success and failure swirled between them, their hands clenched into fists, their hearts racing. The other bodyguards, unable to bear the sight, turned their heads away. For they knew best that anyone injected with a genetic drug had only a 10% chance of awakening superpowers, while 90% died within 60 seconds, unable to withstand the effects. The most common way to die was to explode, shattered into pieces, a living being reduced to countless fragments. Subin collapsed to the ground in despair, motionless. Struggling was futile. He was doomed. It was pitiful that he had been loyal to the Yi family for over a decade, and his father and brother had dedicated their lives to the family. And yet, his entire family met this fate. He was filled with hatred, yet powerless to resist. Time ticked by, and soon, 5 minutes had passed, and Subin was still lying on the ground. He suddenly realized why his brow was burning so hot. And he wasn't dead yet? Look, Subin's forehead. Someone suddenly shouted. To everyone's eyes, Subin, the first person to receive the injection, not only hadn't died after 5 minutes, but a crack had actually appeared in the middle of his forehead. It was an eye, his third eye, and it had opened. Subin suddenly felt something strange. His brow grew hotter and hotter, as if on fire. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from his forehead, shooting straight into the sky. Ah! What kind of superpower is this? Subin succeeded, actually awakened a superpower. Oh my god! He didn't die and even awakened a superpower. What luck! It looks like this superpower is quite powerful. This is the first time I've seen it. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected to escape a 90% chance of death. Subin went from an ordinary person to a superpower user. Yizhuo's eyes widened, his breathing rapid. He excitedly exclaimed, Dad, look. It really worked. He's truly awakened a superpower. And this is the first one. Could this genetic potion be real? Jiangshi was so amazing. The genetic catalyst he gave him was actually real. He was so excited that he just wanted to confirm if it was just a coincidence. He didn't bother asking what Subin's superpower was. He quickly ordered, Butler Ming, quickly inject the second one. Don't waste time. I want to see how many people can awaken today. Hurry! The bodyguards suddenly snapped back to their senses, faces filled with fear. Just because Subin succeeded didn't mean they could too. Tragic death was the most likely outcome. Butler Ming didn't care. He quickly selected the second person to be tested. 2 of his closest psychic confidants rushed forward, grasped his hands, and brought him over, injecting him with the drug. The man, heartbroken, stopped struggling. The others nervously awaited the tragic and terrifying scene. But several minutes passed, and he remained frozen in place, nothing happening. Yizhuo frowned, muttering to himself, it seems his powers haven't activated. Butler Ming, next one. It was only then that a roar of excitement erupted. The second person hadn't died either. Even if his powers hadn't activated, he hadn't died tragically, he was truly still alive. Soon, the third person received the drug, waiting anxiously. 5 minutes passed, and it had no effect. But he was still alive. Now, hope finally grew for the remaining bodyguards awaiting their injections. Could it be that this genetic drug truly won't kill people? Can they survive? After testing it on 8 people, with no fatalities, and Subin, the first recipient, awakening his third eye and the ability to emit lasers, Yi Dongshan was finally 70% certain that the genetic catalyst Jiangshi had provided was indeed as she claimed. The results were surprisingly good. You all saw it, didn't you? I told you long ago that this genetic drug has been modified and won't harm the subjects. Yi Dongshan seized the opportunity to brainwash the bodyguards, offering them a condescending message. Because you're all trusted members of the Yi family, the opportunity to become psychics is being offered to you first. This is a reward for your loyalty. Do you understand? Yes, thank you, Master. We will be loyal to our duty, even at the cost of our lives. The bodyguards wept with gratitude, realizing they had wronged their master. They would serve their master even better in the future. Finally, after testing all 100 potions, no one died, and 10 individuals successfully awakened their special powers. 1 was laser-powered. 2 were wind-powered. 1 was shape-shifting. 1 was fire-powered. 1 was remotely listening. 1 was invisibility. 1 was telekinetic. 1 was levitation. The last one had the Midas touch, turning any stone object they touched into metal. Although these individuals' powers were new, their performance was unstable, and they weren't very proficient in using them. It was enough to make the Yi family father and son ecstatic. A day later, the news spread throughout the Yi family's upper echelons, and 3 days later, the entire White Room number 2 knew. The previously depressed atmosphere among the entire staff was replaced by a wave of jubilation. The Yi family was delighted. because they could now inject the gene catalyst without fear or worry. They wouldn't have to die, so if they didn't succeed, they could just try a few more times. The second and third branches of the Yi family were especially eager for their own chance to be injected with the gene catalyst. They too wanted to become psychics, so they could better wield power and protect their own safety. As for the ordinary people in White Room 2, they longed for the day when they too would have the opportunity to try. Without side effects, who wouldn't want to try activating their powers? Only psychics could better protect themselves. Even if they weren't dependent on the White Room's owner, they wouldn't have to fear mutant beasts as before. If the activated psychic power was powerful, like Su Bin's laser, a powerful combat power, once upgraded and strengthened, it could change their destiny forever. The entire White Room 2 was renovated, and everyone was excited. Yi Zhuowei immediately contacted Jiangxi, asking her to produce more gene catalysts as quickly as possible, the more the better, and to send them all to him. Chapter 275. I give you 3 days to produce 1,000 copies, Yi Zhuowei ordered without hesitation. 3 days won't do, second young master. It'd take at least a month, and 500 copies at most. Jiangxi immediately complained. Not only was making the medicine too energy intensive, but the materials were also too hard to find, and even with pressure, it wouldn't be possible. Yi Zhuowei was in high spirits, so there was no time for delay. The Yi family could provide the materials, Jiangxi only needed to make a list and hand it to him. Jiangxi certainly wouldn't refuse the chance to exploit the Yi family. She selected several difficult-to-obtain ingredients and shared them with Yi Zhuowei, unfazed by the formula leak. If the gene catalyst could be replicated so easily, what would her and Wang Fu's hard work be worth? If even a single detail were concealed or modified, no one would be able to replicate it. The second batch of gene catalysts was no problem either. Jiangxi truly intended to give it to the Yi family to dispel Yi Dongshan's suspicions. Even after the first 100 people tested the drug without a single fatality, Yi Dongshan, with his cautious nature, would still not readily believe it, and would never inject himself. Only after he saw more people succeed, activated their superpowers, and no one suffered any harm would he be tempted. Especially after Yi Dongshan obtained the rejuvenation pill, and regained his youth. He would then develop even greater ambitions. Now was Jiangxi's perfect opportunity to strike. City C. Now that the gene catalyst had been developed, Jiangxi had to make good use of it herself. In response to White House No. 139's recent recruitment, she had made an adjustment, clearly explaining the effectiveness of the gene catalyst to the public. Anyone willing to apply could purchase it for 100 crystal cores. Those who successfully activated their superpowers would be given priority in White House No. 139. Of course, those who didn't want to join wouldn't be forced to. They could also choose to take the injection for free, but after activating their powers, they would have to join 139 and work for 5 years without pay. Jiangxi was mentally prepared for the uproar this news would cause once it got out. The survivors would absolutely not believe it at first. Instead, they would think 139 had finally revealed its true hypocritical nature, imitating the Shao family of the past, even becoming as ruthless as White House No. 2 and No. 9, intent on enslaving them. But Jiangxi wasn't panicking at all. Facts speak louder than words. The gene catalyst had no mortality rate. As long as someone tried it, some would successfully activate their powers. This was proof. When word spread that those who had received the gene catalyst didn't die, and some actually activated their powers, more people would volunteer to take the injection and experiment. The cost was recovered, and those with superpowers were recruited, the best of both worlds. As for other unexpected events, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan discussed them for a long time, making detailed preparations. They ultimately drafted a new recruitment notice and issued it, with another round of on-site recruitment to be held at White House 139 3 days later. An hour after the notice was sent out, it spread like wildfire throughout City C. The public was in an uproar. 3 days later, almost all the forces and survivors in City C turned out and gathered in front of White House 139. This time, the crowd was different from usual. As the crowd grew, emotions began to rise. At first, everyone pointed and talked at the sign in front of the recruitment point. Then, the discussion became increasingly heated, and some even started cursing. I thought White House 139 was the last hope, a paradise where everyone could survive. But, it's only been so long now, and its true colors have been revealed. They even released something as sinister as a genetic drug. It's not a genetic drug, it's called a genetic catalyst. Someone raised a question, but was immediately interrupted angrily by someone else. What's the difference? It's still something that kills people if injected. What the hell is 139 thinking? Is he really going to follow those consortiums and use us as experimental subjects? This is abhorrent. We came all the way to City C, thinking there was a glimmer of hope for survival. But it was all a lie, and we still couldn't escape death. These White House owners are all the same. Their hearts are so evil. We should unite and overthrow them. Down with 139. Down with 458. If you can, go first. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and in their excitement, they began to push and shove. If they weren't afraid of 139's power, someone would have rushed in and smashed the recruitment desks and chairs to pieces. At that moment, a mature and charming woman emerged from the white room with two young, handsome men. She glanced at the crowd, and that look, as if imbued with magic, instantly quieted the chaotic scene. "Boss Jiang, Captain Liu, please." Liang Jinhua smiled sweetly, and nodded to Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan behind her. The two sat down at the side, signaling her that she could begin. Liang Jinhua surveyed the sea of people, tens of thousands at least. Almost 90% of the survivors of City C had arrived, all awaiting this moment. Liang Jinhua, understanding the situation, smiled faintly, touched her custom-made earring-shaped loudspeaker, and spoke, "Everyone, I believe you're all aware of this special job fair in White Room 139. I'm here to announce that today we prepared a potion that can activate the supernatural powers of ordinary people. It's called a gene catalyst. Its function is..." His eloquent words resounded throughout everyone's ears. Liang Jinwei explained that because Boss Jiang, the owner of White House 139, knew that most people were ordinary, he had developed this miraculous drug, the gene catalyst, to improve their survival rate and enable 139 to recruit more talented individuals. Once injected into the body, there's a certain chance of activating superpowers, and there are no side effects. Even if it doesn't work, it's harmless to the body. We encourage everyone to participate, but those who don't want to will not be forced. So, those who are willing to participate in the gene potion injection can choose to purchase it for 100 crystal cores, or receive it for free. If you purchase the drug, and if your superpowers are activated, you can choose whether to join 139. However, if you receive the free injection, you must join after your superpowers are activated and work for 139 for 5 years without compensation. That's the basic principle. This special recruitment begins now. Anyone willing to receive the injection, please come forward. After Liang Jinhua finished speaking, everyone fell silent, asking them to risk their lives for an experiment, and even paying for it themselves. How could that be? This was an outrageous request, but because they emphasized the gene catalyst's absolute harmlessness, everyone was stunned and amazed, incredulous, and the scene fell unexpectedly quiet. For a long moment, no one made a noise, and no one stood up, yet they were unwilling to leave. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Shi glanced at Lu Yuan. As she had expected, it was as clear as day. Even though everything had been explained clearly, no one dared to experiment. Because of the other consortium's brutal experiments, their unscrupulous capture of people, resulting in massive deaths, this fear had become deeply ingrained in people's minds. Even if the gene catalyst 139 was harmless, and could activate superpowers, who would dare to be the first to be tested? Lu Yuan wasn't surprised either. He glanced at Zhenling beside him. She immediately understood, made a subtle gesture, and passed it on one by one. After a moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "You're all scared, right? I'm risking my life. Boss Jiang and Boss Liu are here today, and I trust their integrity and credibility. Since they said there's no problem with the gene catalyst, how could they possibly harm someone in front of so many people? You don't dare try, but I'm not afraid. I do it." Chapter 276. A ragged man emerged from the crowd, somewhat thin, but his eyes were resolute. His name was Sun Jingjie, 35 years old. Although he was a stooge arranged by Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan, he was actually one of the survivors living in City C, having long sought to join the 139th without success. When Jiang Shi approached him, Sun Jingjie immediately agreed, willing to give it a try, no matter the cost. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Sun Jingjie. Some were shocked by his reckless abandon, while others were thrilled and eager to see the outcome. Some of his friends were concerned and tried to dissuade him, but he remained unmoved. "Come on, I'd be the first. I believe Boss Jiang would never harm anyone." Sun Jingjie looked at Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan in the passenger seat with an eager expression, taking the opportunity to express his loyalty. Jiang Shi nodded. "Okay, let's begin." Wang Yuanjun, who was in charge of the injection, brought 2 assistants and produced the medicine and syringe. Once everything was ready, he injected the pink liquid into Sun Jingjia's body. Everyone waited nervously, some even holding their breath. To say they weren't worried would be a lie. No one wanted to die, not even Sun Jingjia. But faced with the harsh environment, the desire to join 139, the allure of becoming a psychic, and partly out of his faith in Jiangxi, he was willing to take the risk. Feeling the slight sting of the needle in his arm, Sun Jingjia's heartbeat quickened. Time passed, and he remained perfectly healthy, sitting in his chair. Wang Yuanjun understood and said, "Sorry, it failed. But it's okay. You can try again next time. One day you'll be able to activate your powers." Failed? Sun Jingjia stood up, dazed. He hadn't activated his powers, but he wasn't dead either. His mind went blank, and it took him a moment to come back to his senses. He was disappointed. But Sun Jingjia also remembered that a single failure wasn't a big deal. This gene catalyst could be injected multiple times, and it wouldn't harm the body. If he wanted, he could try again next time, and there would still be a chance to join 139. Sun Jingjia regained hope. He would definitely try again. The onlookers erupted in a clamor. He's really not dead? I saw him inject the drug with my own eyes. Is this drug really without side effects and won't kill people? It seems so. It's only the first person. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The next person will probably explode into pieces. Don't be fooled. The crowd chattered, half believing and half doubting. They had seen with their own eyes the first experimenter, Sun Jingjia, inject the drug and not activate his powers. This was normal, given the low success rate. But he didn't die, and he didn't feel any discomfort. That was what shocked everyone. Everyone whispered to each other, hope growing, but many expressed a wait-and-see attitude, remaining resistant to being fooled. Jiangxi wasn't the least bit surprised by the first result. Failure was the norm. After all, the gene catalyst only had a 9.38% success rate, requiring numerous injections to successfully activate even one. She gestured to Huang Yuanjun to continue, and the second person, who had been prepared in advance, stepped forward. The second person was a woman, and after Sun Jingjia's verification, she became noticeably bolder. A few minutes later, she too failed to activate. But she didn't die. The woman left in disappointment, but like Sun Jingjia, she felt a surge of hope. It turns out the injection truly prevents death. She have another chance next time, the third, the fourth, the fifth. All failed. No one activated their powers, but no one died, not even experiencing any unusual symptoms. The onlookers grew increasingly shocked, their anger and questioning turning into surprise and curiosity, some even wanting to try it themselves. Witnessing firsthand that the potion had no side effects and was non-lethal, these survivors, who had been living in constant fear, were completely captivated. Soon, the 10 people Jiangxi and Li Yuan had prepared were all gone. But some people volunteered to participate, and by the 12th person, the first person with superpowers was finally born. Before everyone could see him, his body levitated, slowly rising into the air. He was ecstatic, laughing excitedly. It worked. I felt it. So this is what it feels like to have a superpower activated. Ha ha ha. I'm a superpower now, great. Someone who knew him shouted from below, "Hey, brotherly, what superpower do you have? Flying?" The man laughed, "Not flying, levitation." He couldn't quite describe the feeling of gaining superpowers for the first time. It was as if he knew the function and name of the power innately, but he still needed to slowly learn how to master it. Looking at the first successful experimenter, Jiangxi finally smiled and whispered to Lu Yuan, "Not bad. The lack of side effects is best, but the success rate is too low. We need to continue researching and try to improve it." Yeah. Lu Yuan was also quite satisfied. I had heard Jiangxi talk about the effects of the superpower catalyst before, and now seeing it with my own eyes, I felt it even more deeply. The success of the superpower catalyst wasn't just about turning ordinary people into superpowers. More importantly, it increased everyone's survival rate. Only with more psychics can we fight the mutant beasts and survive this perilous apocalypse. First, we must survive, then we can discuss anything else. The first batch of gene catalysts produced was not very large. Excluding the 100 doses allocated to White Room 2, there was only enough left for over 200 people to experiment with. Ultimately, 18 people succeeded, and all of them joined White Room 139. This caused a sensation among the survivors of City C. They witnessed with their own eyes that there really was a harmless gene potion in the world, that ordinary people could activate their superpowers. They were relieved and finally had a little more hope for the future. Later, even though the gene catalysts were gone, countless people still scrambled to get the injections, hoping to be the first to activate their powers. The crowd was too overwhelming, and the noise was deafening. Fortunately, Jiangxi had arranged hundreds of psychics to maintain order, and with Xiugui's intimidating presence, they managed to stabilize the situation, which was on the verge of getting out of control, and prevent a stampede. Liang Jinwen announced, "This special recruitment event has concluded. Thank you all for your enthusiastic registration. Those who weren't selected can come back next time. 100 crystal cores will be given priority for purchasing gene catalysts. The next recruitment event is tentatively scheduled for 10 days from now, at White Room 458. Please stay tuned for further information." Learning that there would be another special recruitment event in 10 days, where they could join White Room 458, everyone was excited and finally left. That evening, the 18 new Esper members of 139 underwent another rigorous physical and ability check. It was confirmed that there were no issues, except that their mental strength was slightly weaker than that of naturally awakened Esper members, requiring enhanced mental training. The rest were normal, but further observation was required. "Master Wang, you've been working very hard lately. The demand for gene catalysts is so high. We need to produce at least 2,000 copies, and we have to work overtime all month." Jiangxi arranged Wang Fu's follow-up work, suspending the production of ordinary potions and focusing on the production of gene catalysts. 10 days later, Lu Yuan would need 800 copies, and she would keep some for herself. A month later, she would give the Yi family another 500 copies. Once Yi Dongshan confirmed the effectiveness, the old fox would be tempted again. Chapter 277. The news of the Yi family and City C's gene catalyst experiment quickly spread throughout the city. This was explosive news, potentially changing the entire landscape of the apocalypse. Everyone instantly set their sights on the gene catalyst, flocking to White House 139 to purchase it. But Jiangxi politely declined all offers. Originally, 500 units of gene catalyst had been agreed upon in a month, but the Yi family couldn't wait. They repeatedly sent Yi Zhuowei to urge Jiangxi to hand over the gene catalyst formula and production method. Of course, Jiangxi wouldn't refuse. She gave Yi Zhuowei a mountain of information and revised test data, which left him overwhelmed. He couldn't understand a single word, so he simply handed it off to the Yi family's pharmacists, psychics, and pharmaceutical team to study. After studying it for half a month, the Yi family remained completely bewildered. They couldn't even understand many of the experimental procedures, and they had no idea what certain ingredients were, let alone had seen them before. Yi Dongshan, enraged, ordered them to crack the formula or face severe punishment. Fortunately, Yi Zhuowei wasn't worried. Jiangxi was his, anyway. What difference did her work make between her and someone from the Yi family? Ever since Jiangxi fell under his control, she'd been very obedient. Although there had been some mishaps during his initial visit to 139, everything had gone smoothly after that. Yi Zhuowei grew increasingly confident in her, even proud of it. Except for his father, and a few of his closest associates, no one knew Jiangxi was his. With his control over Jiangxi, Yi Zhuowei was practically certain to be the next heir to the Yi family. Wait another 2 weeks, and the 500 gene catalysts would be in hand. Yi Zhuowei was eager to inject his own men first, hoping to produce more psychics. He secretly despised his father, Yi Dongshan, for being hesitant to try and insisting on observing the situation for a while. Old people are often timid, afraid of everything. White House number 2 would eventually be passed to him, and Yi Zhuowei felt it was time for his father to abdicate. Unfortunately, the White House owner's authorization could only be revoked upon death, and even he could do nothing about it. He could only wait. White House number 139 operated actively and healthily every day. Each department performed its duties, and everyone worked diligently from morning till night, becoming a safe base nestled in the wilderness. The 500-meter radius was meticulously cleared, paved with smooth stone bricks, and neatly planted with trees by Earth-based psychics. Signposts pointed to the various gates along the way. Because the next White House upgrade would include mobile functionality, Jiangxi didn't decorate the area too beautifully, nor did she build any other important structures around it. She planned to wait until she and Lu Yuan had agreed to settle on a suitable location, and then build these structures later. Every day, new members of the hunting club could be seen training in the open space outside the White House. Running, sparring, and even fighting with domesticated mutant beasts to gain combat experience were all things the new members needed to quickly master. Every morning exercise session was a lively spectacle, attracting many nearby survivors and smaller groups to watch from afar. They watched with envy. Such an orderly life was what they longed for most. Although it was tiring, and there were injuries and bleeding, and even the possibility of death, they had a safe place to live, enough food and clothing, companions to fight alongside, and they could continue to grow stronger. They might even meet like-minded people, and have the hope of starting a family. In the apocalypse, this was the ultimate happiness. In White Room 139, the most important tasks belonged to the weapons and pharmaceutical departments, where Chao Wei and Wang Fu were stationed. Gene catalysts needed not only to increase daily production, but also to improve their success rate, requiring continued testing. Secondly, the production of the rejuvenating pills was crucial. The tentacle material from the Ultimist octopus was scarce, making it nearly impossible to obtain more. Excluding the materials consumed in the experiment and the leftovers from the previous round, Jiangxi only managed to obtain 24 rejuvenating pills. Jiangxi gave 12 of them to Lu Yuan, keeping half for herself. As agreed, she sold one to number 46, receiving 200,000 crystal cores. However, Jiangxi also requested that number 46 publicly announce that he had purchased the rejuvenating pill from Du Qicheng. "I understand, Boss Jiang, no problem." Number 46 immediately agreed, suspecting that Jiangxi was setting up a scheme to ensnare the owner of White Room 9. Now, countless powerful figures were eager to acquire a rejuvenation pill, but they didn't know where to get it. If the pill were to get out, and someone confirmed it was purchased from Du Qicheng, everyone would naturally turn their attention to the owner of White House number 9. Either sell the pill or hand over the formula. But Du Qicheng couldn't produce it. He was doomed. 3 days later, rumors spread that a certain high-ranking figure in Jay City had regained his youth and recovered from a serious illness. This 52-year-old figure had suffered from ALS, which had left him with muscle weakness and motor function loss. However, after taking the rejuvenation pill, his health returned to its state 8 years earlier within a single day. Not only had his ALS been cured without medication, but he also looked significantly younger, a true miracle. The news spread, and the rejuvenation pill became an instant hit. This incident once again proves that its efficacy goes beyond simply rejuvenating the body. It can directly restore the body to its state of 8 to 10 years ago, restoring vitality, and potentially curing any incurable illness, while also preventing it from happening. It's truly a miracle drug. Countless individuals sought the rejuvenating pill. In just 1 week, the price of one crystal core on the black market had reached 500,000. But the price remained high, and no further rejuvenating pills were ever released. Boss Jiang, rumors are circulating that the rejuvenating pill originated from White House number 9. Countless people have approached Du Qicheng, offering 500,000 crystal cores for each one, but Du Qicheng has refused them all. Deng Qilin reported the recent news to Jiangxi. "I hear the leaders of several factions are furious. They either have serious illnesses and desperately need the rejuvenating pill, or their elderly relatives are dying. Du Qicheng's refusal to sell them has left them desperate, and they're planning to retaliate against him. The specifics of their actions are unknown, but the psychic team at White House number 9 has already suffered 3 surprise attacks, resulting in the deaths of over 10 psychics." Jiangxi sighed and chuckled. Life is truly what the rich and powerful value most. A single rejuvenating pill can cause such a stir. This is the effect of monopoly. While the Du family is powerful, they're only slightly ahead of the others, and can't withstand the combined might of several factions. Even if she doesn't take action against the Du family, what happens next will be enough to give Du Qicheng a headache. Jiangxi certainly wouldn't let him off easy. After some thought, she suddenly remembered a devastating flood in her past life. Calculating the time, it happened exactly 1 year after the gray fog erupted, roughly the same time as now. In her past life, no one was prepared, and the sudden flood killed many. If she capitalized on it, the Yi and Du families would surely suffer heavy losses. Just as Jiangxi was contemplating how to lure him into a trap, Du Qicheng arrived. "Xiao Jiang, Uncle Du wants to tell you something." On the screen on the wall, Du Qicheng appeared normal, but a hint of dejection in his eyes caught Jiangxi's eye. It was clear he hadn't slept well in days. Jiangxi silently thanked God for this, feigning concern and saying, "I've been busy lately. I haven't contacted Uncle Du in a while. Just let me know if you have anything." Seeing her rosy complexion and energetic appearance, Du Qicheng felt a surge of resentment. His face darkened as he said, "Xiao Jiang, have you heard about the rejuvenation pills?" Chapter 278. I know about the rejuvenation pill. It's been all the rage lately. I heard it's even going for 500,000 crystal cores each. But some say the rejuvenation pill was developed by one of your psychics. Uncle Du, I was just looking for a chance to ask you about it. Jiangxi looked at Du Qicheng with inquisitive eyes. Du Qicheng's brow furrowed, his annoyance growing even worse. He was already fretting over this matter, and now even Jiangxi believed it. Everyone in Pumpkin UI thought he had the rejuvenation pill in his hands. How is that possible? If my people could develop the rejuvenation pill, why would I be so upset now? Xiao Jiang, I was framed by the Yi family. They deliberately spread rumors, making everyone think I was a rare commodity. They're deliberately refusing to sell the rejuvenation pill, and some forces are already targeting me. But in reality, it was all the Yi family's doing. Jiangxi feigned surprise. No way? Uncle Du, it was the Yi family. Aren't you and the Yi family close friends and long-term partners? How could they frame you? Humph. Yi Dongshan, that old fox, has every partnership been trying to take advantage of me? Xiao Jiang, Uncle Du must expose their true colors today. Du Qicheng poured out his grievances, cursing the Yi family while detailing the ruthlessness and methods of Yi Dongshan and his son. He recounted every shady act he knew about the Yi family, exaggerating it greatly. He even told Jiangxi that Yi Zhuowei was actually a psychic, though he didn't know the specifics of his abilities, and urged Jiangxi to be on guard. Jiangxi knew whether his words were true or false the moment she heard them. She knew the Yi family better than anyone else. She knew everything about the personalities of Yi Dongshan and his sons, as well as the deeds of the other branches of the Yi family, over the past 28 years. 28 years was plenty of time for her to hear many secrets. Jiangxi feigned shock, then said coldly, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why are you telling me now? Uncle Du, you've been tricked by the Yi family, and you want to use me against them? Du Qicheng quickly said, Little Jiang, you misunderstood. I always worked well with Yi Dongshan. How could I have known they were secretly cheating me? Uncle Du was also deceived by them, otherwise why wouldn't I have told you? He tried to persuade her, assuring her that he had absolutely no intention of exploiting Jiangxi. He was merely exposing the Yi family's true colors. Jiangxi said calmly, just tell me what your purpose is. No need to beat around the bush. This girl was becoming increasingly difficult to fool. To exploit Jiangxi, Du Qicheng had to endure all sorts of promises and oaths, even offering to give her another batch of genetic medicine, but Jiangxi refused, saying she didn't need it. Wait, Miss Jiang, Uncle Du has a secret to tell you. Fearing Jiangxi would lose the connection, Du Qicheng said, actually, Du Tianxiang isn't my nephew. He's Yi Dongshan's son, Yi Zhuowei. What did you say? Young Master Du's last name is Yi? Jiangxi frowned, thinking, finally, you're confessing. She feigned shock. Impossible. You're lying. Du Qicheng hurriedly said, Little Jiang, how could I joke about something so important? Yi Zhuowei originally said he admired you, and was afraid that if he approached you rashly, you'd be wary of him. So he asked to meet you as my nephew and pursue you. I thought he was a good match for you, so I agreed. But now I can't hide it from you anymore. The Yi family has already taken action against me, and I suspect Yi Zhuowei has ill intentions towards you. You must not fall for his trick. If Jiangxi hadn't known Yi Zhuowei's identity, she would have been murdered long ago. She acted incredulous, saying she'd go and ask for clarification. Without waiting for Du Qicheng to speak, she ended the call. Xiao Jiang. Wait, you. He hadn't expected Jiangxi to react so strongly. Du Qicheng couldn't stop her, and even when he tried to call again, Jiangxi wouldn't answer. Du Qicheng's face changed drastically. Could this foolish woman have fallen for Yi Zhuowei so quickly? Could she have been deceived? Du Qicheng hadn't anticipated Yi Zhuowei's cunning tactics. After only knowing Jiangxi for a little over 2 months, he already possessed her body and soul. If Jiangxi refused to confront the Yi family because of Yi Zhuowei, or even fell for his sweet talk and turned against him, he'd be in big trouble. He shouldn't have cooperated with the Yi family, let alone told Jiangxi. It would be too late for him to regret it. On the other side, Jiangxi raised a sly look. She wanted to drive Du Qicheng crazy, to push him into a desperate situation. Only then could she incite a true rivalry between the two families, a fight to the death. It wasn't until the next day that Jiangxi contacted Du Qicheng again. As soon as they did, Du Qicheng eagerly asked, Little Jiang. Uncle Du waited all night for you. How are you now? Has Yi Zhuowei admitted it? Don't believe his sweet words. I already know. I didn't contact Yi Zhuowei. I only confirmed from others that he is indeed the second son of the Yi family. He was lying to me. Jiangxi looked deceived, a hint of hatred in her eyes. Uncle Du, what you said is true. They're just after my food, medicine, and weapons. Yi Zhuowei has swindled a lot of these supplies. Especially my newly developed gene catalyst, which also fell into the hands of the Yi family. Jiangxi recounted the story, leaving Du Qicheng stunned. He was thankful Jiangxi hadn't contacted the Yi family and fallen prey to Yi Zhuoi's deception. But he hadn't expected Jiangxi to crack the genetic medicine he previously sold her, even developing a genetic catalyst with no side effects that could activate superpowers? Is she truly that talented? Jiangxi explained that the Yi family had not only stolen her newly developed genetic catalyst, but also the formula, and even framed the Du family for the rejuvenating pill. Since you confessed to me, Uncle Du, I tell you a secret. Actually, the rejuvenating pill was made by the Yi family, and they deliberately pinned it on you to frame you. I also played a role in spreading the news, so everyone now believes it was developed by the Du family, but in reality, it was a Yi family conspiracy. Du Qichong had known this for a long time, but he hadn't anticipated Jiangxi's involvement. Du Qichong didn't dare blame Jiangxi. He simply wanted to use her to deal with the Yi family. He immediately said, "Little Jiang, now you understand how despicable the Yi family is? We must unite to deal with them, don't you agree?" Jiangxi readily agreed and asked Du Qichong what his plan was. She too wanted revenge. That's easy. While the Yi family isn't on their guard, find an excuse to secretly gather Yi Zhuoi and his men. Together, we can wipe them out. If Yi Dongshan loses his last son, he'd be devastated and unable to recover. The Yi family will also be in internal strife over the succession. This is our perfect opportunity to eliminate the Yi family. Chapter 279. Is this Du Qichong's plan? Jiangxi remained silent and continued to press for details. To gain her trust, Du Qichong laid out his plan. He demanded that White Room 139 dispatch 50 psychics, and his own Du family also send 50 psychics, to crush Yi Zhuoi and his bodyguards with sheer force. The first step is crucial. It must succeed, so we must give it our all. After saying this, Du Qichong looked at Jiangxi firmly, waiting for her response. Uncle Du has it all planned. Trust me, there's absolutely no problem. Wanting to send the psychics from room 139 to their deaths? Impossible. Jiangxi would never agree. Even if the hunting division were powerful, she wouldn't send them out rashly, let alone travel all the way to deal with the Yi family, or even join forces with the Du family. She was worried and absolutely wouldn't agree. Uncle Du, I can join forces with you, but I can't afford to mobilize so many people. Jiangxi said sternly, I'm only helping you. I can't contribute both manpower and effort, and then share the consequences. I'd be at a disadvantage. There's no negotiation. What a cunning girl. She won't contribute a single ounce of effort, only paying lip service. Du Qichong held back his temper and patiently said, So what do you want, little Jiang? Tell me what you think. Uncle Du, you provide the manpower, and I offer my advice. We can launch a surprise attack on the Yi family using my method. Jiangxi outlined her plan. The Yi family is located in City D. Even if their reserves are plentiful, there's one thing, they can't stockpile in large quantities. That's water. The Minjiang River, the largest river flowing through City D, is over 1,300 kilometers long and lies in the lower reaches of the Minjiang River. Although polluted by gray fog and undrinkable, it remains everyone's most vital water resource. As long as the Du family sends psychics to pretend to sabotage the Minjiang River, diverting it from the upstream reservoir, once the water level drops significantly, and word gets out, it surely alert the Yi family, prompting them to send forces to intervene. Divert the water source? Divert the water? Then what? Du Qichong pressed, a thought stirring. Jiangxi said, it's going to have to be a big show, so the Yi family can send more men, giving us a chance to capture them all and ultimately damage the Yi family. But diverting the water source is just a cover. In reality, we're secretly attracting a large number of mutant beasts, and feeding them a drug that drives them crazy. When the Yi family arrives, they'd be met with thousands of frenzied mutant beasts. Do you think they can escape? A plan within a plan, catching the Yi family off guard. A good idea. Du Qichong's eyes lit up. Then another thought occurred to him. That's a good idea, but Xiao Jiang, attracting thousands of mutant beasts would put us in great danger too. What if they backfire? What if I can't escape? Jiangxi said, now that I come up with this idea, I'm sure it can solve the problem. I have two drugs. The first can drive the mutant beasts mad and make them more aggressive. The second, applied to the mutant, emits a strange odor that will frighten and disgust the mutant beasts, keeping them away. Du Qichong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then we can try this plan. But Xiao Jiang, you have to give me these two drugs first to make sure they're safe. It's not that Uncle Du doesn't trust you, but this is a serious matter, and I need to confirm everything, don't you agree? Uncle Du is doing this out of responsibility for his men. I understand. Jiangxi readily agreed. I send these 2 medicines over tomorrow. Uncle Du, you see how effective they are after you try them. Seeing her ready agreement, Du Qicheng's concerns were somewhat alleviated. That evening, Jiangxi approached Zhong Siyuan and Wang Fu and shared the formulas for the 2 poisons, asking them to find time to prepare them quickly, as she urgently needed them. Creating 2 new medicines on the spur of the moment would undoubtedly be challenging for a novice poisonist like Zhong Siyuan. Even with Wang Fu's enhanced pharmacist abilities, success in a short period of time would still be difficult. But Jiangxi had already provided the detailed formulas, and the deteriorated blood of the thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast, brought back by Lu Yuan some time ago, was the perfect ingredient for the repellent powder. After an entire night of experimentation, the 2 successfully produced the desired effects. After several more experiments, they refined the effects and ultimately developed 2 new medicines, Mania Agent and Repellent Powder. Mania Agent, powder, soluble in water, colorless and odorless. Mutant beasts below rank A will experience hyperactivity, bloodthirstiness, and increased aggression after consuming 1 g of this drug. The drug's effects peak 5 hours after consumption, then gradually diminish, returning to normal after 10 hours. Repellent powder, powdered, water-soluble, with a fishy, sour, and astringent smell. Highly toxic and inedible. Applying it to clothing effectively deters mutant beasts below rank S, with a lasting effect of 3 months. Jiangxi confirmed the efficacy of the 2 new drugs, and was very satisfied. Du Qicheng would definitely fall for it. When Du Qicheng received the 2 drugs and confirmed their effectiveness, he secretly rejoiced. Finally, he could take care of the Yi family. If a large number of the Yi family's psychics died, their strength would be greatly reduced in the short term. Then, he could spread the word and unite with other forces to deal with the Yi family, demanding the gene catalyst formula. Using this as an inducement, there would undoubtedly be those willing to join forces. As for whether the Yi family would hand it over, or whether they could obtain it, Du Qicheng didn't care. This was just an excuse. But Xiao Jiang, you have to give Uncle Du a copy of the gene catalyst formula, right? Du Qicheng wanted to get it directly from Jiangxi, so why go so far? Jiangxi knew what he was thinking and smiled faintly. If anyone else asked me for the formula, no matter how much money they offered, I wouldn't agree. But Uncle Du, of course I'd give it to you cheap. How about 500,000 crystal cores? Du Qicheng's eyelids twitched. Where could he afford so many crystal cores? Uncle Du, I'm not looking down on you. Even if you spent 500,000 to buy the formula, successfully producing it is practically impossible. Why not wait until we avenge ourselves against the Yi family, and then directly cooperate? You provide the materials, I do the labor, and we split the profits 30 to 70. Wouldn't that be better? Yes, that would work too. It would save time researching the formula. However, 30% was too little. Du Qicheng needed at least half, but that wasn't discussed for now. They would discuss it with Jiangxi later. Right now, the priority was dealing with the Yi family. White House number 139 and White House number 9 joined forces again, each preparing their own operations. The Du family was responsible for diverting the water source, which would require attracting a large number of high-level mutant beasts and deploying psychics. These became Du Qicheng's concerns. Jiangxi, on the other hand, was responsible for luring Yizhuowei and the others out, ensuring maximum damage to the Yi family. But only she knew that the mutant beasts going berserk and the rampaging attacks were just superficial tricks to deceive Du Qicheng. The real purpose was to kill Du Qicheng's men, including the mad mutant beasts. The ultimate weapon was the sudden rainstorm that triggered the Minjiang River flood. And she had to ensure that everyone, human and beast, was utterly annihilated, leaving no one behind. This required one more step. Poisoning. The poison was so potent that no one could escape. Chapter 280. Using the remaining blood of the thousand-eyed dark sunflower beast as the main ingredient, a batch of poisonous water was prepared. Although its potency was greatly weakened after being diluted 1,000 times, it was still effective against humans and beasts below rank A, sufficient for use. After everything was settled, Jiangxi contacted White Room number 2 and said that there was something important that needed to be reported to Yizhuowei immediately. If there's anything, just tell me, Yi Dongshan said expressionlessly. As the owner of White Room number 2, he was the absolute ruler, yet he couldn't control Jiangxi. This made him very unhappy, and Yi Dongshan felt as if the father and son had been reversed. But there was nothing he could do. Jiangxi was his son's mental puppet, and he couldn't change that. Fortunately, Jiangxi complied this time, saying respectfully, "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'd like to inform the second young master that I secretly seized the military base in Ileo Mountain. Inspection revealed various supplies, firearms, and a significant amount of military equipment, including armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and so on. Do you want to keep it with me, or should I have someone transport it here? What? The military base in Ileo Mountain? Yi Dongshan's heart sank. Say it again? How did you know about this military base? He hadn't expected Jiangxi to know about this, and secretly seize it. Thinking of this, his eldest son, who had died as a result, suddenly flashed before him, filling him with grief and remorse. The second young master mentioned earlier that the Yi family had suffered heavy losses. Wanting to relieve his worries, I secretly sent someone to investigate, and luckily, we found the military base. Jiangxi lowered her eyes and spoke lightly, as if she were merely sharing Yi Zhuowei's worries, with no intention of boasting. But the more this happened, the more shocked Yi Dongshan became. This woman's strength was truly formidable. The Yi family had sent so many elite troops, all of whom were annihilated, yet Jiangxi acted so effortlessly. Even before he knew it, the military base had already fallen into her hands. If she hadn't been controlled by her son, these vital supplies would have been hers, and White House 139 would have undoubtedly become the most powerful force. Luckily, Yi Dongshan immediately notified Yi Zhuowei, asking him to come quickly. You said you found that military base and seized everything inside? Really? Yi Zhuowei arrived slowly. Upon hearing Yi Dongshan's words, he was both surprised and delighted, and he quickly questioned Jiangxi. This unexpected blessing so early in the morning perked up, and even though he was still a little sleepy, he suddenly felt more alert. Jiangxi repeated his words, pulling out a previously filmed video of a helicopter hovering above the jungle, and showed it to the Yi family father and son. Second young master, this equipment has been transported out of Ileo Mountain. I had Chao Wei use his supernatural powers to repair some of it, not only repairing any damage, but also adding many special features. Do you think we should keep it here, or ship it to City D? Of course, and quickly. Leave nothing behind, and deliver it to White House number 2 as soon as possible, Yi Zhuowei said without hesitation, then burst into laughter. If it were ordinary supplies or vehicles, he could have left it with Jiangxi. But this was military equipment, armored vehicles, rockets, helicopters, things ordinary forces couldn't possibly obtain. Previously, a large number of the Yi family's elite troops, including his eldest brother, were annihilated, resulting in heavy losses. Many of the Yi family's elders still complained that their father's deployment was inadequate and his position was illegitimate. Now Jiangxi has actually accomplished this for him. Wonderful. Let's see what those old folks will say. You're really getting more sensible. I just mentioned it, and you obediently got it done. Not bad. Yi Zhuowei's thoughts grew more and more satisfied, and he looked meaningfully at the pretty figure on the screen. If you work hard in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. If you continue to be obedient and sensible, I might even consider marrying you and making you the young madam of the Yi family. He had previously only thought of exploiting this woman, but now he realized she was becoming increasingly capable. He might as well make her his next woman and completely control her. Yes, second young master, I will try my best. Jiangxi looked pleasantly surprised, then lowered her eyes, a murderous glint in them. She would definitely work hard to wipe out every member of the Yi family. Leave no one behind. After some final discussion, and with Jiangxi's careful guidance, Yi Zhuowei agreed to set the handover location near the former wetland park in City D. The open terrain here, with few ruins, was ideal for parking armored vehicles and helicopters. Such a splashy event would be a perfect opportunity for City D and the surrounding forces to see the Yi family's strength. Jiangxi's goal was achieved. The wetland park was only a few hundred meters from the Minjiang River. Although it was now dry season and the river was not wide, no one could have imagined that the sudden downpour a few days later would directly trigger a flood that would submerge the entire city. If she did anything else in the water, like poison, the Yi family downstream would be caught off guard. It's a deal then. The second young master must come in person to take over. I wouldn't trust anyone else with something so important. Jiangxi emphasized this again, much to Yi Zhuowei's satisfaction. He insisted on his presence only because she was absolutely loyal. Okay, get ready quickly, and let me know when you arrive. Yi Zhuowei smiled smugly and began to plan who he would bring with him. For such a grand and public occasion, he naturally needed to bring more people, and make a grand show of it to convince the old guard of the Yi family, and stop mentioning their deceased eldest brother. The appointed time soon arrived. Jiangxi informed Du Qichang and gave him the location. Uncle Du, I prepared everything. It all depends on your execution. If successful, the Yi family will be devastated. But if you fail, you won't have another opportunity like this again. Du Qichong said confidently. Don't worry, I make sure Yi Zhuowei doesn't return this time. He had already prepared over 700 mutant beasts. While not a large number, they were more than enough to deal with Yi Zhuowei and his men. Add to that the poison, and these mutant beasts will go mad. No one from the Yi family will have any chance of escape. It was a good plan indeed. Du Qichong couldn't wait to see Yi Dongshan hear of his son's tragic death. Ha ha ha. Then I wish Uncle Du every success and revenge. I look forward to hearing your good news, Jiangshi said with a faint smile. Okay, then, Xiao Jiang, you can also prepare the gene catalyst. Du Qichong said meaningfully, once I get good news that the Yi family has been severely damaged, we can discuss cooperation. With the gene catalyst, his White House number 9 will soon be greatly strengthened. City A will sooner or later be his domain. Chapter 281. Of course, Jiangshi couldn't give the military supplies he obtained to the Yi family. He had originally intended to keep them for his own use, or have Qiao Wei use his supernatural powers to improve them and enhance the 139's capabilities. However, after researching them, Qiao Wei took a liking to the materials of one of the tanks and armored vehicles, and wanted to dismantle them to create the weapons shown in the blueprints. Xiao Jiang, according to the material specifications on the blueprints, this tank's main gun barrel, hull, armored skirt, turret, and other components would be perfect for this weapon. We're short on materials right now, so I'm wondering if we should. Qiao Wei had been thinking about this for several days. He was well aware of the importance of this batch of military equipment. If other materials were available, he would never have set his sights on this equipment. But he had studied the blueprints for several days, and the more he looked at them, the more apprehensive and itchy he became. He couldn't wait to get started and create the finished weapon. Unfortunately, the lack of materials was the biggest problem. After much hesitation, Qiao Wei finally had the nerve to speak to Jiangshi. Jiangshi pondered for a moment. Uncle Qiao, we still have some materials in the warehouse, including various metals. We just need to process them. Isn't this enough? Ah, if the difference wasn't so great, I wouldn't be so anxious. Qiao Wei said anxiously. Xiao Jiang, I studied the blueprints for this particle ray gun for a long time. I'm 90% sure that once it's built, its power will be beyond imagination, at least comparable to the last gun. Think about it, if we had a weapon like this, would we still be afraid of mutant beasts? We have to develop it quickly. I can't wait any longer. Jiangshi nodded, understanding Qiao Wei's feelings. If she had known how to make a special, particularly useful food, she would have spared no effort, even a moment's sleep, to create it. Okay, Uncle Qiao, if these tanks and armored vehicles can help make this weapon, even if it means disassembling them into parts, go ahead and do it. Jiangshi strongly supported it, and she also wanted to see the finished weapon as soon as possible. She then asked Qiao Wei how long it would take to complete. Qiao Wei's brow furrowed. I'm not sure. Although every step is detailed in the blueprint, there's still one key thing we need to overcome. Its power source. This is the key to every weapon, and it's not mentioned in the blueprint. I need more experiments to confirm it. So that's it. This is indeed a big problem. Jiangshi told Qiao Wei to focus on research and to contact Liu if he needed anything. All the resources in the warehouse were open to him. Elsewhere. On the appointed day, near the former wetland park in City D, Yi Zhuowei had already arrived with over 20 of his trusted confidants, including 8 puppets controlled by his powers, and over 50 elite bodyguards. The October weather was neither too hot nor too cold. Yi Zhuowei surveyed the expansive surroundings, filled with dense, tall mutant plants, but with no sign of Jiangshi and the others. After waiting for over half an hour, he grew impatient. What's going on? Where are they? Yi Zhuowei clasped his hands and complained impatiently, how dare you keep me waiting? Jiangshi, you'd be in trouble if you show up later. Butler Ming chuckled, second young master, don't worry. It's only noon. Even if Jiangshi's men set out a day earlier, it would take some time to reach us from City C. With so much equipment, it's understandable if they're delayed along the way. Thinking of the supplies, not only tanks, helicopters, and armored vehicles, but also a large number of firearms and even rocket launchers, Yi Zhuowei's patience grew a little stronger. The group stood in the wilderness, waiting for over 2 hours as the sky began to overcast. The sun disappeared behind the clouds, and the wind picked up, rustling the surrounding grass. Butler Ming glanced at the sky. Thick, dark clouds loomed overhead, as if a storm was about to break out. Second young master, it looks like it's going to rain. he whispered to Yizhuowei. Not only Butler Ming, but Yizhuowei's other men were also growing impatient. Waiting like this, with no sign of a single person, what a waste of time. This statement seemed to ignite Yizhuowei's suppressed anger. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, Jiangxi, you haven't come yet. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Let's go! I won't wait any longer. He turned and prepared to return home. No matter when Jiangxi's men arrived, if they found him gone, they would definitely go to White House number 2 to look for him. Yizhuowei regretted it deeply. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come. It wouldn't have been too late to come after Jiangxi's men arrived with supplies and equipment. Why endure the cold wind for so long? Rumble. Just as Yizhuowei and his men turned to leave, a dense murmur rose behind them, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Someone's coming? Yizhuowei's heart raced with joy, and he quickly turned around. The dense murmurs grew louder, and several dark figures flashed through the tall grass. He could faintly hear someone shouting, "Second young master Yi! Second young master!" Ha ha! They finally arrived. Yizhuowei's eyes lit up when he heard someone calling him, and he exclaimed with joy, "They must be Jiangxi's men. Hu Li, fly up and take a look." He had finally arrived. Butler Ming and the others were eagerly awaiting the arrival. Some of them had never seen military equipment or ridden in a helicopter, and now these things would belong to their second young master. A strong wind blew, and the noise grew louder. The psychic named Hu Li took flight and surveyed the distance. At one glance, his expression changed drastically. "Second young master, something's wrong." He looked and shouted anxiously, "It's not the people from White Room 139. It's a group of mutant beasts, so many of them, appearing out of nowhere, charging towards us." In his sight, countless mutant beasts rushed towards him like a tidal wave. At the forefront were the common mutants, mutated rats, cats, and dogs. Mixed in among them were mutant lions, tigers, bears, wolves, and so on, like a chaotic wave. He even saw several mutant eagles and vultures flying in the sky, their wings 4 or 5 meters long, emitting high-pitched cries and a murderous aura. Hu Li nearly fell from the sky in terror, screaming, "Second young master! Hurry, run! It's a herd of mutant beasts too many." How could this happen? Yizhuowei was horrified, almost dazed. This was City D, the Yi family's sphere of influence. How could he not know how many mutant beasts there were? And now, so many had suddenly appeared, and at this very moment. Yizhuowei slapped his thigh and frantically shouted, "Retreat, retreat!" Who had leaked the information, so audacious as to take advantage of this opportunity to attack him? Until this moment, Yizhuowei hadn't considered that Jiangxi was at fault. He had absolute confidence in his bewitching powers. Names of various factions flashed through his mind, and he cursed as he ran. When he escaped, he would kill the man behind this. Behind the herd of mutant beasts. Led by Zhao Zixin, the psychics in White Room 9 continuously drove the hordes of mutant beasts forward. They carried a special beast-repelling powder, which terrified 99% of the mutants, sending them fleeing in terror. "It's working very well," one of the psychics said proudly. "Although these mutants are in a frenzied and bloodthirsty state, they're still afraid of the beast-repelling powder we carry. Brother Zhao, the second young master of the Yi family, is doomed this time." Chapter 282. To ensure Yizhuowei's demise, Du Qichong mobilized most of the elite forces from White House number 9. This included not only his trusted confidant, Zhao Zixin, but also the entire operations division, teams 1 and 3, totaling 43 people. Among them, Team 1's captain, Fan Guanghai, was a beast master, possessing a power similar to that of beast control. His ability had reached an enhanced stage, and he was one of the key players in this operation. After controlling hundreds of mutant beasts, they drove them to the outskirts of City D, using the weeds as cover in the wilderness to drug them. The mutants quickly went into a frenzy, bloodthirsty state, and even Fan Guanghai was unable to control them. Thankfully, everyone in White House number 9 carried repellent powder. They continuously drove the mutants from behind, leading them towards their destination. Although a few escaped along the way, the majority were successfully lured to where Yizhuowei and his companions were. Watching the panicked retreat of those in White House number 2, Zhao Zixin commanded from a high vantage point. Team 1 Captain Fan Guanghai and Team 3 Captain Wen Chengjie immediately followed their original plan, leading their psychic team to flank the enemy from both sides and simultaneously attack the group disrupting Yizhuowei. Instantly, a barrage of fireballs, lightning, wind blades, and gunfire erupted, striking several members of the Yi family. The rest of the group realized they had fallen into a trap. The enemy had already begun attacking them, but they had no time to retaliate, forcing them to flee and fight. Yi Zhuowei was furious, cursing as he fled, wishing he could sprout wings and fly. But their escape was no match for the frenzied mutant beasts. In just over 10 minutes, they were surrounded and trapped. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the mutant beasts, they were forced to fight back, quickly engaging in a bloody battle. Great! What a great plan! Zhao Xixin and another birdman-like subordinate stood atop a 100-meter-tall tree, their clothes flapping wildly in the wind as they watched the battle ahead through binoculars. A triumphant smile crossed their lips. Once they killed the second young master of the Yi family, not only would they have achieved great success, but their chances of taking over White House No. 2 would also be greatly increased. If the master pleased, perhaps he would be sent to take over White House No. 2 in the future. Although this possibility was unlikely, with careful planning, Zhao Xixin had a chance. If successful, he could truly break free from Du Qichuang's control and achieve complete freedom. But now, he still had to earn his master's trust and, more importantly, win this battle. The wind grew stronger, mingled with raindrops. Zhao Xixin glanced at the sky, moved a few steps, and took shelter under the treetops. Hurry, or it rain hard and cause trouble, he muttered to himself. He was completely unaware that, further away, several people were lurking in the dense grass, secretly observing the situation. To ensure the success of their plan, and to prevent detection, Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan decided to send only 4 people, but each played a crucial role. Chu Feng led the team's teleportation, minimizing the time and the speed of travel, thus reducing the likelihood of detection. Deng Qilin administered the poison, using the wind to carry the poison powder, achieving a silent and complete destruction. He wiped out all the psychics in White Houses 2 and 9, leaving no trace of the perpetrators. Li Qingjia's water-based abilities could both increase the water level during a flood, preventing the enemy psychics from escaping, and protect his own companions from the threat of the flood. Zheng Ling was in charge of long-range attacks, just in case. As long as the 4 of them coordinated well, there would be little to no problems. Boss Zhang's predictions were spot on. It's raining hard, as expected. In the bushes, Li Qingjie held up a low curtain of rain to protect everyone from getting wet, whispering, "I just don't know if the people in White House No. 9 will make a mistake. If the reservoir upstream isn't secured and the floodwaters can't be brought down, that'd be troublesome. It might be a wasted trip, but it'd be hard to find such an opportunity again." Deng Qilin said gravely, "It shouldn't be a problem. Du Qichong has long wanted to inflict a heavy blow on White House No. 2. Boss Jiang has created such a prime opportunity for him. If he misses it, does he deserve to be in this position? Also, considering Du Qichong's character, he wouldn't make such a simple mistake. After all, he had planned ahead and made all the necessary arrangements. If his plan still failed, Du Qichong would have bought himself a piece of tofu and rammed his head into it." As he spoke, Chu Feng stared at the 2 men standing in the distant tree. "Hey, what do you think? Should we take out those 2 as soon as possible? They look like Du Qichuang's men. Standing so high up, they must be important figures. No matter who they were rivals." Zheng Ling, feeling indifferent, suddenly became concerned. After a long, careful observation, she suddenly recognized one of them. It's him, Zhao Xixin, the key figure in White Room 9, Du Qichuang's confidant. "We must find a chance to take him out first." The other 3 also became excited. This trip had indeed yielded great rewards. The 4 of them waited patiently for the crucial moment. Zheng Ling's supernatural powers gathered at her fingertips, ready to unleash at any moment. Time passed. The rain grew heavier, as if pouring down from the sky, a blanket of white that made vision almost obscured. Yi Zhuowei and his men couldn't escape. Surrounded by raging mutant beasts, they could only fight fiercely in the rain, suffering terribly. In just over half an hour, over a dozen men had died. "We must leave quickly, or else." Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, some of his own men, but even more of dead mutant beasts, Yi Zhuowei's heart sank. He had missed his best opportunity, and he couldn't escape. If Hu Li hadn't died, he could have let Hu Li fly him away. Alas, Hu Li was scratched in the head by a mutant eagle and died instantly before him. None of the remaining psychics could fly, and there were so many mutant beasts he couldn't even kill. He was truly doomed. For the first time, Yi Zhuowei hated the fact that his psychic powers were ineffective in combat. Even with over a dozen bewitched and controlled soldiers, they couldn't protect him. Facing the attack of the mutant beasts, his fate was practically sealed. At the critical moment, Yi Zhuowei steeled himself, grabbed a nearby death squad member who had transformed into a superpowered soldier, and roared fiercely, "Leave me alone! Go back immediately, and tell my father everything." Let him avenge me. The man, unwavering in his resolve, transformed into an eagle and flew away. In the distance, Zhao Xixin, who had been observing from a tree, had a clear view and shouted into the intercom, "Don't let that eagle escape. Kill it!" The next moment, a gunshot rang out, and the eagle plummeted from midair. Before it could fly far, the eagle-like death squad member, possessing superpowers, was easily dispatched by a sharpshooter from White House number 9. Yi Zhuo's face drastically changed, almost to despair. Is this really his doom? In his panic, he was completely unaware that the accumulated water on the ground had already covered his feet. The floodgates upstream were opened, and the surging Minjiang River waters quickly filled the riverbed. Fueled by the torrential rain, the waters continued to rise, soon spilling out of the river and heading towards the wetland park. The waters surged, encircling everyone and the mutant beasts. The few mutant rats, cats, and dogs that remained were gradually swept away by the current and became increasingly agitated, even ignoring the people in White House number 2. Zhao Xixin sensed something was amiss. Why was the water rising so quickly? Take me higher. We must see what's going on. Seeing the situation was settled and Yi Zhuo's men could barely make a move, he gave the order. His men immediately spread their arms, transformed into a pair of bird wings, and flew upwards into the rain, carrying Zhao Xixin on their backs. In the bushes, Xingling's eyes lit up. What a great opportunity! Chapter 283. I've been waiting for the opportunity, and it finally arrived. Xingling's fingertips flashed, and the supernatural power she'd been accumulating for over an hour transformed into a violent bolt of lightning that rained down from the sky, striking Zhao Xixin head-on, and catching him off guard. The powerful current coursed through his body, leaving him dizzy and dazed, his face blackened, and his hair singed. Caught completely off guard, Zhao Xixin, the mastermind of White Room 9, was dead in a single blow. The Birdman's men were also affected by the lightning, their feathers flying everywhere. Xingling delivered another blow, and two dark figures plummeted from midair, one after the other, into the increasingly turbulent floodwaters. Excellent work! Deng Qilin and the other two exclaimed in praise. Soon, the supernatural beings in White Room 9 realized something was amiss. Zhao Xixin, the backbone of command and control, the leader of this mission, had disappeared, his voice no longer audible on the intercom. Brother Zhao, please answer. What happened? Brother Zhao, are you okay? At first, Team 1 Captain Fan Guanghai was simply asking Zhao Xixin for instructions on why the water was rising, and whether they should retreat or continue pursuing Yi Zhuo and his group. However, he received no response. After asking more than 10 times, with no response at all, everyone realized something was amiss. But they didn't consider a third party, assuming Zhao Xixin had been ambushed by the psychic hidden in White House number 2. They ignored the water and intensified their attacks, hoping to take advantage of the chaos to wipe out the Yi family. Yi Zhuo's men were locked in a desperate battle, desperately trying to avoid the few water-resistant mutants and prevent sneak attacks. They were in dire straits, losing ground step by step. Xingling and her 4 companions, however, remained hidden throughout the entire battle, unnoticed. Before the flood reached their position, the 4 of them moved to a treetop, observing from above. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Deng Qilin knew it was time to strike. Once the poison powder was released, no one ahead would survive, but the situation on the scene presented him with a dilemma. The rain continued incessantly, showing no sign of abating. He had no way of attacking. The wind blew the poison powder, scattering it before it could reach the enemy. What to do? The rain is too heavy. I can't attack. The powder will be washed away. Deng Qilin grew anxious as the sky darkened. If we don't hurry, once the strongest flood arrives and scatters them, we'd be in trouble. Choosing the right moment to strike was crucial. If the current was too weak, the enemy would escape. If it was too strong, it would scatter them, and make it impossible to kill them all. Even a little bit of it was a disaster. Li Chengjie suddenly said, "Why don't I do it? There's water everywhere anyway. Dissolving the powder in it will turn it into poisonous water, making it easy to kill them. I can also control it and kill them." This was different from Jiang Shi's original plan. But she had already instructed the 4 of them to make temporary adjustments and adapt to the situation. After a moment's thought, Xingling and the others quickly agreed to Li Chengjie's plan. Deng Qilin handed the bottle of poisonous powder over. Li Chengjie took it, used his supernatural power to swirl up a ball of water, and poured the powder into it. The ball of water hovered in midair, shapeless, moving around like transparent jelly. Li Chengjie was extremely cautious, not daring to be careless. This was a highly toxic substance. If they mishandled it, even the slightest touch, they would be poisoned to death. Thankfully, Li Qingjia's supernatural power was very precise. With a thought, the special ball of poisonous water transformed into a wave, clearly separated from the surrounding water, and flowed rapidly forward. I'm going. Be careful. Without a word, Li Qingjia leaped from the tree and plunged into the water. A cloud of water erupted, holding him steady, and offsetting the force of his fall. He seemed to be a fish, nimbly swimming through the water. With a single dive, he quickly vanished from sight of Zheng Ling and the others. In a matter of moments, it was as if death had arrived. One mutant beast after another, submerged in the water, began to twitch and die, their bodies turning black as ink. The process was incredibly rapid. One moment, they were raging in the water, the next, they convulsed and collapsed. Huge piles of mutant corpses appeared, floating on the surface. At first, the survivors of the Yi family rejoiced, believing their savior had arrived. But they soon realized their mistake. It was as if an invisible, mysterious force was reaping the lives of all living creatures. All the mutant beasts, including those from the Yi and Du families, fell silently into the water, their faces turning pitch black before being swept away by the rushing current. In less than half an hour, the entire surface of the water was covered with corpses, bobbing and sinking. The surging river, carrying hundreds of corpses of all sizes, surged forward in a mighty procession. The rain continued, accompanied by lightning and thunder. The scene was both spectacular and horrifying. When the news reached White House No. 2, Yi Dongshan fainted on the spot, and the Yi family was in chaos. If the White House hadn't had an automatic protection function, Yi Dongshan would have been shot dead by the other branches of the Yi family, who seized the opportunity to seize power. When he awoke, the entire city of Yi had been engulfed by a torrential flood. Even White House No. 2 was engulfed in the murky river water, submerged to a height of about 2 meters. Because the gate was open, the floodwaters nearly rushed into the White House. Fortunately, the Yi family had an ice-powered psychic, Li Su, who froze the gate, preventing further flooding. Shu Wei! My son! Yi Dongshan, devastated by the loss of his beloved son, nearly went mad. He then heard from his men that the bodies of the Du family had been found, and that the sudden flood was also caused by the destruction of the dam upstream. All his rage found an outlet, and he roared from his hospital bed. Ah! The Du family again! Du Qicheng, you beast, you bastard! I will destroy you! Send every man I can, kill every last one of the Du family at any cost. 2 sons had perished at the hands of the Du family, and a large number of elite psychics had been lost. No one could bear such a blow. Yi Dongshan roared frantically, issuing one command after another. Even when members of other clans urged him to calm down and deal with the flooding in City D first, even though White House No. 2 was still submerged in the floodwaters, he ignored them. City D was shrouded in the shadow of death, and the Yi family launched a frenzied revenge. The few remaining factions were suspected of harboring spies from the Du family, and the remaining psychics in White House No. 2 were mobilized to eliminate them, leaving no one alive. At this moment, 2 elite teams sent by the Du family ambushed the Yi family's psychics, and fierce fighting ensued again, resulting in countless casualties. 3 days later, the rain stopped, and the floodwaters gradually receded. But the Yi and Du families were already locked in a bitter feud. Yi Dongshan publicly declared war on the Du family through the White Room, notifying all his allies to jointly combat any attempts to ensnare the Du family, including the pursuit of all Du family psychics. He also offered a bounty of 500,000 crystal cores on Du Qichuang's head, in White Room No. 9. Du Qichuang, seeing the young woman's playful gaze on the screen, realized he had been tricked. His face twitched with anger, and veins bulged. Jiangxi, it was you who betrayed me. Why did you do this? Tell me. Chapter 284. Why, you still don't understand? Jiangxi no longer needed to act, unashamedly mocking him. Du Qicheng, you aren't willing to cooperate with me from the beginning. You simply wanted to use me. It just so happened that I also wanted to use you against the Yi family, so I barely suppressed my disgust and dealt with you for a while. She actually dared to call him by his name, even openly admitting it. Du Qicheng's eyes practically erupted with rage. You little brat. You dare to play tricks on me? You can't afford the consequences. Du Qicheng was about to lash out when Jiangxi interrupted. Just wish you the best, and don't worry about me. From now on, the entire White Room 139 will be at war with your Du family. If you still want to survive, quickly kneel down and apologize to Yi Dongshan, begging him to join forces against me. That's the only chance you have. Otherwise, just hide in this White Room and be a coward for the rest of your life. With a light chuckle, she severed the connection, leaving only the furious Du Qichong roaring on the other end. It was absolutely impossible for Du Qichong to cooperate with the Yi family again. The two sides had already broken off relations. Jiangxi no longer feared either the Yi or Du families. After two schemes, White Rooms 2 and 9 had lost many psychics, but now her White Room 139 was growing even stronger. With everyone working together, ample supplies, and her long-standing, positive partnership with 458 and personal friendship with Lu Yuan, few forces could pose a threat to her. Furthermore, she possessed two trump cards, the Rejuvenation Pill and the Gene Catalyst. One was coveted by the powerful, the other by ordinary people. Who would be so foolish as to turn against Jiangxi for the sake of the Yi and Du families? Soon, Jiangxi publicly announced the news to all White Room owners. Anyone who kills a psychic from White Room 2 or 9 can receive 50 to 100 gene catalysts from her for each kill. Anyone who kills a high-ranking member of the Yi or Du family can receive a rejuvenating pill. Anyone who kills Du Qichong or Yi Dongshan himself can ask her for a favor, which she will grant as long as it's within her rights and morals. The news spread, causing an immediate sensation. White Room 139 is locked in a mortal conflict with the Yi and Du families. Everyone now understands that Jiangxi not only possesses the gene catalyst, but also the rejuvenating pill, a miraculous elixir coveted by countless powerful individuals. Everyone had been searching for the rejuvenating pill in vain, believing it was developed by the Du family and deliberately kept secret. Unexpectedly, Jiangxi was controlling it. Combining the events that followed, everyone realized they had been tricked by her. Regardless of anger, everyone wanted these two supplies most. All forces, both large and small, launched a frenzied, all-encompassing hunt and ambush against the Yi and Du families, seeking their lives in exchange for gene catalysts and rejuvenation pills. The Yi and Du families were caught off guard by the devastating news. They had suddenly become the target of every psychic, worse off than mutant beasts. They cursed Jiangxi. Fearing for their own lives, they all retreated to the White Rooms, refusing to leave. Over 20 of the remaining psychics in White Rooms 2 and 9 died within 3 days. The remaining psychics no longer dared to venture out, and some even secretly defected. It was only then that Yi Dongshan finally understood that Jiangxi had never been deceived by his son. She was completely clear-headed and had been playing them around like crazy. Jiangxi. You actually. Yi Dongshan regretted his carelessness and overtrust in his son's abilities. He hadn't realized that Jiangxi was the biggest hidden danger lurking nearby. Now, White House number 2 and the Yi family had become everyone's target. Their former glory was gone forever. Yi Dongshan sat blankly on the leather sofa, his face gloomy and murderous. No, he wanted revenge. He would never let it go. He would kill Jiangxi, gnaw on her flesh, and suck her blood. Suddenly, Yi Dongshan had an idea. Gene Catalyst. While Zhuo Wei was handing over the military supplies, Jiangxi had delivered another batch of gene catalysts, 500 in total. Since they hadn't been injected into ordinary people since the incident, they were still stored and used. At the time, Jiangxi wasn't sure if the plan would succeed, but the gene catalyst he received was definitely safe. If he injected himself and activated his superpowers, his chances of revenge would be even greater. At this thought, Yi Dongshan trembled. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity that could increase his chances of revenge. If he could become a superpowered person, recuperate for a few years, and with the power of the White Room, revenge might be possible. With a thought, Yi Dongshan immediately summoned the 500 gene catalysts. Here, inject me. As soon as he said this, Yi Dongshan suddenly became alert. No, since Jiangxi hadn't been bewitched at all, then there must be some conspiracy behind sending the gene catalyst to the Yi family. Although the previous attempts had gone smoothly, was she deliberately trying to paralyze him? Yi Dongshan immediately looked at Yi Donghai beside him, and said coldly, "You try first." Second housemate Yi Donghai was startled. He'd been terrified lately, afraid even to leave the White Room. He'd been on edge for a long time. He wanted to wait for the boss to inject the gene catalyst and confirm it was safe before trying again, but the boss actually wanted him to go first? No, 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 big brother, you go first. Stop talking nonsense, just do it. Yi Dongshan's eyes turned cold, and without further ado, he ordered the attack. Frightened, Yi Donghai wanted to run but didn't dare, so he just took the injection. Moments later, his expression changed drastically, and he felt something strange on his body. With a loud explosion, the object shattered into pieces, spraying blood and scattered flesh all over the ground. The men who had injected the agent were stunned. Yi Dongshan's face twitched as he stared at the blood-stained floor, his heart pounding. There was indeed a problem. Thank goodness he hadn't injected it. Jiangxi really wanted to harm him. Yi Dongshan struggled to hold on, while he had the gene catalysts removed and disposed of. His hands and feet were sore, and he leaned vacantly on the sofa, overcome with fear. Just as he was feeling distraught, his subordinates rushed in with a report. Master, something bad has happened. Over a dozen psychics in the field team have suddenly fallen ill. They're dizzy, having difficulty breathing. It seems they've been poisoned. Another incident. Yi Dongshan was overwhelmed by one worry after another. Upon investigation, he realized the severity of the situation was far greater than he had imagined. Almost the entire Yi family, including his loyal psychics and confidants, had been poisoned, with varying degrees of severity. Even he hadn't escaped. Who poisoned it? When? What was the poison? Yi Dongshan was so anxious that he fainted. By the time Wu Bingkui and his men had returned to City C from City D, White House No. 2 had fallen apart. It was only a level 5, but its popularity was completely gone. Some had defected. The once powerful Yi family, though still holding on, was now a thing of the past. Boss Jiang, I heard that several forces are plotting to take over White House No. 2. Wu Bingkui relayed all the intelligence he had gathered. Among them are White House No. 1 in City S and No. 17 in City F, as well as several forces closer to City D. If you want to take action, you have to act quickly. Chapter 285. Jiangxi only wanted to eliminate the Yi family, and had no interest in occupying White House No. 2. Although this was a level 5 White House, housing a significant amount of the Yi family's accumulated resources, becoming its owner would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. First, Yi Dongshan had to be eliminated. But he could control the White House with a single thought, and its power. No need. While the Yi family may be on its last legs, its demise is imminent. Even if Yi Dongshan fought tooth and nail, he might still perish alongside these forces. Anyone who wants to fight for White House No. 2 should be prepared to pay the price. Jiangxi's revenge had pretty much ended there. In her previous life, she had endured 28 years of enslavement. Now, before the Yi family could fully expand, she had finally struck a preemptive blow, inflicting a heavy blow upon them. The Yi family was now a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Its demise was only a matter of time. There was no need for her to release the last straw, lest it suffer a final backlash. The Du family wouldn't be able to survive for much longer. Let other forces gnaw on this piece of meat bone. She can just watch the show. Jiangxi now devotes all her energy to the steady development of White House No. 139. With a constant supply of resources, she, her companions, and all the employees have met their most basic survival needs. With a steady supply of gene catalysts, barring any unexpected events, they will continue to grow stronger. Survivors from all over the world are gradually gathering in City C, and one day, they will all become superpowered beings to fight against the various mutant beasts after the disaster. Reborn once again, Jiangxi's biggest goal has never been to deal with the Yi family, but to understand the origins of the disaster. Although Jiangxi never arrogantly imagined that she could become one of those superheroes in the movies, who single-handedly saved the entire human society. But uncovering the truth, restoring human civilization as much as possible, and allowing more people to survive, this was a goal worth her lifelong effort. Building a particle ray gun was indeed difficult. Although Chao Wei was already experienced in weaponry, after over a month of research, he could only manage to produce a few parts, and assembly became an urgent problem. He then sought out several experts in other departments, who were interested in firearms, and skilled in handcrafting to discuss and brainstorm together. Although there had been no progress yet, everyone was working hard. Given time, results would surely emerge. Every month since the beginning of autumn, White Houses 139 and 458 would hold a special recruitment fair. The resulting gene catalysts would be sold or provided free of charge to survivors for injection to activate their superpowers. In less than 3 months, this initiative transformed City C into the largest, safest, and most popular city in the country. Countless survivors flocked to the area, including those with superpowers and talented individuals from various industries. The Psychic Corps watched with great enthusiasm. However, Lan Zipeng had no desire, nor the courage, to become an enemy of Jiangxi and Lu Yuan, and he actively sought opportunities to repair their relationship. As one of the 3 major factions in City D, White House 1037 actively maintained order and stability, never competing with White Houses 139 and 458 for psychics, displaying an extremely friendly attitude. Jiangxi reciprocated, offering to sell some gene catalysts to the Psychic Corps under certain conditions. As for the other factions in the city, including White House 1 and 17, which were equally powerful as those in City 139. Jiangxi had been using rejuvenation pills to lure them into a cohesive relationship, and currently, relations between the two sides remained relatively normal. False friendship is still friendship. As long as things haven't turned sour, all the deceptions and intrigues are for temporary peace and stability. Gene catalysts must never be sold to forces outside of City C. Jiangxi was under considerable pressure. Other White House owners contacted her almost daily, hoping to purchase gene catalysts and rejuvenation pills. After so many perfunctory attempts, some forces inevitably grew impatient and revealed their true colors, secretly sending spies into City C and using various means to obtain gene catalysts and rejuvenation pills. Thankfully, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan were well prepared, and although there were some minor disturbances, they were prevented from succeeding. It's time to hold an auction, Jiangxi pondered. While gene catalysts were one of White House 139's most important strategic resources, some rejuvenation pills could be sold. They'd been waiting on suspense for almost 6 months. If they didn't get some out to sell, giving those aging consortiums and the White House owners, who were facing their own problems, a little sweetener, I'm afraid things would really get out of hand. She gathered her people and arranged the matter. Liang Jinwei chuckled, Sister Jiang, you have no idea how many people have been trying to get close to me lately, offering sweet words and generous gifts, just to get a rejuvenation pill. You know the Chen family, right? They're the masterminds behind the Doomsday Hope group and the One Word Kill team, one of the top 3 forces in S City. Their number 2 has sent to me 3 times. If we really want to auction the rejuvenation pill, they definitely pay a high price. Deng Qilin nodded. Indeed, several have come to me, offering 500,000 crystal cores per pill, but I heard it's going up to 800,000 crystal cores on the black market. 800,000? Can they come up with that? Lin Muyang curled his lips in disbelief. Although the price was exorbitant, no one doubted that the rejuvenation pills weren't worth that much. Compared to 10 years of life, everything else took a back seat. After a moment of discussion, Jiangxi finally said, no matter how much hype there is, we just auction off 3 pills this time. The supply is limited, and it's likely we won't be able to produce them again, so we need to keep some for ourselves. The only exchangeable item was crystal cores, as they were what White House 139 needed most right now. Whether it was crafting firearms, gene catalysts, or even upgrading the White House, all required mutant beast crystal cores. While the breeding department could produce a stable amount, it couldn't meet the demand. These things were too expensive. Jiangxi handed over the auction matters to Sister Liang. After everyone dispersed, she was about to ask Lu Yuan what he planned to do with his portion of the rejuvenating pills when suddenly, Jiang, the owner of White House number 46, is requesting a connection. Do you want to connect? Dabai's voice rang out. Remembering the commission she had recently given to number 46, asking him to help find some rare metal ores, Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. Could there be news? Take it, Dabai, she said immediately. But as soon as the call was connected, Jiangxi heard his frantic voice, as if the sky was falling. Boss Jiang, something terrible has happened. City S is going to be destroyed. I suddenly heard several giant mutant beasts appear here, wreaking havoc in the city. One of them even. Ah! Did you hear that? What a terrifying sound. No! It's too scary. That thing is trampling on my White House. I feel like it's going to collapse. It's going to be crushed to pieces by this thing. Boss Jiang, help me. What should I do? Giant mutant beasts have appeared again, and there's more than one? Jiangxi indeed heard some strange noises through the communication channel of the White House, accompanied by the muffled screams of many people. White House 46 was in chaos. Chapter 286. At such a distance, even if Jiangxi wanted to save number 46, she couldn't. However, she knew from Lu Yuan's experience that even a giant mutant beast wouldn't be able to destroy the White House so easily. As long as there weren't any aliens, and the people in White House 46 didn't panic and run away, they should be able to survive. Don't panic, stay calm. Jiangxi immediately comforted number 46, saying, the White House is very sturdy. There shouldn't be any problems. First, calm everyone down and hide inside. Observe if there's anything else on the giant mutant beast. Hearing her steady voice, number 46 finally calmed down a bit. But what that something else was, he didn't understand. It's a humanoid creature, similar in appearance and height. Sometimes it appears with a giant mutant beast. See if you can find any? Jiangxi didn't elaborate, simply asking him to observe. If no aliens appeared, White House 46 could be saved, but if there were, it would be troublesome. After a while, number 40's voice rang out again, as if relieved. Nothing else was found, Boss Jiang. Thank you very much. The giant mutant beast near me has already left. That was a close call. But I heard the Chen family's White House was also attacked by a giant mutant beast, and the situation is still unclear. It was terrifying. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. He had heard of giant mutant beasts before, even cities had been damaged by them. But it wasn't too serious, most buildings were intact. Number 46 hadn't expected that his first personal experience would leave him so overwhelmed by the giant mutant beast's terrifying power and enormous size that he couldn't even muster the energy to resist. If Jiangxi hadn't confirmed the White House's sturdiness, he might have escaped. The consequences would have been absolutely disastrous. Confirming that White House number 46 was safe for the time being, Jiangxi felt a little relieved. After all, she had always had a pleasant relationship with number 46, and losing such a partner would be a shame. That's good. Next, you handle internal matters and observe the whereabouts of the giant mutant beasts. It would be best if you could determine their appearance and abilities, so that I can determine their species. Jiangxi instructed number 46 to gather intelligence on the giant mutant beasts and notify her when there was any news. After the call was disconnected, she immediately contacted Lu Yuan and told him about the incident. Yeah, I heard about it too. It's quite serious. Lu Yuan also told Jiangxi that giant mutant beasts had been spotted not only in S City, but also in another city yesterday. However, they hadn't caused any serious damage and disappeared after appearing for a while, so no one noticed them. If he hadn't been sending people to collect information on the giant mutant beasts, most people would have ignored them. After the catastrophe, the most terrifying things were the gray fog and the giant mutant beasts. Even in her previous life, Jiangxi had never heard of any White House capable of killing a giant mutant beast. They were almost always wiped out when they encountered one, let alone achieving any results. The greatest crisis lay before her, and White House 139 might face the same fate in the future. She had to find a solution. For now, the only hope was to create a particle ray gun. But Jiangxi still had some questions. If Lin Shuang had really given these blueprints to Lu Yuan on purpose, then it meant that the people in the other dimension had already mastered the method of creating a particle ray gun. If that was the case, why hadn't they destroyed the giant mutant beast? Were there too many to kill them all, or was there something else going on? As for the other, incredibly powerful finished gun, it remained in Chao Wei's possession. He hoped to understand its principles and kinetic energy, which would aid in the development and production of the particle ray gun. The next day, number 46 contacted Jiangxi again. I got some information about yesterday's giant mutant beast. It's photos and videos taken by some survivors. I send them to you. Take a look. While explaining the current situation in S City, the casualties, and which factions had been attacked by the giant mutant beast, he handed Jiangxi a tablet. It contained some video footage. Jiangxi was struck by the powerful footage. Even with the shaky camera and poor quality photography, the impact was far greater than those in giant monster disaster films. The reality of the scene was something cinematic productions could never achieve. In the video, many people were screaming and fleeing, while a creature even larger than a dinosaur was rampaging. It resembled a cross between a dinosaur, a lizard, and a crocodile, its entire body covered in a tough outer skin, with triangular protrusions running from its back to its tail. It was as tall as a 100-story building, and every step it took made a heavy sound. All the buildings before it looked like stacked toy blocks. The subsequent footage was similar, along with some photos, indicating that S City had been attacked by 4 giant mutant beasts yesterday, causing severe damage. Jiangxi recognized 3 bone spur beasts, and 1,000-eyed dark gray beast. Bone spur beasts are giant mutant beasts resembling dinosaurs with triangular protrusions on their backs, and the 1,000-eyed dark gray beast is the same one Lu Yuan had encountered before, though he wasn't sure if it was a different one or the same one. The Chen family suffered the greatest losses. Their team of Esper users, the One Word Killing team, was nearly wiped out by the giant mutant beast, ultimately enraging it and rendering them unable to escape. Number 46 spoke of this incident with a heavy tone, a sense of grief for the deceased. Although White House 318, where the Chen family resided, had always kept him under tight control, even repeatedly urging him to surrender, the knowledge that the Chen family had been severely damaged by the giant mutant beast still left him feeling a strong sense of unease. The Chen family had so many Esper users, many of whom had reached the enhanced stage of their powers. And yet, they couldn't even scratch the hide of the giant mutant beast. How could they possibly be harmed by him? Jiangxi examined the tablet carefully, saying, "Okay, I understand. I keep this information for now. I return it to you another day. Contact me if you need anything. Be careful these days, and try not to stray too far from the White House. She shared some information with number 46. The sudden appearance of the giant mutant beast was most likely due to its arrival through the space tunnel. She also reminded him to be wary of Esper users. Encountering one would be fatal, with no escape possible. Over the next month, Jiangxi continued to hear reports of giant mutant beasts. They appeared in major cities, appearing and disappearing without warning, wantonly destroying buildings and slaughtering and devouring survivors. Lu Yuan, have you noticed the increasing number of giant mutant beasts lately? Jiangxi keenly spotted a key point. Although the increase isn't as terrifying as with ordinary mutant beasts, from what I've seen in various video footage, in the first year of the catastrophe, there were only sporadic reports of giant mutant beasts, and even fewer sightings. But recently, it seems their numbers have doubled or tripled. A doubled or tripled may not seem like much, but these are giant mutant beasts. One more would mean untold disaster. Judging from the types of these giant mutant beasts, Lu Yuan also realized this. At least 5 bone spur beasts, 2 ultra-mist octopuses, 1,000-eyed dark-eyed beast, and 3 devouring eels. The appearance of giant mutant beasts is indeed increasing. His brow furrowed, sensing the seriousness of the situation. While the increase in the number of giant mutant beasts wasn't noticeable, their destructive power was already evident. They seemed to be under the control of aliens, constantly destroying human cities and slaughtering survivors. Jiangxi suddenly asked that Lin Shuang is so mysterious. Why don't you ask her what she knows? Chapter 287. Ask Lin Shuang? Lu Yuan recalled his daily interactions with her. Though seemingly ordinary, Lin Shuang was always curious, asking questions about mutant beasts, gray fog, and the other dimension, intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was leading him on. Calculating the time, he hadn't contacted Lin Shuang for a week, and he wanted to hear her opinion, hoping to learn something from her. At this moment, in White Room 6000, Lin Shuang was frowning as she flipped through a book. Several similar books lay on the table next to her. If anyone were nearby, they would have seen a few familiar words on the cover. Advanced Curriculum Standard Experimental Textbook, History, Preliminary Review Approved in New Calendar Year 297. In the lower right corner, handwritten words read, Experimental Class 5, Lin Shuang. Tear. With a crisp sound, Lin Shuang tore off a few more pages and threw them on the ground, muttering, This won't do. I can't let him see this. Tear it up, tear it up. These pages need to be torn up too. And these too. They're too detailed. If Lu Yuan saw them, he'd definitely get suspicious. Lin Shuang kept flipping through the textbook, tearing out pages. Soon, a large pile of them lay on the ground. The entire book was tattered, leaving only 30 or 40 thin pages. After a final check, she was finally satisfied. She took the book outside the White Room, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. She also built a fire, smoked the book until it turned yellow, and then sprinkled it with mud and ash. It was filthy. Just then, Lin Shuang heard Lu Yuan's voice and hurried back into the White Room. Lu Yuan? I'm fine. Yeah, I have food and water. Even though I'm alone, nothing's happened recently, so I'm fine. What? Giant mutant beasts? Giant mutant beasts have appeared in many cities? Lin Shuang dropped the textbook in her hands in shock. She had momentarily forgotten to mention the original plan. Lu Yuan told Lin Shuang about the attacks on major cities by giant mutant beasts, urging her to be cautious while observing her reaction. He then shared his and Jiangxi's observations. They believed the number of giant mutant beasts was increasing. They noticed it so quickly, they were truly perceptive. Lin Shuang frowned slightly. The increase in the number of giant mutant beasts seemed to have brought the attacks on major cities forward. According to the record she read, these events shouldn't have occurred until 2 years after the gray fog erupted. Has it really happened earlier? She was unsure if it was an illusion or a coincidence. If it had happened earlier, did her presence and her repeated interactions with Lu Yuan trigger a space-time butterfly effect, gradually altering the course of the future? If this continued, would this change grow larger and more widespread, perhaps even affecting her? Lin Shuang grew wary, even feeling a flicker of fear. But she quickly suppressed the thought. For the past few days, she'd been wanting to share information about the giant mutant beasts, especially the most terrifying one the herders possessed, the ultra-mist octopus, known to them as the mother of gray mist. But she hadn't figured out how to do it without arousing his suspicion. Now that Lu Yuan had proactively asked, coupled with the current unique situation, it was a perfect opportunity. Did you learn anything about the giant mutant beasts or related secrets while contacting the other White House owners? I have a feeling the situation is getting increasingly serious. If we don't find a way to deal with them quickly, the consequences will be unpredictable. Lu Yuan's tone was filled with worry. Lin Shuang was completely unaware of the other party's probing. Suppressing her inner uneasiness, she quickly said, "You're right, Lu Yuan. Yesterday, someone found some information about giant mutant beasts and asked if I wanted it. I said I'd think about it, and based on the timeline, he should be contacting me soon. How about I buy it?" What a coincidence. Someone got information about giant mutant beasts. Yeah, I don't know where he got it, but you're asking about it now. Isn't that perfect? Let's take a look first. Lin Shuang said a few perfunctory words, asking Lu Yuan to wait. If he was sure the information was useful, she would send it to him immediately. Guessing that this was Lin Shuang's excuse, Lu Yuan agreed without exposing it. After waiting 3 hours, Lu Yuan contacted her again. Lin Shuang said that the other party had sold her some books, but they were tattered. She was shocked by the contents and unsure of their authenticity, so she asked Lu Yuan to take a look. After opening the transmission channel, Lu Yuan received one of the books Lin Shuang had sent. History? When Lu Yuan saw the torn, grimy book, he picked it up and immediately noticed the words on the cover. His heart shuddered. It looked a bit like a general knowledge book, but the initial review date was the year 297 in the new calendar. No proper textbook could possibly be set in that time period. Lu Yuan had never even heard of this era system. He quickly flipped through the book, and the content astonished him. Lu Yuan, did you see that? Is this really a history book? I find it incredible. On the other side, Lin Shuang was also flipping through the book, her tone filled with shock. I think it's fake, but the person told me he found it in a dilapidated ruin and found it strange, so he brought it out. Later, when he tried to go back to the ruins, he couldn't find it. I don't know if it's real. I bought it for 500 crystal cores. What's a new calendar? The book covers so much, and it looks like a textbook. How is that possible? But it's so old, and a lot of things are missing. It doesn't seem like it was just fabricated. Hey Lu Yuan, what do you think? Lu Yuan seemed oblivious to Lin Shuang's murmurs as he read through the entire textbook. From the paper type, the printing, and the content, he felt the book was a serious introduction to Blue Planet's history. Even the ancient history sections were exactly the same. It only had the gray fog eruption later. The timeline was also exactly the same, starting in October 2024, with the transition from the Gregorian calendar to the new calendar. In September of the first year of the new calendar, the gray fog suddenly appeared, and all sorts of mutant beasts and plants swept across the world. At the same time, the mysterious White House appeared. In the 44th year of the new calendar, humans finally created the first laser gun, capable of penetrating the defenses of A-level mutant beasts. In September of the 52nd year of the new calendar, City X experienced its first ever large-scale attack by a mutated beast tide, resulting in the highest number of deaths among survivors. The final count put the death toll at over 87,000. Lu Yuan's heart grew increasingly horrified as he read, his expression heavy. This history book, like a prophecy, focused on the events from the initial outbreak of the Grey Mist to the decades that followed. It covered the exploration of the Grey Mist by major human organizations and survivors, the changes suffered by various cities, the emergence of psychics, and the disasters brought to people by various mutated beasts and plants, the social situation, and so on. Although most of the content was briefly glossed over, and even pages were torn off whenever he was about to read important passages, Lu Yuan's heart still sank. Chapter 288. Lu Yuan felt as if he were reading a history of human extinction. As humans battled the mutant beasts and resisted the gray fog, no matter what they did, the environment continued to deteriorate irreversibly. All sorts of supernatural powers and preventative measures proved ineffective. The destruction of the city was as irreversible as the aging of life. Ultimately, the gray fog and the growing number of giant mutant beasts transformed the entire blue planet into a lifeless, icy world of nothingness. It was just like the other world Lu Yuan had seen when he passed through the space tunnel. A hazy grayness. Comparing Lu Yuan's personal experiences with those in this book, every detail came vividly to mind. He and Jiangxi led the survivors in resisting the mutant beasts, aiming to rebuild human civilization. They toiled so hard, so diligently. Wasn't this just like the survivors in the book? But ultimately, it was all in vain, and in this book, it all became history. Did these things really happen? Lu Yuan couldn't imagine whether their future would be the same as the ending in this book. Lu Yuan, Why aren't you talking? I discovered something new. Just as Lu Yuan was feeling depressed, Lin Shuang's voice became excited again. I have another book here. It actually records the existence of aliens and explains their origins. They're actually invaders from another dimension. Oh my god. I teleport you here, take a look. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately initiated the teleportation, quickly obtaining a second history book. He was about to flip through it when his eyes caught something. In the lower right corner of the cover were the words, Experimental Class 5, Lin Shuang. As if something flashed through his mind, Lu Yuan stared at the delicate handwriting, his suspicions growing more and more certain. Lin Shuang might really be from that dimension, and she's the one who could change history. Lu Yuan, have you read it? Turn to the back. I see a book about a terrifying mutant beast called the Ultimist Octopus. One of them is called the Mother of Grey Mist. Why is your name on this book? Lu Yuan's words suddenly echoed. It says Lin Shuang in the lower right corner, and Experimental Class 5. What's this? Oh no, elsewhere, Lin Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She was so focused on giving Lu Yuan the clue that she'd forgotten this was a book she used before, and she hadn't even torn the name off the cover. Now that Lu Yuan saw her, he definitely suspected her. What should she do? How could she have been so careless? Lin Shuang slapped her forehead, inwardly wailing at herself for making such a foolish mistake. Ah, what Lin Shuang? I didn't notice? Hee. Is my name really there? It must be a coincidence. How could this be my book? Impossible, it must be a coincidence. She kept laughing, her face filled with embarrassment. Fortunately, they were connected by voice, so Lu Yuan couldn't see her expression. In White Room 458, Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, but he didn't press the issue. Perhaps, but this coincidence is too good to be true. The same name. Let me see what you said. He flipped back, and quickly found what Lin Shuang had said. If the first history book showed Lu Yuan a terrifying future, then the second book Lin Shuang had sent him gave him the answer he most wanted to know. Aliens, also known as herders, are a special species of higher-dimensional cosmic creatures, arriving on Blue Planet through a special means. Initially, the herders were few in number, but they multiplied and reproduced, producing a new herder every 300 to 400 days. In the 115th year of the new calendar, the Survivor Alliance assembled 18 warships, using advanced technology and military force, and finally discovered a gathering place for the herders in a canyon. Countless creatures lived there, shrouded in thick gray fog. The warriors engaged in a life-or-death battle, ultimately discovering them. A Mother Ultimist Octopus. Research has discovered that the Mother Ultimist Octopus, unlike its offspring, takes root and spews out gray fog. The gray fog across Blue Planet originates from it. This rapidly deteriorated environment, giving rise to various mutant beasts. Later, this Mother Ultimist Octopus was officially named the Mother of Grey Mist. But it was too late. Even if it were completely eliminated, it would be impossible. Lu Yuan watched with trepidation, his heart pounding. Although the text was fragmented, with much torn material and holes in the pages, making it incoherent, he could still roughly understand it. This was Lin Shuang's reason for finding an excuse to show him the contents. She wanted to explain the origin of this catastrophe. It was caused by a group of aliens known as the herders. These terrifying creatures actually multiplied by dividing and reproducing. No wonder the people in that dimension had never been able to eliminate them. There were simply too many of them. The longer time dragged on, the more the herders grew. This was a disaster. There was much more that Lu Yuan wanted to know, but Lin Shuang had destroyed it, so he couldn't find out. Lu Yuan's eyes fell on a line of words, and he finally understood the key point. At the same time, Lin Shuang's voice rang out. Lu Yuan, did you see that? The book says that the mother of the Ultimist Octopus was found in the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. Do you know this place? The Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. Of course it exists. It's located within El City. It was once a famous tourist attraction, but after the catastrophe, it became an uninhabited area. The terrain was already dangerous, and now no one dares to go there. Lu Yuan quickly checked the star map and found that although there were several white houses in this area, they were not lit at all. In that instant, a lot of thoughts flooded his mind. Lin Shuang's goal was to tell him the location of the mother of the Ultimist Octopus, so that he could kill her quickly. Perhaps this would alleviate the gray fog, change the living conditions of all humanity, or even change history. He didn't know, but he thought the idea was crazy. If history could be changed, then what is real? Would altering the present affect the future that has already happened? You mean, If we go to this place and take a look, we might find the herders and the mother of the Artemis octopus? Lu Yuan asked after a long pause. Lin Shuang, fearing Lu Yuan's suspicion, quickly replied, I'm just curious. I want to know if what's written in this book is true. If not, then it's a fake, a sham. But what if it's true? Her tone held a hint of allure as she spoke word by word. This book was found in ruins. Could it be us from centuries ago? There's a mysterious force suggesting we can change things. Let's go and see. If it's true, then perhaps we can change everything. Lu Yuan, do you want to give it a try? This was indeed Lin Shuang's goal, and it coincided with Lu Yuan's. If everything could be returned to how it was, without the catastrophe, the mutant beasts, or the aliens, he would be willing to work hard and sacrifice everything for it. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said solemnly, I take these 2 books back and study them first, then discuss them with everyone. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results. Such an important matter required immediate discussion with Jiangxi. Chapter 289. Jiangxi was shocked to learn that there might be a female ultimist octopus in the Grand Canyon of the Jacob Tibetan land. The source of this information was Lin Shuang, and the mystery surrounding this woman made her wary of any complacency. If it were fake, it would be a wasted trip, but what if it were true? Doing nothing would only make the situation worse. What do you think? Do you want to go and see? Lu Yuan asked in a deep voice. He had already made up his mind, and it was up to Jiangxi. Flipping through the 2 tattered books in his hands, Jiangxi was even more shocked than Lu Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't believe it, but the more she read, the more it seemed to be true. Even she could be reborn, and Lin Shuang came from a world 300 years in the future. What was impossible? Everything recorded in the book was so similar to what was happening now. Jiangxi even saw a few sentences that were very similar to events in her previous life, only they would not happen for more than a decade. Jiangxi was certain that if she didn't change, this would most likely happen again in more than a decade. Unless she intervened beforehand, then there was a chance of change. Now it's recorded in this book. What does that mean? Okay, let's find a chance to visit the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. Once we're certain of the presence of a giant mutant beast, we need to make early preparations. Jiangxi believed it 50% of the time. She wanted to see for herself the remaining 50%. Because in her previous life, this canyon was also a restricted area. Once, after growing in power, the owners of several consortiums, such as White House No. 1 and White House No. 2, sought to gain more resources by sending large numbers of psychics to explore, only to return empty-handed and suffer heavy losses. Finally, 21 years after the Gray Fog erupted, the various forces finally designated the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon as a restricted area, and no one dared approach. Only now did Jiangxi understand the terrifying nature of that forbidden area. Lu Yuan, this time we're only going to investigate and determine if what's said in this book is true. We must be prepared and evacuate at any time. Ensuring everyone's safety is our top priority. Okay, I understand. Lu Yuan nodded, also sensing the seriousness of the situation. And so it was settled. Jiangxi first gathered the key members of the hunting team and told them the news. However, she didn't mention that Lin Shuang had told them, only that she had learned it from a reliable source. Everyone's face was extremely grim. They hadn't expected to hear such horrifying news. The recent frequent appearances of giant mutant beasts were already unsettling. If there was an even more terrifying female beast somewhere, spewing gray mist, it would be a sword hanging over everyone's heads. I'm going. I have to get to the bottom of this. This is too serious, Yu Yuan said without hesitation. I'm going too. I'm not afraid. Boss Jiang, count me in. I want to go see if there's an ultimist octopus. Everyone rushed forward, worried, but no one was afraid. Jiangxi said, don't panic, everyone. I'm just letting everyone know about this. Just be prepared. The exact time we go will depend on the preparations. Safety is paramount, and appropriate weapons are essential. Successfully building and mass-producing a particle ray gun would be impossible in a short period of time. Jiangxi could only hope for the giant tusk Lu Yuan brought back last time. Chao Wei had already finished one of the tooth-bone swords, and the remaining materials could be used to make several more. Only when everything was ready could they set off. Another 4 months passed, and the remaining 3 weapons were finally completed. One was still a tooth-bone sword, one was a hand crossbow, and the other was a tooth-bone staff. All were supercharged weapons imbued with intelligence and possessing special abilities. Including the tooth-bone sword I gave Lu Yuan last time, there were 4 weapons in total. The second tooth-bone sword's spirit possessed a thunder attribute, paralyzing and stunning its target. The hand crossbow's spirit possessed a poison attribute, and its fired arrows could be automatically retracted. The toothbone staff's spirit possessed an ice attribute, slowing and freezing its target, a rather effective effect. Jiangxi arranged all matters within the White House and, after discussing with Lu Yuan, finally finalized the itinerary for the trip to the Yak of Tibetan Grand Canyon. Since this was merely an expedition, a large group wasn't necessary. Safety was paramount. In addition to Lu Yuan and Jiangxi, Chu Feng was also accompanying them, and his teleportation ability was indispensable. Yuhan, Li Qingjie, Deng Qilin, Lin Muyang, and Qin Yaogang, the deputy captain of White House Unit 458, comprised a team of less than 10 people. L City, a nearly deserted city. In peacetime, due to its high altitude and harsh environment, it had a permanent population of just over 800,000. After the catastrophe, the population plummeted, and a few tens of thousands of survivors fled to nearby cities, leaving L City completely devastated and reduced to a deserted wasteland. Following the musical accompaniment, Jiangxi and his group finally entered L City after several hours of trekking. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was still high in the sky. In the distance, tall grass grew densely and verdant, and trees of all kinds towered into forests. Faintly visible were dilapidated buildings and a vast, rolling black mountain range in the distance. Mutated birds soared in the sky, and a sense of desolation and vicissitudes of life washed over them. Let's find a place to rest for the night, and continue tomorrow. Lu Yuan looked at the ruined city hidden in the wilderness, urged everyone to be careful, and continued forward. They entered City L, searching for a place to stay for the night. The abandoned city was completely deserted. It was the most desolate and dilapidated place Jiangxi had ever seen. But as they advanced deeper, she felt something was amiss, as if a sound was echoing in her ears. But when she listened carefully, there was nothing. The sky gradually darkened, and gray fog began to rise from the ground, presenting a strange spectacle day after day. The strange sound grew louder, like a heartbeat, echoing with Jiangxi's. Sensing something was amiss, she stopped and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Everyone grew alert, looking around. But after observing for a while, no one heard the strange sound. Jiyu frowned and asked, "Sister Jiang, what did you hear?" "I didn't. Was it a mutant beast?" "I'm not sure. I can't really explain it." Jiangxi cupped her hands to her ears, feeling the sound intermittent and rhythmic. It was like the breathing of the mountains, or the heartbeat of the earth, but it was certainly different from ordinary sounds, probably exceeding the frequency of human hearing. Yet, she could still feel it, which was very strange. Lu Yuan stood there, his eyes looking a little off. He too had sensed it. "There's a sound. It seems very far away, yet also very close. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it shouldn't pose any threat to us for now." Gazing at the sky, Lu Yuan reminded everyone to find shelter first, and then investigate the sound later. Just then, a series of rustling sounds arose, and a group of dark shadows emerged, surrounding the group. There were countless hungry mutant rats. Although they were the lowest level of mutant beasts, their numbers were so great that the other mutant beasts simply couldn't eat them all. They smelled the scent of Jiangxi and the others and attacked with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 290. Little mutant rats, how dare you run rampant? Yu Yuhan sneered. His supernatural powers had greatly improved through daily practice. Furthermore, he constantly maintained 6 B-level pets in his pet space. As soon as he summoned one, the mutant rats immediately retreated in fear, squeaked, and turned and ran. "Attack, my dears!" With a command, the 6 B-level pets charged forward, chasing the mutant rats in panic. For the others, this was just a minor incident, and they continued their journey into L City. Qin Yaogang quickly found a building that offered temporary shelter. He glanced at the rusted, faded characters. It was once L City's largest shopping mall, now covered by a mass of climbing plants, nearly obliterating it. After entering the building, everyone activated their supernatural powers to clear it, quickly creating a place to stay for the night. By then, it was pitch black outside. Everyone gathered in the mall's warehouse. The cracks in the door had been blocked, and the gray fog was almost gone. After a long day of running around, Jiangxi and the others were preparing to rest. Just as they laid down, a strange, almost imperceptible sound reached them. The sound grew increasingly penetrating, echoing through the warehouse walls like a plaintive wail. Everyone leaped to their feet, weapons drawn, and pointed their weapons back to back. Jiangxi, also clutching a small, rechargeable pistol, stared intently at the warehouse door, sensing something. "Something's coming!" Jiyu exclaimed softly, sensing what was happening outside. "Russell!" The rusty door rattled, as if something was pushing against it. The movement was palpable in the darkness. "Who is it?" Lin Muyang called out grimly, a ball of white light igniting from the charged blade he held, flames threatening to burst forth at any moment. "It's not a human, everyone be careful," Jiangshi warned, her face darkening. She had sensed it. With her superior perception, even through the iron door in the wall, strands of malice continued to seep through, filled with greed, bloodlust, and hunger. It must be some kind of special mutant beast. Crack! Squeak! The dirt blocking the door's crack fell continuously, and the iron door shook violently. A black tentacle suddenly broke through the wall and stretched out. Followed by a second, third, and fourth tentacle rushed out from the hole. They clearly sensed prey in the warehouse, and their movements grew faster and faster. What the hell? Lin Muyang could no longer hold back. With a swipe of his charged sword, a flash of flame flew past. The flame struck several tentacles, exploding with a bang. As if startled, they all retracted. But the next moment, the sound of pounding against the iron gate intensified. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous force erupted, and the rusted iron gate, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed. Countless black tentacles surged in, accompanied by a thick cloud of gray mist. The crowd saw creatures resembling mutant beasts, but covered in black tentacles, swarming through the gate and attacking them. Having never seen such a strange mutant beast before, everyone launched a fierce attack simultaneously, all kinds of supernatural powers roaring out. Jiangshi fired a shot into one of the strange creatures, and the burst of energy instantly pierced its body. Even the tentacles seemed to be scorched, and instantly turned to charcoal and fell away. What a powerful force. This charged gun really works. The others also attacked the monsters with charged swords, some even using their supernatural powers. For a moment, the warehouse erupted in flames, and a fierce battle erupted. Even though many of the monsters died, more continued to charge in, seemingly unafraid of death. Jiyu felt a little frustrated. No matter how she controlled the vines to attack and entangle them, she couldn't stop the monsters. She simply unleashed the devouring ghost vine flower. The bright red flower opened its sharp, toothy maw and excitedly swallowed one. But the monsters were too numerous to count, and the warehouse was short of space. Soon, everyone was trapped in the center, surrounded. A gray fog filled the air, obscuring vision. It was then that Lu Yuan finally took action. With a flick of his palm, the iron gate instantly flew up, rapidly disintegrating into a series of iron needles. The iron needles hovered in the air, then suddenly fell, piercing the bodies of the monsters in unison, quickly knocking down a large group. Captain Lu's move was truly impressive. He instantly killed dozens. Qin Yaogang grasped one of the two bone clubs, completely ignoring the weapon's power. Although these mutants looked bizarre, he wasn't ready to use the weapon. He relied solely on the club's power, bludgeoning each one to death, quickly dispatching over a dozen. Hundreds of mutants of various kinds lay scattered on the ground, covered in blood, some dead, others barely alive. Only their tentacles continued to move slowly, as if they were still partially dead. Li Qingjie wiped the sweat from his forehead. Almost done, almost done. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. The already battered mutants were stirring again, their wounds healing, their tentacles moving faster and faster. Jiangshi's eyes glared. No, they can't be killed. We have to set them on fire. Burn all of this stuff. She noticed that the wounds of the mutants killed by the fire were still healing, but much more slowly. Only by burning them to charcoal could they be irrecoverable. Lin Muyang's spirits trembled. It was his turn to display his prowess. Balls of fire flew out, smashing into the struggling mutants. Their tentacles quickly turned to charcoal, and their entire bodies burst into flames, emitting painful cries. Everyone helped to finish them off, while Lin Muyang set the fire with all his might. More than 20 minutes passed. The entire warehouse was filled with the stench of burning. The warehouse was littered with piles of black, charred corpses. These strange mutants had finally stopped moving. Qin Yaogang, Chu Feng, and the others, fearing they might heal and revive, grabbed their weapons and smashed them to pieces. It was finally over. Jiangshi waited for a while, but no more tentacle-bearing mutants rushed in from the darkness. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This place was no longer habitable. As everyone prepared to move upstairs to the mall and leave, Jiangshi squatted on the ground and examined one of the charred corpses. She noticed something was amiss and checked over a dozen others, finding the same result. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. These mutant beasts, if I'm not mistaken, they're probably ordinary mutants, mostly mutant wolves and cattle and sheep. These tentacles aren't their own, they're likely parasites. This was exactly what Jiangxi felt was amiss. Ordinary mutant wolves and cattle and sheep aren't ferocious at all, nor do they have such strong healing abilities. It's these tentacles that give them their unusual abilities. Jiangxi picked up a lump of charcoal, crushed it into powder, and examined it carefully, realizing the seriousness of the situation. These tentacles have a unique energy, very similar to that of the ultimist octopus. Everyone's heart sank. What did that mean? They resemble the ultimist octopus. Could it be that these tentacles are actually the ultimist octopus's tentacles, parasitic on these ordinary mutant beasts? How could this be possible? Chapter 291. Jiangxi couldn't explain this phenomenon either. But she had once studied a tentacle of the ultimist octopus, and she concluded that the two were essentially identical. It was just that the tentacles on these mutant beasts were much weaker, completely inferior to those of the real ultimist octopus. They could only be killed by them because of their exceptional healing abilities. If they're truly parasitized by the ultimist octopus, are all the mutant beasts in El City like this? Deng Qilin's voice trembled, and his breathing quickened. Everyone felt horrified at the thought. It's uncertain, but it's possible. Lu Yuan glanced at Jiangxi, trusting her judgment. However, the reason for this situation required further investigation to uncover the truth. That night, everyone moved to the third floor of the mall to rest, and found another place. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Everyone remained vigilant, not daring to sleep too deeply. Time ticked by, and in the early hours of the morning, Ji Yeyu suddenly said, "No, I noticed the gray fog outside is even thicker than in City C. Is El City always like this?" Through the plants outside, she could see the nightscape of El City at that moment. For the time being, no more mutant beasts had appeared nearby. A thick gray fog continued to drift in from afar, some even gushing out from the ground like a black mist fountain, eerie and mysterious. She continued to develop her senses, but could not find any survivors within a 3-mile radius. Jiangxi also noticed this. Her senses were even sharper than Ji Yeyu's. At full power, she could even sense that half of El City was deserted, with only the distant presence of mutant beasts, and the gray fog was exceptionally thick. El City really seems different from other cities. But Lu Yuan didn't sense any spatial force nearby. If there really was a female ultimist octopus here, couldn't it have escaped through a spatial rift? The group barely made it through the night, filled with doubt. Dawn arrived, and the gray mist dissipated from the sunlight. After filling their stomachs, they exited the abandoned mall. The wilderness was a mess, a sign of the mutant beasts that had invaded last night. Otherwise, there was no life, only the rustling of the weeds in the wind. After determining their direction, the group continued toward the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. The area around the former Grand Canyon had been developed and was a famous tourist attraction, with broken signposts visible along the way. They hurried along the cracked road. At their current pace, it would take at least a day to reach their destination. But along the way, many mutant beasts appeared, just like the ones Jiangxi and the others had encountered last night. On the surface, they looked like ordinary mutant wolves, and many were mutant cows and sheep, but they all had numerous black tentacles sprouting from their bodies, resembling other creatures with violent temperaments, attacking humans frantically upon sight. Killing them while traveling wasted time. Although these strange mutants weren't enough to pose a threat to Jiangxi and his group, everyone noticed that the further they got toward the Grand Canyon, the more numerous they became, and the more bizarre their mutations became. There must be some reason these mutants have so many tentacles. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. Luckily, they arrived and discovered the problem in time. If this continued for a few more years, not only would El City be overrun with these deformed mutants, but even the surrounding cities would be in danger. They were all top-tier psychics, and only then could they handle these beasts. It would be even more difficult for ordinary psychics to kill them. Furthermore, their increasing numbers and powerful healing abilities were a disaster for the survivors. Because of these bizarre mutants, the group was delayed for an entire day, unable to reach their destination. That night, they encountered many more mutants, fighting them for the entire night, and remained awake almost all night. It wasn't until dawn that the number of them gradually thinned out. At breakfast, Lu Yuan called Jiangxi aside and said, "We haven't even reached the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon yet, and we already encountered so many parasitic mutants along the way. I'm afraid something's really happening up ahead." "Are you saying? Are there really ultimist octopus in the Grand Canyon?" Jiangxi was also a little worried. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Whether or not there's the ultimist octopus, something's definitely wrong. Didn't you notice the gray fog was even thicker last night? And the ultimist octopus also spews gray fog." Yes, Jiangxi had noticed it too, but she hadn't said anything. A shadow fell over her heart, and she became increasingly convinced of the contents of the 2 books Lin Shuang had given her. Finally, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They passed through a primeval jungle, and the view suddenly opened up, revealing towering mountains. But everyone's expression changed. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a gray-black blanket, with no trace of green. From afar, it looked thick and gloomy, as if a thin layer of gray smoke was rising from the mountains into the sky. And the famous Jacob River in the canyon was pitch black, roaring and rushing, with no bottom in sight. That's gray fog. Some covered their mouths in shock, unable to believe it. It was daytime. The sun hadn't even set yet the gray fog continued to rise. How terrifying would it be at night? Everyone stared straight ahead, their palms cold. Not only that, the strange sound Jiangxi had heard earlier became even more pronounced. Did you hear that? Boom, boom, boom. What's that sound? Jiyu had also felt it. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. The sound was like the heartbeat of the mountains, like the trembling of the earth, waves of vibrations spreading continuously. It struck everyone's heart, even their heartbeats involuntarily echoing it, making the pain even worse. They felt threatened from such a distance. What if they got closer? Jiangxi and Lu Yuan decided not to advance any further for the time being, but they had to see what would happen in the canyon at night. They found a suitable place to camp, and took out their military tents, having to make do for the night. No one was in the mood to eat, but they still forced themselves to fill their stomachs. For tonight's battle, although no immediate danger appeared, everyone had a premonition that tonight would be even more dangerous than before. The sky gradually darkened. More gray fog rose from the mountain, and the ground began to spew out a steady stream of gray fog, obscuring vision. Yuhan had already expanded his domain to protect everyone from the fog. The rustling. The strange mutant beasts had indeed appeared again. They emerged from the nearby primeval jungle, pouring out in droves. They had sensed Jiangxi and his group from afar, and were closing in. In the darkness, one could see many scarlet eyes, radiating murderous intent and bloodlust. Even more terrifying, they were all covered in parasitic tentacles. Jiyu activated his supernatural power, and vines spun around, entangling and strangling the parasitic beasts. The devouring ghost vine flower evolved even more powerful after consuming its food along the way. Each bright red flower opened its fang mouth, swallowing a parasitic beast in one gulp. Lin Muyang used his fire to its full potential. He knew he had to incinerate these creatures, otherwise their healing power would become so strong that they were practically indestructible, and any further attempts to kill them would be in vain. With one strike, Lu Yuan pinned the parasitic beasts to the ground. While the steel needles raining down from the sky couldn't kill them, they could act as shackles to restrain their movements. Of all the people, only Jiangxi remained silent. She focused her consciousness, sensing the endless murderous intent and evil in the air, and continued to fly towards the canyon ahead. She had sensed something was definitely there. Chapter 292. With every few meters her consciousness advanced, Jiangxi could sense the growing evil in the air. In just a distance of 1,000 meters, the density of those negative emotions was already alarming. Strands of them stretched like a vast net, enveloping every corner of heaven and earth. They hadn't yet targeted Jiangxi, but they were already causing her unbearable tingling pains. And once they regained consciousness, she feared they would immediately unleash a horrific, bloody slaughter upon them. What was going on up ahead? Lu Yuan noticed Jiangxi's face, which had turned pale in seconds. He patted her shoulder and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiangxi shuddered, suppressing a dizzy headache. "I discovered something in the canyon ahead. It's unclear for now. Let me observe it for a while." Although everyone's mental power had been enhanced, Jiangxi's was the strongest and most sensitive. She was quickest to detect abnormalities that others noticed. Even those others couldn't, she could still detect clues. Her consciousness traversed the jungle, flew across the river, and, braving the increasingly terrifying murderous intent and evil thoughts, Jiangxi felt increasingly difficult and painful. A trace of blood oozed from her lips, and her body faltered. Everyone now noticed her discomfort and expressed deep concern. The number of parasitic beasts around her dwindled, most having been killed by Jiyu and his team. The new additions were almost gone, leaving only corpses strewn across the ground. Everyone gathered around Jiangxi, unsure of what had happened. "What's wrong, Sister Jiang? Why do you look so unwell?" Jiyu asked anxiously, looking at Lu Yuan. "Oh my! Why is boss so unwell? Is he having an attack?" Yuan, bewildered, quickly pulled out a pile of medicine, ready to stuff it into Jiangxi's mouth as soon as Boss Lu nodded. "Saving lives is paramount, so why worry about all those rules? Observing the tense expressions of the crowd, Lu Yuan shook his head, gestured for silence, his face serious. Everyone understood. It seemed Boss Jiang had noticed something unusual. It was probably that strange sound. Boom, 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 like the beating of a heart. And swish, swish, like the surging tide. Could it be coming from a giant mutant beast? At that moment, Jiangxi twitched all over. It hurt. The sudden, intense wave of energy suddenly increased tenfold, preventing her from moving forward with her consciousness. If she continued any further, she would collapse and faint. No one knew that Jiangxi's consciousness had already reached the edge of the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. She had beheld the most terrifying scene she had ever witnessed. In the canyon, hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers long, it wasn't the surging river she imagined, but terrifying tentacles extending from the dense, almost black fog. These tentacles were enormous and slender, each at least several hundred meters long, covered in black pustules, a disgusting and hideous sight. Gray fog emanated from these pustules, continuously, whooshing. The twisted tentacles waved wildly, and the thick black fog engulfed the entire canyon. Even though the sun had not yet set, it was unable to completely burn away the gray fog, transforming the entire long canyon into a strange and terrifying deathscape. Artemis octopus. The mother beast. It's it. It must be it. Jiangxi blurted out, her consciousness quickly withdrawing. But even in this moment's delay, the mother beast had already noticed the slightest bit of her consciousness, and her indiscriminate evil intent immediately focused on her. Run, hurry! The female is in the canyon. Jiangxi struggled to utter these words, her vision blackening as she neared collapse. Lu Yuan, watching her reaction closely, immediately supported her. Boss, what's wrong with you? Is there really a female? I didn't see it. Oh no, Sister Jiang. Oh no, Boss Jiang. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They hadn't seen anything, and Jiangxi had been attacked. She, normally so strong, had fainted. Lu Yuan, without a word, quickly ordered, "Move, get out of here now, back to the city. Hurry!" Although he hadn't seen her, he had absolute faith in Jiangxi. The female of the Ultimist octopus must be just ahead. Thankfully, everyone was well trained and evacuated immediately. Just moments after turning around, within a minute, the ground began to shake violently. The surrounding trees rustled, and the wind blew violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Everyone ran even faster. Qin Yaogang, walking at the end, hurriedly glanced back, his expression changing dramatically. At some point, a rolling gray fog had arrived like a tide, thousands of meters behind them. A sudden roar erupted from within the fog, sending earth and rock shooting up into the air like a fountain. Massive black tentacles emerged from the mist, rapidly pursuing them. The mother beast is chasing us. Run! Although Qin Yaogang had never seen such tentacles before, he immediately realized what was happening. This was definitely the tentacle of the mother Ultimist octopus, and it had already spotted them. Lin Muyang and Yu Yuhan exclaimed in unison, "What? Chasing us?" Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, and indeed, they saw a massive, towering tentacle, spewing thick gray fog, chasing them closely, drawing ever closer. 5,000 meters, 4, 500 meters, 4, 000 meters, 3, 500 meters, the distance kept shrinking. As the tentacle pursued, the ground continued to fly, sending shards of dirt and rocks flying. It seemed to be on the verge of catching up with them. The evil and murderous intent grew more pronounced. Oh my god! Run! It's terrifying! Chu Feng immediately wanted to unleash his supernatural powers, shouting, "We can't outrun it! Quick, grab my hand and teleport away!" Qin Yaogang shouted, "No! Have you forgotten last time? This mutant beast will affect your supernatural powers. It's useless, and will only waste time. Run!" Chu Feng's eyebrows jumped. Yeah, in his panic, he almost forgot. There was no choice but to flee desperately. But the distance kept shrinking. The tentacle, whose length was unknown, was chasing them closely, seemingly emerging from the ground. As it advanced, dirt and rock shot up into the sky like a fountain. It seemed to be catching up with them. Boom! The tentacle aimed at Qin Yaogang, the last one left, and slammed down fiercely. The roaring murderous intent stung everyone's body with excruciating pain, and the terrifying pressure almost weakened their legs. At the critical moment, Qin Yaogang dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal blow, but was still caught in the flying dirt and strong wind, leaving his arm a bloody mess. Bang, boom, boom. The first strike missed, and the tentacle struck again, aiming at Yuhan, who had tripped over a tree root. The team was in chaos. Everyone fled in all directions, unable to regroup. This thing was so fast. How big was the mother beast? Just one tentacle, and it could chase so far. Has it invaded the entire 10-mile radius of the underground? It's too late. We have to stop it. Jiangshi shouted in Lu Yuan's ear, fighting back a headache. Gun! Lu Yuan replied with a single word, without pausing, continuing to carry her forward like the wind. Jiangshi immediately understood what he meant. That special gun, by far, the most powerful weapon they possessed. Hopefully, it would be effective against this tentacle. She quickly opened Lu Yuan's backpack and grabbed the gun. Then, with murderous intent surging through her, she aimed at the twisting tentacle. Jiangshi closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Boom! A blinding white light burst forth. Chapter 293. A white light, brimming with terrifying energy, illuminated the entire sky, accurately striking the massive tentacle. Instantly, blood, mixed with chunks of stinking, crimson-black flesh, exploded in midair, raining down like a blood-red firework. A strong stench overwhelmed the crowd, and tiny drops of blood splattered on everyone, causing them to frown. Only Lu Yuan acted swiftly. A silver umbrella appeared in his hand, shielding him and Jiangshi from the stench. The tentacle, struck by the attack, shrank back in pain. Half of the tentacle was severed, blood gushing out, shaking and twitching. At the same time, roar! From a distant source, an angry roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, revealing a powerful murderous intent and malevolence. It came from the direction of the Grand Canyon. Needless to say, the female ultimist octopus was injured and enraged. The roars continued in waves. Even though they were over 10 kilometers away, the resounding waves still washed over them like a tidal wave. Jiangshi and the others felt their breath catch, almost buckling under the pressure. It took a moment to recover before they could adjust. Great! Jiangshi was not surprised, but delighted. She understood that the mother beast must be temporarily unable to reach them, and had to use its tentacles to pursue them. She hadn't expected to suffer such heavy damage. She looked at the gun in her hand, feeling a surge of security. This gun could indeed deal with the ultimist octopus. It was incredibly powerful. If only Uncle Chow could make it soon. Lu Yuan, it worked. She ignored the incessant, terrifying roars, and looked at Lu Yuan with joy. Not bad, it seems it can deal with giant mutant beasts. And it has plenty of energy, seemingly recharging automatically. Could it be an automatic energy storage mechanism? Lu Yuan pondered, but now wasn't the time to research firearms. He'd talk about it later. The others also heard the roar that resounded through the sky. Although the sound of the gunfire wasn't too loud, the light far surpassed the sun's intensity. The energy fluctuations alone made everyone realize its power. This was their ultimate weapon. Thank goodness it worked. Lin Miyang was overjoyed. Wow, what kind of weapon is this? It's incredible. Just as everyone was ecstatic, they saw the severed tentacle rise again. Although it twitched and bled, the wound was healing rapidly. It would probably be back to its original state in half an hour at most. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, his expression solemn. The ultimist octopus truly possessed extraordinary healing abilities, especially a female. If it wasn't killed quickly, it would constantly heal, making it impossible to kill. Seeing the half-tentacle, already one-third its full length, attack them again, as if seeking revenge, everyone was forced to turn and flee. It was so fast that in less than a minute, the distance between them was closing. A cold, sinister murderous aura descended from the sky, tingling all over. Everyone's hair stood on end. Yu Yuhan ran shouting, "Boss, shoot! Shoot it again, and see if this thing dares to chase us again." Although Ji Yeyu's supernatural powers were powerful, they were basically useless at this moment. She was running breathlessly, her mental strength almost exhausted. Her face turned pale, and she kept looking back, hoping that Jiangshi would deal with the monster again. Yuhan also shouted, "Boss Jiang, shoot quickly." Lu Yuan continued to advance, carrying Jiangshi on his back. She grasped her gun and aimed again at the huge, flesh-ripped tentacle. Because of the violent shaking, Jiangshi had trouble aiming and kept searching for the right moment to fire. Finally, seeing the tentacle charging towards Chu Feng, the last one to fall, the overwhelming pressure silenced him. In his panic, he tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. Jiangshi pulled the trigger. A blinding white light burst forth. Jiangshi closed his eyes, but his grip remained firm as he swept the gun across. The white beam, like a laser capable of severing everything, streaked through the thick, ugly tentacle. Even the spurting blood transformed into a crimson mist by the intense heat. Jiangshi's finger remained on the trigger, moving continuously. The blinding white light sliced through the tentacle, slicing it into pieces, sending it plummeting from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The distant roar was filled with utter fury, stirring the gray fog and shaking the earth, making it impossible to stand still. Not only had the tentacle been chopped to shreds by Jiangxi, but wherever the beam of light struck it, it began to melt, bubbles forming and dissolving into blood. The tentacle, severely damaged, only a small section at the base remaining, finally retracted in pain. The pressure rapidly subsided, and everyone felt much better, cheering in triumph. Jiangxi, without letting her guard down, dismounted from Lu Yuanbei's back. Her headache had also eased considerably. Don't stay here. Let's return to the city first. Otherwise, if the female beast comes after us again, it'd be troublesome. After all, it is more than one tentacle. Yes, leave quickly, return to the city first. Even someone as calm as Qin Yaogang didn't dare linger any longer. He had to leave this dangerous place first. 2 hours later, the desolate and dilapidated L City reappeared before everyone's eyes. But seeing it, everyone felt a much greater sense of security than they had yesterday. No matter how shabby it is, it's still better than where we were just now. At least the mother beast can't catch up here. Although the mother beast can't catch up here now, it may not be the case in the future. As soon as Jiangxi said this, everyone's face changed. You didn't see it, but I sensed it. The Erta mother beast is lurking in the Grand Canyon. Its size is far greater than any giant mutant beast we've seen before. Perhaps that's why it's called the mother beast. If I'm not mistaken, it's growing larger day by day. Sooner or later, it will take over the entire city of L. Everyone was stunned, standing still on the road, stunned and speechless. Is it really that terrifying? The giant mutant beasts I've seen before were 100 meters tall, already astonishing enough, and could destroy a building with a single kick. If the mother beast could take over the entire city of L, how vast would that be? It's simply unimaginable. Lu Yuan glanced at Jiangxi and said solemnly, it's very possible. Everyone, don't forget that alternate dimension, that gray fog. He was implying that the alternate dimension was very likely the future of this world. The lingering gray fog, the sunless, lifeless world, was caused by the mother beast ultimist octopus, spewing gray fog day after day, constantly encroaching and changing it. Lin Shuang. Jiangxi muttered the two words. This was Lin Shuang's purpose. She wanted to tell them the mother beast's location, hoping to leverage their power to eliminate the mother beast before it could fully mature, thus potentially saving the entire world. The future. Could it really be changed? As darkness grew, the group found a place to take shelter. The next day, without stopping, they began their return journey. It wasn't until they were dozens of kilometers away from L City that Jiangxi could no longer hear the thumping noises. For now, they were out of the range of the mother beast. This trip to L City wasn't without gain. At least they had confirmed the existence of a female Ertemist octopus, and they also realized that this gun was effective against giant mutant beasts. Next time, when they had more such guns and were fully prepared, they would definitely return to L City. The Ertemist octopus mother must die, otherwise, the entire blue planet would become a desolate graveyard. This was Jiangxi and Lu Yuan's ultimate goal. Chapter 294. After discussing everything they encountered during this trip, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan requested confidentiality to avoid causing panic and accidents. Qin Yaogang and the others knew the seriousness of the situation. If word of such a terrifying giant mutant beast, a female at that, leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. We deal with it later when we're more capable. But we still have to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, and we can't get the news in time, that could be disastrous. Jiangxi thought about it, and decided sending someone to keep watch wouldn't be an option. The female beast's pressure was immense, and the area was too dangerous. It could easily lead to someone never returning. Surveillance equipment would be perfect. Back in City C, everything was peaceful and calm, a stark contrast to the desolation and crisis of City L. As usual, everyone congratulated and rejoiced at Jiangxi and the others' return. Lin Muyang and the others' injuries had long since recovered from their medication, and there were no signs of any abnormalities. No one had guessed they almost never return. First, Jiangxi and Lu Yuan met with Chao Wei alone and told him about the Ertemist octopus mother. What? There's actually a giant mutant mother near El City? This is simply... Chao Wei was horrified beyond belief. Lu Yuan nodded and said solemnly, this is a serious matter. Keep it secret for now. Without this gun, we undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Therefore, the most urgent task is to quickly devise a weapon similar to this one. Jiangxi also said seriously, yes, Uncle Chao, You're our last hope. We must crack this gun as soon as possible. Even if we can create the particle ray gun we brought back last time, that would be fine. Otherwise, the longer we wait, the harder it will be to deal with this mother. While weapons crafted from the materials of giant mutant beasts were powerful, capable of killing other mutant beasts with a single blow, they were no match for the giant mutant beasts themselves. First, there was no way to get close. Once you got close to a giant mutant beast, you essentially be doomed. Chao Wei's face was grim, the immense pressure before him forced upon him. Okay, I go all out. I figure this out as soon as possible, even if it means not sleeping. Thankfully, he'd been studying the blueprints day and night, and had finally made some progress in the past 2 days. As long as he could figure out a few key points, there should be hope. Jiangxi also mentioned that he hoped to create another batch of specialized surveillance equipment for remote monitoring of L City. That was easy, with a little thought, Chao Wei could create it. For 3 days, Chao Wei was so busy that he didn't sleep at all. At most, he'd take a nap when he couldn't hold on any longer. Finally, he created a list of all the materials he needed. Most of them were metals. Thanks to his supernatural powers, he could create each component quickly and accurately, without the need for machines. The next thing needed was crystal cores. And they needed high-quality crystal cores, especially rose quartz. Jiangxi was always responsive, and whenever the weapons department needed materials, she prioritized them with the logistics department. She herself wasn't idle either. Besides her daily routine, she was also trying to create special foods that could protect against giant mutant beasts. For example, medicines to increase healing power, protect against the pressure of giant mutant beasts, antitoxic drugs, and prevent gray fog. Although Jiangxi knew it wouldn't be easy, and even in her previous life, she hadn't been able to create food with similar effects, she had now activated her potential and could understand the functions of all mutant plants and animals. There's still hope if she searches slowly. She issued various quests, asking anyone from the hunting team or other factions to find mutant plants, minerals, mutant beast materials, and so on she hadn't seen before or didn't have in stock. White House 139 would buy them at a high price. After the news spread, many factions, eager to befriend Jiangxi, offered to sell their stocks. Some even sent people on a special search, finding rare mutant plants and minerals, and then voluntarily took possession of them, and gave them to Jiangxi for free. In just 1 month, Jiangxi encountered hundreds of things she had never seen before, some even beyond her past life. After careful identification and a touch of luck, Jiangxi successfully found several excellent materials. Mutated wild Polygonum multiflorum has the properties of detoxifying, nourishing essence, and strengthening muscles and bones. Combined with mutant honeysuckle and mutant forsythia, it can be made into a powerful detoxifying pill, requiring the pharmacist's ability. Stewing with mutant 3 yellow chicken and 10-year-old mutant red ginseng strengthens the body and improves resistance to gray fog. Requires the gourmet ability. Mutated with tongue flower, a perennial mutant herb with a unique fragrance. Brewing it into a tea can enhance mental strength. Requires the gourmet ability. Mutated giant viper gallbladder, highly toxic, but its toxicity can be removed after processing. Adding windflower and indigo to enhance vision tenfold. Requires the pharmacist ability. Mutated purple gold ore, which can be refined into purple gold, a special metal with a very low melting point, exceptional ductility and stability, and can be made into a variety of alloys with different effects. The harvest was excellent, and Jiangxi was busy. He shared some of the ingredients with Wang Fu, instructed him on how to make and combine them, and then immersed himself in the intense cooking. Meanwhile, the gene catalyst has entered a stable mass production phase, producing approximately 100 units daily. As long as the raw materials are available. The vast majority of people outside the city have already come to believe in the effectiveness of the gene catalyst. Every recruitment period sees countless applicants, creating a near-crowded scene. In less than 6 months, the number of new espers in City C has increased significantly, and almost all of them have joined Units 139 or 458, with a small number also joining Units 1027. In less than 2 years after the outbreak of the Gray Fog, White House 139 already boasts over 5,000 espers. 1/3 of them possess combat capabilities. Through a combination of dietary supplements and potions, these new espers' abilities have rapidly increased, with most reaching the advanced stage. Adding systematic training and guidance, White Houses 139 and 458 quickly developed a formidable combat team, wiping out nearly all the mutant beasts in City C. Even ordinary people could freely walk the streets without fear of danger, simply avoiding the gray fog. Even if other factions and the White House owners tried to catch up, they couldn't recruit enough psychics, making it impossible for them to confront the three major forces in City C. Even White Houses 1 and 17, once at the top of the list, were gradually overshadowed by the three major forces in City C, and many ordinary people fled. Just as Jiangxi sent people to City L again to install surveillance cameras. Sister Chen, they already discovered the Mother Beast's tracks, and are working on a solution. Everything is going smoothly, so there shouldn't be any problems. Another dimension. In White House 583388726840, Lin Shuang was reporting to Qin Jie on the progress of the operations over the past 6 months. Qin Jie, dressed in her commander's uniform, looked at her sharply. So smooth, without any accidents. Lin Shuang, are you truly sure they can kill the Mother Ultimist Octopus without triggering a chaotic space-time butterfly effect? This matter was crucial. Even if she trusted Lin Shuang, she had to confirm it. Lin Shuang said confidently, "Don't worry, Sister Chen. I believe in Lu Yuan's abilities. He's the strongest psychic I ever met, and his partner, Jiangxi, is also very capable. After I informed them of the danger and hinted at a solution, there's absolutely no way they can fail." A solution? What did you tell them? Qin Jie stared at her. Chapter 295. Lin Shuang's expression suddenly turned awkward, and she gave a dry laugh. Sister Chen, I didn't say anything nonsense. I remember everything you told me. Hee hee. I really didn't say anything nonsense. Qin Jie continued to stare at her. Really? So what did you say? That is. Seeing she couldn't get away with it, Lin Shuang said awkwardly, I told him. The location of the Mother Beast. I think if Lu Yuan could kill it before it grew up, the environment on Blue Planet wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. Qin Jie's expression changed, and she interrupted her. Mother Beast? What Mother Beast? Hundreds of years of history flashed through her mind, and she was terrified. Could it be? That's the culprit. The mother of the Ultimist Octopus. It's been entrenched in Jacob's Canyon since the beginning. Because no one noticed it, it was able to spew gray fog for decades, destroying our world like this. Lin Shuang felt a little guilty when she first said this. But thinking of her compatriots' tragic deaths, the planet they all lived on transformed into a dead zone of gray fog by the Mother Ultimist Octopus, she grew increasingly furious, her words becoming more and more righteous. Sister Chen, in Lu Yuan's time and space, the gray fog outbreak hadn't been around for 2 years. This is the best opportunity, the most appropriate solution. If that mother had died and suppressed the gray fog, how could our surviving ancestors have suffered such a crushing defeat? She spoke in one breath, her face flushed with excitement as she looked at Qin Jie, her breathing becoming heavier. Qin Jie couldn't believe it. She grabbed Lin Shuang's shoulders and cried out, You actually? Lin Shuang, are you crazy? You're destroying history. Have you forgotten the Survivors' Absolute Confidentiality Enforcement Act? Such an important matter will definitely trigger the time-space butterfly wing effect. You die? No, Sister Chen, I wasn't there in person. Are you still stubborn? Do you have to wait until something happens before you regret it? Do you think I can't guess? The Mother Beast is so powerful. Even if they knew about it in advance, do you think they could have successfully killed it? Did you give them the weapons? Otherwise, how could you be so sure? I didn't give them. I only gave them the blueprints. You actually gave them? Lin Shuang, are you trying to piss me off to death? You're just being reckless. Qin Jie's breathing quickened with anger, and blood rushed to her head. The two men's voices alerted the guards outside, and several of them immediately rushed in with guns drawn. In the room, they found the two men unharmed, their faces reddened, as if they had been arguing. Captain Chen, are you okay? Qin Jie took a deep breath and waved her hand. It's okay, you can go down. The men paused for a moment, then, after confirming there was nothing they needed to attend to, strangely retreated and closed the door. After this interruption, the two men calmed down considerably. After a long pause, Qin Jie sighed, Forget it. It's come to this. We can only leave it to fate. Hopefully, the impact of the space-time butterfly wings effect will be minimal. She looked at Lin Shuang helplessly, her voice softening considerably. Lin Shuang, I know you want to save our world, save everyone, but you're too impulsive. Lin Shuang breathed a sigh of relief and said sheepishly, Sister Chen, please don't be angry. As long as it can change our fate and stop us from being preyed upon by the herders and their lackeys, the risk is worth it. Even if she died, as long as she could succeed, she was willing. For everyone's hope, for survival, for the once beautiful blue planet, for the brilliant sunshine she hadn't seen in over 200 years. She wasn't afraid at all. The personnel sent to L City returned, and the surveillance cameras were installed, totaling 36 locations. This was Chow Wei's custom-made monitor, capable of remotely viewing real-time footage within its surveillance range. It only needed to be recharged every 2 weeks, and, assuming the monitors weren't damaged by external forces, it could operate for at least 3 to 5 years. If anything unusual happened in L City, or if a giant mutant beast appeared, Jiangxi would be the first to know. She assigned 2 teams of 4 people, all assigned to nothing else but 2 shifts to monitor the surveillance cameras 24 hours a day, alerting her immediately of any developments. Another week later, Chow Wei finally completed his first finished particle blaster, dubbed the A25-0412. The entire White Room 139 was in an uproar, and Jiangxi was also greatly excited. However, while testing the weapon's power, an unexpected event occurred. The energy emitted fluctuated and was unstable. It was completely unusable. The A25-0412 test failed. Chow Wei was deeply upset. He hadn't expected his experiment, which had clearly been successful, to go awry during the public demonstration. He could only identify the problem and continue his research. In June of the same year, Jiangxi received news that White House No. 9 had been breached and occupied by psychics sent from White House No. 1. Du Qichong was dead. He died so quickly? Jiangxi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected him to die before Yi Dongshan. Although the Yi family was crumbling, like a fallen leaf in the wind, it still managed to survive, relying on its foundation and previously accumulated resources. Although the psychics had mostly fled, only a few dozen loyalists and members of the Yi family remained. Number 46 sighed, "Yes, I couldn't believe it when I heard the news. It said that White Room 1 sent out several psychics, and I don't know what they said, but they eventually led Du Qichong to the scene, and then they were shot in the head." Jiangxi shook his head. Unless he stays in the White Room his entire life, if he goes out, he might be assassinated. Number 46 immediately warned, "Boss Jiang, you have to be careful too. What if someone attacks you?" "Okay, thanks for the reminder. I will." Jiangxi knew this, needless to say. Not to mention the security arrangements and surveillance around White Room 139, her perception alone would instantly detect any malicious intent directed at her. This was more effective than having 10 bodyguards around her. Jiangxi had always worked well with number 46, and he paid him his tip fee as usual, but this time, number 46 refused to accept it. "Boss Jiang, I have a request. Can you sell me some charged firearms? Not too many, 50. No, 30 will do." Jiangxi has always strictly controlled the sale of weapons. She primarily sells empowered tank swords, which are much less powerful. Many White House owners have sought to purchase charged firearms, but she has refused. But that was in the past. To strictly prevent these high-powered firearms from falling into the hands of the Du and Yi families, posing a threat to the people in White House 139, she rarely sold them. Now that those 2 families are on the verge of collapse, even if they acquire some charged firearms, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Jiangxi readily agreed, and also agreed that if he later had raw materials for firearms, he could have them sent to 139 for processing, charging a processing fee. Number 46 was ecstatic and ultimately bought 50 finished charged firearms. He then sent over all his stock of ordinary firearms. He happily awaited the day of delivery. A few days later, just as Jiangxi was picking ripe watermelons in the plantation building, Debai's voice chimed in his head. Jiang, there's movement 3 kilometers away from the White House. A White House is approaching us." Chapter 296. Is a White House approaching them? Jiangxi, upon hearing this, immediately became alert and said, "Debai, immediately establish close surveillance and confirm the identity of the enemy to prevent any malicious intent." I didn't expect to encounter a mobile White House in City C. What faction had escalated so quickly? Could it be from another world, sneaking in here? Just as Jiangxi was on full alert, preparing to check the star map, Lu Yuan's call came through. His tone was filled with surprise, and he said with a smile, "Come out quickly. I brought everyone to find you." Jiangxi was stunned. "What do you mean by everyone?" For a moment, she couldn't understand what Lu Yuan meant. There were thousands of people in White House 458. Did he bring everyone with him to her side? Did something big happen? "Yeah, I didn't expect the mobility feature of the level 6 White House to be so useful. I just finished upgrading, so I thought I'd give it a try, so I just came to find you." So that's what happened. Jiangxi instantly realized that the White House outside, approaching them, was Lu Yuan's, room 458. He was the first to reach level 6. So it's you. I was wondering. You're so quick. Jiangxi's guard dropped, and she was pleasantly surprised. Upgrading to level 6 White House requires 5 million E-grade crystal cores. It had been over half a year since the last upgrade, and she still hadn't gathered enough. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan had already completed it. Quickly exiting the White House, Jiangxi saw a massive white mushroom-like structure in the distance. A dense mass of strange white roots wriggled beneath it, steadily and rapidly approaching her. But it looked about the same size as her level 5 White House. The doors to the catering department were open daily, and the commotion outside caught the attention of many, who rushed out, looking up with faces of horror. Don't worry, this is White House 458. They just been upgraded to level 6, Jiangxi explained with a smile. Wang Yuanjun, Ji Qiuqi, and the rest of the group were finally relieved, their surprise turning to joy as they chatted curiously. This is the first level 6 White House. It's moving so fast. Look at those things down there. They look like tree roots. It's actually moving like this. It can even support such a heavy White House. What are those tendrils? How does it power it? The White House looks very stable, moving faster than a speeding car, like a moving castle. I wonder what the people inside are feeling. I want to try it too. Everyone chattered, excited and thrilled. Those who had seen the White House in the other dimension were better off. Those who saw it moving for the first time were truly stunned. As it approached, White House number 458 gradually slowed down, stopping approximately 30 meters away from Jiangxi. A heavy breath washed over them, and the White House slowly sank. Countless white roots converged, taking root in the ground, and eventually vanished completely. Boom! White House number 458 came to a steady rest on the clearing, as if it had always been there, unmoved. The doors opened to both sides, and Lu Yuan was the first to emerge, his figure high and proud. He was followed by the other members of Unit 458, Qin Yaogang, Zheng Ling, Chu Feng, and others, all waving excitedly to Jiangxi and the others. Lin Muyang shouted the loudest, his face beaming with excitement. Boss Jiang, our 458 has been upgraded and unlocked the mobility feature. Hurry up, too. This thing is so stable when it's moving, like a castle on wheels. Jiangxi looked at the White House number 458 before him, his heart pounding with joy, happy for Lu Yuan. You're so quick. You didn't even tell me. I suddenly noticed the White House approaching, and I thought it was the one from the other dimension. I wanted to try the mobility feature after the upgrade. I was going to tell you, Lu Yuan scratched his head, but I thought it would be more intuitive to drive over here and show you. It didn't matter. Jiangxi didn't mind such details. Lu Yuan asked Jiangxi how many crystal cores he had saved. She shrugged helplessly. Although I also want to reach level 6 as soon as possible, there are so many areas that require crystal cores, and there's no way I can accumulate 5 million in a short time. Although more and more psychics are joining 139, and the hunting department has already added thousands of new combatants, the mutant beasts in City C have been killed, and the captives are insufficient, so the daily increase in crystal cores is less than 5,000. But the pharmaceutical department and the weapons department also have expenditures, and the number is still quite large. Even if selling gene catalysts and rejuvenation pills can generate a lot of crystal cores, it's still a far cry from 5 million. Jiangxi just calculated the crystal core inventory last week, and it barely reached 1.3 million. Lu Yuan said cheerfully, no problem, I help you accumulate them. It should be enough in at most 6 months. Once 139 becomes a level 6 White House, we can consider moving to another location. What do you think? Although she had lived in the suburbs of City C for a long time, and was familiar with the area, finding it the safest, Jiangxi didn't want to stay there forever. She also wanted to relocate the White House to a location with more mutant beasts, so she could obtain more crystal cores, food, and various other materials. This would benefit the White House's development. 139 was already powerful enough, and with the addition of 458, these two formidable forces combined would be a formidable force for almost any faction. Even if they encountered a herd of mutant beasts, they would be able to fight. Sure. Jiangxi smiled knowingly. Having a collaborator and friend like Lu Yuan was the greatest blessing of her life. Once the decision was made, Lu Yuan's team took action. All members of 458 unanimously agreed, believing that helping 139 was helping themselves. The two White Houses had practically become one. Moving forward together, watching over each other, rising and falling together. Boom boom boom. Lu Yuan drove White House number 458 to a small town near City C, and temporarily stationed there. Every day, he organized his team to go out and kill mutant beasts, collect useful mutant plants, minerals, and other useful materials. After harvesting the crystal cores, he had Chu Feng teleport back to City C and hand them over to Jiangxi. In less than 2 weeks, the mutant beasts in the city were almost completely wiped out. Lu Yuan then opened the White House again with a roar and continued on to the next city. In some places where there were many mutant beasts, Lu Yuan would stay longer. In places where there were fewer, he would quickly make a quick decision and leave after just 3 or 5 days. In less than 2 months, White House number 458 had acquired a new nickname: Chief Land Destroyer. Wherever they went, they wiped out the mutant beasts completely. Many smaller factions were suffering from mutant beasts, and longed for White Room 458 to come and help eliminate them. Number 458 moved from place to place, slaying mutant beasts and earning a warm welcome from most factions. With the help of all members of number 458, Jiangxi's accumulation of crystal cores was greatly accelerated. Current stock after 3 months, approximately 3.1 million. If he only slew the weakest E-class mutants, it would take forever to accumulate, but slewing higher-level beasts, such as C-class or B-class, would be much faster. As the countdown to White Room 139's upgrade entered its final stages, Chao Wei's research on the particle ray gun had failed repeatedly. The 8th sample had finally been produced. Model A25-0619. Xiaojiang, this time I reviewed all the previous problems and solved them all. It must have been a success. See. Chao Wei, his hair a mess and his eyes sunken, handed over a sci-fi-looking silver gun. Jiangxi had been disappointed so many times that she was mentally prepared. She didn't hold out much hope, but she still took it with a smile and reminded him to take care of his health. Let's try the effect first. Before she finished her words, Debai's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Warning! Warning! Strong spatial fluctuations detected. Suspected giant mutant beast is about to appear. Please be prepared and prevent any accidents. Chapter 297. After only a few months of peace, the giant mutant beast appeared again, and so suddenly. Jiangxi was startled, then quickly issued an order, having Debai issue a general alert. The next second, an electronically synthesized warning echoed from every floor, every building, every department, and even every room in White House 139. Warning! Warning! A giant mutant beast has been detected and is rapidly approaching us. All personnel, please remain calm and do not leave. Warning! Warning! All personnel, please do not leave. Please return to your rooms immediately and remain calm. I repeat, a giant mutant beast has been detected. All personnel, please remain calm and do not leave. Everyone was stunned by this sudden warning. A giant mutant beast? What? This terrifying thing had actually appeared, setting off an alarm. It was a serious situation. What should they do? Along with the cries of alarm, the bravest of the group quickly regained consciousness and, following the warning tone, shouted, "Don't be dazed. Go back to your rooms and hide. The White House will protect us. Nothing will happen." Not bothering to confirm whether there was indeed a giant mutant beast outside, everyone ran towards their rooms. The effectiveness of their regular training was evident at this moment. Although most people were terrified, they weren't completely panicked. They all followed the main group and rushed towards the dormitory building. The situation was somewhat chaotic, but still manageable. Chao Wei shuddered, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a glint of surprise and panic. Oh no, Xiaojiang! Is the giant mutant beast really here? Can our White House withstand it? Jiangxi had calmed down. Don't worry, Uncle Chao, it'd be fine. The White House's defenses are strong. As long as we don't run out, even the giant mutant beasts can't harm us. Within her experience with number 46, she was certain of this. Just hide in the White House. Just hope the alien doesn't show up, or it would be truly disastrous. Soon, Jiangxi, using the White House's detection capabilities, saw a massive figure emerging from the gray fog in the distance. It was as if the sky suddenly split open, and endless gray fog erupted. From the haze, an indescribably gigantic figure, carried by the endless gray fog, slowly emerged, striding on 4 disproportionately stretched legs. The sky, previously clear and clear, suddenly turned gray and gloomy. Its form resembled a giant version of a tiger, wolf, lion, or leopard, with a head, limbs, fur, a torso, and a tail. But its face was hideous, and every part of its body seemed twisted and limp like noodles, especially its 4 legs, which were at least several hundred meters long. It emanated a gloomy gray mist, like a moving fog machine. Its features were invisible, save for its blood-red eyes, and a unique, oppressive aura that suffocated everyone. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble, and the surrounding 100-meter-tall trees felt as fragile as weeds, easily crushed under its feet. Thankfully, the people at the door had already entered, and some of those dining in the restaurant were even more afraid to leave. Jiangxi immediately closed the door to the white room. Everyone felt a little more at ease. As the giant mutant beast drew closer, Jiangxi recognized it. It's the Song Beast. This was the only giant mutant beast she had seen footage of in her previous life and had some information about. In terms of combat power, the Song Beast was the weakest of all the giant mutant beasts. Besides emitting a gray mist, it possessed no other special abilities. Even so, even with the massive teams of psychics deployed by the consortiums of her previous life, they were still unable to defeat it. With its sheer size, defense, and inherent strength, the Song Beast could easily crush any human, including psychics. In the control room, Jiangxi stared at the wall before her, which had become transparent, and observed the outside world. Boom boom boom. Heavy footsteps echoed. She looked up at the approaching Song Beast, and saw the chaos outside. The area surrounding White House 139 was no longer the desolate landscape it once was. Aside from the flat open space within a 500-meter radius, a large number of survivors from other cities had already settled outside. They relied on White House 139, taking on missions to eke out a living. But now, with nowhere to hide, these people fled in panic. The Song Beast arrived so suddenly that even Jiangxi didn't dare send the psychics in the White Room out to rescue them, let alone the survivors, who hadn't joined Unit 139. The giant mutant beast is coming. Run! Help! Ah! Help me! I twisted my ankle. Don't leave me. Countless people cried out before the Song Beast inhaled and sucked them into its bloody maw, vanishing. A fierce wind swept through, sweeping countless people skyward and sucking them into the Song Beast's belly. Simple houses built with earth-based psychic powers couldn't withstand the beast's tugs. They were reduced to rubble. Liu and Jiayu flanked Jiangxi, while Chao Wei and Liang Jinhua stood behind, stunned by the scene. Everyone's faces were filled with resentment, their fists clenched, their eyes flickering with resentment and fear, yet there was nothing they could do. Jiang, what should we do? Are we just going to watch so many people die? Damn it, this giant mutant is terrifying. Jiyayu's face paled. The overwhelming force was so overwhelming that she couldn't even think of rushing out to fight the monster. She couldn't defeat it, and going out would be a waste of life. Jiangxi's first priority was to ensure the safety of herself and her companions, and then the entire 139th unit. The other survivors were left to their own devices. Countless people fled towards the White House, crammed together inside and outside, desperately pounding on the walls. Let us in and hide, please, Boss Jiang. The giant mutant is coming. Open the door, let us hide. A man with a broken hand and a large festering wound on his face huddled at the front. With his other hand, he held a 4 or 5-year-old boy, who screamed in fear. The little boy was also terrified, crying in his arms. One after another, people were swept away by the fierce wind. The sky was filled with gray fog, flying sand and rocks, accompanied by the roaring sound waves of the beast. Some people could not bear the shock, their heads splitting, and blood seeped from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Only those hiding in the White House were safe and sound. Even the terrifying sounds were blocked by the White House. Jiangxi could not bear to watch. On a sudden thought, she opened the door of the White House and let the survivors in. In the face of life and death, rules are put aside. Save everyone who can be saved. The survivors were crying for help, banging on the wall, when they suddenly realized that the door was open. Hurry, get in. It's really open. Great. Hurry in. Countless survivors rushed in, finally breaking into the White House at the last moment, like a crowd, scrambling for the first place. At the same time, a warning sounded from within the White House. Those entering the White House, please do not block the doorway. Go inside and leave space for the survivors behind. The White House is safe. No noise allowed. Please remain calm. Boom, boom, boom. As the beast approached, its heavy footsteps almost drowned out the warning sound from the White House. Everyone looked back to see the massive beast outside, as massive as a mountain, shrouded in gray mist. Its huge, ferocious red eyes stared intently at the White House. Then it swung its claws fiercely. Boom, the White House shook, the loud noise nearly deafening countless people, who fell to the ground. Even with the White House's protection, this terrifying blow caused countless people to cry out in fear. A claw reached through the open door and entered. Chapter 298. It was a sharp claw, shrouded in gray mist and covered in black fur. It thrust violently into the door, but was still stuck due to its immense size. The White House resounded with a resounding crash, and the door seemed poised to shatter at any moment, sending everyone screaming and retreating in fear. In an instant, the door slammed shut, clamping the beast's front claw like a guillotine. Outside the house erupted an angry roar, the sound waves crashing like a tsunami. Countless people, unable to withstand it, bled from all 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground with splitting headaches. Swish! The door instantly twisted and deformed, transforming into a rapidly spinning, sharp blade, severing the claw in seconds. Blood spurted out, and the severed claw fell to the ground. The door finally closed. Thick, bright red blood flowed through the crack in the door. Hearing the frantic, angry roars outside, everyone trembled with fear. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the injured beast attacked the White House once again. Boom, boom, boom. A violent crash echoed, and the White House seemed to crumble. Even Jiangxi felt the earth shake, unsteady on her feet, and quickly grabbed the desk. The others' heads were buzzing from the sound, and they clutched their heads in agony. Under attack, the White House could no longer block out the sound. Everyone endured the massive mutant beast's attack, becoming even more aware of its terrifying power. This was a nearly hopeless natural enemy. Jiangxi experienced firsthand what number 46 had once felt. Thankfully, she knew that Song Beast could never destroy the White House. Otherwise, even the most composed person would have panicked and made mistakes in a hurry. As soon as she thought, Dubai's voice echoed from within the White House. Everyone remain calm and remain where you are. The White House is sturdy and will not be destroyed. Don't worry. The voice repeated 3 times. It was indeed effective. Even though everyone's ears, tinnitus and headaches were pounding, and they were staggering from the shock, they still maintained their faith in the White House's defenses, covering their ears and crouching where they were. The loud noises continued in waves, rumbling and booming, and no one knew how long that Song Beast would continue its attacks. Were they just going to passively take the beating and wait for that Song Beast to vent its anger, and then leave on its own? Jiangxi sat in her seat, her expression growing increasingly grim. She stared at the gun she had been tightly gripping. From the moment Uncle Chow showed her the gun until now, it had happened so suddenly that Jiangxi hadn't even had time to put it down. An idea struck her. Why not test the power of this gun with this thing? After all, in the White House, even if it failed again, she wouldn't be in danger. It wouldn't matter if she tried. What if it succeeded? Jiangxi raised her hand and pressed the muzzle of the gun against the wall. On the other side of the wall lay the Song Beast's black-haired legs, thicker than a pillar several people could hug together. Xiao Jiang, you're thinking. Qiao Wei seemed to have guessed her intention. Yes, I'm free anyway, so I might as well test this gun and see if it works. Jiangxi's eyes narrowed, a hint of defiance playing on her lips. She stared intently at the wall. The moment she pulled the trigger, the wall against which the muzzle of the gun was pressed twisted and parted, instantly transforming under Jiangxi's will, creating a small hole 3 centimeters in diameter. A ball of white light shone, illuminating the small hole. Energy shot out from it, fleeting, piercing the beast's ankle with indescribable force. The huge, thick leg, covered in black fur, exploded, sending countless blood and rotten flesh scattering into the air, spraying onto the walls of the White House and the ground. But before it even touched the ground, it instantly disintegrated into countless cells, then into even smaller particles. There were so many of them, billions upon billions, that it looked like a rapidly spreading red, then blown away by the wind and vanished. Boom! Suddenly, the Song Beast lost its balance, nearly collapsing with its mountainous form. The excruciating pain of losing a leg caught it off guard. Amidst its wailing, its instinctively low IQ mind couldn't comprehend what had happened. It saw its stumped leg disappearing, spreading upwards. Inside the White House, Jiangxi saw it all clearly. She watched in astonishment, unable to believe it. A single shot had broken the Song Beast's leg? This transformation was too bizarre. Jiangxi had never witnessed it before. Is this the power of the particle ray gun? No, it didn't break the Song Beast's leg, it broke the area impacted by the energy into particles. Jiangxi couldn't imagine the principle, but it didn't prevent her from knowing that Song Beast was truly injured. Strike while it's weak. Gripping the gun tightly against the wall, Jiangxi repeated the same procedure and pulled the trigger again. But after a moment, the second shot didn't fire. What's going on? Did you run out of energy? Jiangxi pulled the trigger a few more times, but the muzzle still didn't flash. She wasn't sure if it was the energy, or if there was another malfunction. She sighed. What a shame! If she could fire a few more shots, she might have been able to inflict serious damage on the Song Beast. Even if she couldn't kill it, it wouldn't feel good. After an unknown amount of time, the noise outside the White House gradually died down. The heavy footsteps faded, the roaring died away, and a dead silence fell. Ji Qiuqi crouched on the ground, desperately squeezing his sister's hand. He whispered, "Xiaoyu, are you okay?" Ji Yeyu's hair was disheveled. She took a deep breath. "I'm fine, brother. How about you?" The two exchanged a smile, finally relieved. Someone nearby looked up and hesitantly asked, "It seems the giant mutant beast has left." No more noise outside. Everyone stood up one after another, listening for a moment, but still unsure. Crisis averted, giant mutant beast has departed. Everyone, please remain where you are and await further instructions. Debai's familiar synthesized voice echoed through the White House. A few seconds of silence fell before everyone erupted in astonished cheers. "Ah! Great! It's okay. The giant mutant beast is gone. We survived? It's okay. We finally made it. Wow, are we really saved? No danger? Wow! We won. We managed to escape the giant mutant beast's attack. The White House's defenses are truly formidable. Thank you, Boss Jiang, for saving us." All the survivors cheered and leaped with ecstasy, shouting and leaping. The ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe made it impossible to contain their inner feelings, and they cried and laughed. Although they had merely dodged the giant mutant's attack, in everyone's minds, it was no less than a victory. A moment later, Jiang Shi, Liang Jinhua, and the others emerged. Everyone! Jiang Shi raised his hand, and the cheers quickly died down. Everyone listened with a glow and excited. "I'm sure you all heard the announcement just now. It's true. The giant mutant has left. We're safe." As soon as he finished speaking, the cheers rang out again. After everyone quieted down, Jiang Shi organized the staff and arranged for the survivors to rest in the restaurant for a while, providing everyone with a free meal. They would leave the White House after they had rested. Though reluctant to leave, the White House's safety had been proven once again. However, all the survivors understood that they hadn't yet joined 139, and that being saved by Boss Jiang this time was already a great act of kindness on her part. In the restaurant, those who had survived the ordeal reminiscently discussed the thrilling event and praised Jiang Shi for her kindness. On the other side, in the conference room, Jiang Shi looked at the key members of Unit 139 and the department heads as they took out the newly tested gun. "I have good news for everyone." Jiang Shi smiled, looking around at the group. Chapter 299. Everyone, this is Uncle Chao's latest particle ray gun, model A25-0619. Jiang Shi's tone was filled with suppressed excitement. "Many of you saw me fire a shot just now, but I guess you don't know the exact effect. Indeed, this gun can injure giant mutant beasts, and it's quite powerful. I fired just one shot, and part of the calf of that giant mutant beast called Song Beast disappeared, disintegrating into countless tiny particles invisible to the naked eye." Jiang Shi recounted his observations. Everyone was stunned, and Chao Wei was a little unconvinced. Did they hear correctly? The giant mutant beast was really injured? No wonder it screamed so miserably later, so angry. "Xiao Jiang, are you saying this experiment was a success? I really did make the particle ray gun shown in the blueprint." Chao Wei's eyes lit up, and he stood up. "Really, Boss Jiang? Is this gun that powerful?" Yu Yuhan stared intently at the sci-fi looking silver gun on the table. If it weren't a bit out of reach, he would have wanted to grab it right then, and there to see for himself. Although many had vaguely guessed what Jiang Shi had done after she fired the gun, only hearing her announcement with their own ears did they truly believe it. Cheers erupted in the conference room, the initial shock from the Song Beast dispelling the repression. Liang Jinhua looked at the gun, then at Chao Wei, then back at Jiang Shi, muttering, "So, the gun in the blueprint can actually be made. It's real. And crucially, it's so powerful it can even injure a giant mutant beast. Ordinary mutant beasts are already incredibly powerful, instantly fatal to ordinary humans. Sea level and above require the combined efforts of several psychics to prevent their demise. Giant mutant beasts, however, surpass even A-level beasts, and are the nightmare of nearly every psychic. And now, giant mutant beasts can be injured. Great." Jiang Shi's tone shifted, and he spoke with an encouraging air. "We now confirm that giant mutant beasts can be injured and defeated. While we can't kill them yet, we can inflict damage. With the White House's protective power, we can protect all of us. We may not be unable to win this war. Don't you agree?" "Yes. Victory, victory, victory." The entire crowd erupted in excitement, everyone shouting in unison, their eyes brimming with hope. Jiangxi then arranged the aftermath one by one. After everyone had departed, he left Chao Wei alone to discuss something. Uncle Chao, you should be able to guess what I'm going to tell you, right? Is it about this gun? Chao Wei asked. Jiangxi nodded and said seriously, yes, I didn't tell you the whole truth just now. While this gun is powerful, there are still many issues that need to be addressed. The most important one is the power. Currently, it can only fire one shot. Otherwise, she would have severely damaged the Song Beast long ago. She didn't say it because she didn't want to affect morale. The crowd was terrified by the Song Beast's terror, almost to the point of despair. With so many people devoured by it, even Jiangxi herself felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The giant mutant beast was terrifying. She had to give everyone hope, to let them know that even giant mutant beasts could be defeated. That way, everyone would be filled with hope for the future. Even if injured, even if dead, even if they knew there was an even more terrifying Mist octopus mother in the canyon, no one would give up the fight and strive to survive. Chao Wei took the gun and studied it carefully for a moment, his brow furrowed. Finally, he determined that it hadn't failed this time, but there were flaws. His mood was much better than before, and he said, I take it back and test it again and study it carefully. Don't worry, Xiao Jiang, I have a feeling it will succeed next time. This particle ray gun had improved significantly. With the lessons learned from repeated failures, Chao Wei believed that in time, he would find a solution. Let the actual particle ray gun on the blueprint be unveiled. Arm everyone in Unit 139. In the following days, Jiangxi continued to diligently accumulate crystal cores. A few 100,000 were still missing, but it was almost there. She asked Lu Yuan and learned that, in addition to unlocking the mobility function, the level 6 white room could also control its size. The white room could be doubled in size based on a level 5 room, or it could be reduced to reduce energy consumption. The level 7 white room unlocked defensive weapons and a protective shield. Jiangxi was pleasantly surprised and eagerly anticipated these two features. The white room would then become a massive mobile fortress, further enhancing its security. However, upgrading the level 7 white room required 50 million crystal cores, something she couldn't even dream of right now. She could only take it one step at a time. Currently, Jiangxi was focused on three things. Besides accumulating crystal cores, she was also helping Chao Wei gather materials for the particle ray gun. She primarily assigned this matter to Wu Bingkui. He was already adept at dealing with various factions and conducting business, so small tasks like collecting materials would be no problem. The third task was to monitor developments near El City. She no longer had time to monitor the development of other White House factions and the sale of gene catalysts, leaving that entirely to Jiang Mingyao, Deng Qilin, and several other department heads. Every few days, someone would report to Jiangxi about unusual activity in El City. Boss Jiang, detectors 1, 27, and 35 detected tentacles suspected to be from the Mother Mist octopus on June 24th at the following locations. Detectors 12 and 19 detected the movement of the mother's tentacles on July 2nd. It's suspected that the number of tentacles is increasing, and their distribution is expanding. Boss Jiang, detectors 4, 17, and 21 have been damaged by other parasitic beasts and need to be reinstalled. Oh no! Traces of an alien have been detected. Jiangxi's face changed. The aliens had actually appeared. It seemed there were indeed aliens in Jacob's Canyon, but they had been lucky last time and hadn't encountered them. She was well aware of the aliens' terrifying nature. Not only could Lu Yuan's metallic powers not stop them, but even the White House, which was already in an unknown level in the alien dimension, couldn't stop them. In the end, they both self-destructed and perished. Okay, I understand. Continue observing. Jiangxi pondered for a moment and asked, when will we recharge the detector next? The person in charge replied, in 5 days. Be careful when you go. If anything goes wrong, flee immediately. Safety first. Yes, Boss Jiang. Back in the control room, Jiangxi immediately informed Lu Yuan of the news. Now they had a weapon to deal with the giant mutant beasts. They just had to wait for Chao Wei to further refine the particle ray gun's functionality before they could mass produce it. But the existence of the aliens posed a greater problem. If aliens appeared again while they were dealing with the Mist octopus mother, no matter how many men they had or how many advanced weapons they had, the outcome would be a near-fatal loss. Or even total annihilation. We really need to think carefully about the alien issue. Lu Yuan, with 458 men, was currently stationed in a city thousands of miles away from City C. Upon hearing this news, he was equally worried. Jiangxi suddenly said, what do you think? Should we consult Lin Xuan again? Would she give us some feasible suggestions? Chapter 300. Lin Shuang's identity remains a mystery. Although she has always pretended that she and Lu Yuan are from the same time and space, Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan never believed her. Since she can give us the blueprints for the particle ray gun, can she also tell us how to deal with the aliens? Jiang Shi looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully. If she really is from another dimension, then they must have a deeper understanding of the aliens, and may know something. Lu Yuan, you're more familiar with her, why don't you go ask her? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, and raised a question. If people from another dimension can deal with the aliens, then why haven't they been wiped out? And why are there still so many giant mutant beasts? Even particle ray guns are powerful, including the one Lin Shuang picked up, which can also inflict fatal damage to giant mutant beasts. So why has the alien dimension become so bad? Jiang Shi was unsure. Maybe there are too few resources to mass-produce weapons. Or maybe there are too few aliens, and too many giant mutant beasts. Having weapons is one thing, but without sufficient resources, even the best cook can't cook without rice. If there are many giant mutant beasts, but few psychics, even if both sides are evenly matched, victory won't be easy. It seems only Lin Shuang can provide the true answer. They know almost nothing about the conditions in that world, and rely solely on speculation. Faced with the imminent crisis, Lu Yuan couldn't figure out how to deal with the psychics, and ultimately decided to seek Lin Shuang's advice. Lu Yuan, why are you giving me so many things? As soon as the connection was established, Lu Yuan initiated the teleportation. Lin Shuang was stunned to see boxes of canned meat, dried vegetables, and fresh fruit. Incredulous and delighted, she asked, "What's wrong? Why are you sending me so much food right away? I don't have that many crystal cores. I can't afford it." Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "This is for you. You don't need the cores. The blueprints you sold me last time were excellent. We already developed the initial development of the particle ray gun. Consider this food a token of your gratitude." Last time, Lin Shuang was only given 1,000 kilograms of food, which was far from enough. Given its value, the blueprints for the particle ray gun would more than fetch 1,000,000 crystal cores. Neither Lu Yuan nor Jiang Shi were the type to take advantage of others without any effort, so of course they tried their best to express their gratitude. "Really? You developed the weapon and the blueprints so quickly? That's great." Lin Shuang's eyes lit up. "How powerful is it? Have you tested it?" Lu Yuan said, "I have, and it works very well. But it's just a prototype, and there are still some issues to work out. We take our time." Lin Shuang was secretly delighted. "I didn't expect them to succeed so quickly. Once they go into mass production, they'd be able to deal with giant mutant beasts. Her efforts were worth it. I hope they succeed." Lu Yuan recounted the recent events at White House 139. Jiang Shi and the others were attacked by a giant mutant beast called the Song Beast. Fortunately, they had just developed a particle ray gun, and with the White House's protection, they were able to escape. I heard about that, too. It was a Song Beast. Thankfully, it wasn't a saprophytic stegosaurus. That thing is terrifying. Even the White House couldn't withstand it. What is a saprophytic stegosaurus? Lu Yuan interrupted her. Lin Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and her face faltered. "Oh no," I blurted it out too quickly. "The saprophytic stegosaurus is a hybrid of giant mutant beasts, one of the most terrifying. It spews a highly acidic mucus that can slowly corrode and rot even the outer walls of the White House. But it hasn't appeared in Lu Yuan and his companions' time and space yet. I heard from others that it's a terrifying giant mutant beast, but I never seen one." Lin Shuang hesitated, quickly changing the subject. "But your friend was lucky to escape." "That's true. Fortunately, the alien didn't appear this time, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable." Lu Yuan didn't dwell on it, leaving it at that. Speaking of the alien, or the herders, Lin Shuang's expression darkened. "By the way, do you know any way to deal with the alien? Have the other people in the White House, or your friends told you anything?" Lu Yuan finally asked what he wanted to know most. Lin Shuang fell silent for a rare moment. The herders are the greatest enemy of all survivors. Ever since she was old enough to understand, her parents and elders have told her about the horrors of the herders. She had witnessed many, including the deaths of her own parents and close friends at the hands of the herders. But to this day, the entire alliance has yet to devise a better way to deal with the herders than to perish together. That's why they were so desperate. No, how could I possibly know? If only I knew. Lin Shuang lowered her eyes, as if oblivious to the differences between Lu Yuan and herself, and muttered, "Those herders are terrifying. Not only do they possess exceptional physiques, but they are also filled with aggression and attack power. A psychic facing them is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They're overestimating their own capabilities. Lost in her memories, she spoke a great deal without realizing it. Lu Yuan then understood that the aliens were far more terrifying than those history books described them in. They were humanoid creatures from another dimension, or, in layman's terms, intelligent beings from another plane. For unknown reasons, a small number of aliens initially arrived on Blue Star through a dimensional rift, attempting to occupy the planet. They wreaked havoc and slaughtered bloodshed. Accompanied by giant mutant beasts, they were like a herd of gun-wielding executioners among a flock of sheep, and the people of Blue Star were powerless to resist. Even more terrifying was that, though few in number, the aliens would divide and multiply. One gave birth to two, two gave birth to four, four gave birth to 8. If it weren't for their long division cycle, which lasted only about 10 years, Lin Shuang wouldn't have been so bold as to attempt to change history by preemptively eliminating them. She risked her life. This space-time gray fog had only erupted 2 years earlier, and the first group of herders had yet to reproduce, numbering no more than 5. As long as the first few herders who invaded were eliminated, there would be hope for Blue Planet, and the future might change. Since they were already hopeless, they might as well give it a try. Perhaps they could find a glimmer of hope. Lu Yuan. Lin Shuang suddenly looked up, staring at the stern man on the screen, and said word by word, "The herders are terrifying. We must be dealt with as soon as possible, even at the cost of our lives. We must perish together with them. I can't think of any other way. The only way is the self-destruction method we saw last time in the alien dimension. That might be the only way to eliminate the herders." I asked, and this is what she said. When Lu Yuan contacted Jiang Shi again and told her about his previous conversation with Lin Shuang, she doesn't seem to know either, and I don't think she lied to us. Jiang Shi's heart sank. Is the only way to eliminate the herders is by using the White Room self-destruction? Are the aliens so powerful that they must all perish together to be eliminated? The only good news is that there aren't many of them, probably only a few. Otherwise, she would have been despairing. Self-destruction was a last resort. She wouldn't have chosen it unless it was the last resort. After a moment, Jiang Shi said, "Remember that severed arm you brought back last time? I study it carefully, hoping to find the alien's weakness." Chapter 301. The last time Lu Yuan brought this severed arm back, he also brought many other items, including the gun, the tooth of the Deriba beast, and other materials. With so much to do, and the arm unable to be crafted into anything useful, Jiang Shi temporarily kept it frozen and stored, never having the time to research it. She went to the storeroom and opened the freezer drawer. A chill wind blew against her face as the severed arm lay quietly inside, a thin layer of frost already forming on its surface. Jiang Shi picked up the arm, and the information about it resurfaced in her mind. The severed arm of the Pamapana people, also known as the herders. She wiped away the frost and examined it carefully. She studied it for a long time, but apart from the basic information that the potential provided Jiang Shi, she found nothing special. She then experimented with burning, cutting, poisoning, and acid decay. The severed arm seemed invulnerable, showing almost no reaction. This damn thing, doesn't it have any weaknesses at all? Jiang Shi felt a little annoyed, looking at the tiny scraps of flesh she had painstakingly removed. This tiny amount of damage was nothing to the herder. Undeterred, Jiang Shi summoned Wang Fu and the other psychics, who were on leave in the White House, and had them try their psychic powers or other methods. As long as they could destroy the severed arm, it would be fine. The experiment lasted for 5 days, and almost every psychic in the White House had tried it, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Is there really no way out? Jiang Shi was almost desperate. She wasn't so arrogant as to immediately find a way to deal with the herder, but at least she wanted to see some hope, to give her a direction to research. No, not at all. The research had reached a stalemate. Jiang Shi was at a loss as to what to do with the severed arm, distraught and sleepless for almost 2 weeks. Forget it, Jiang. This thing is too special. If we can't figure it out, just put it aside. Look at you, you look so grim. Have you been up for a few days? Seeing her toiling away all day with no results, Liu couldn't help but advise, if you burn yourself out, everyone will be worried. Jiang Shi was truly exhausted and sighed. The people in the other dimension had spent hundreds of years trying to figure out how to deal with the alien herders. How could she possibly solve this century-old problem in just a few days? Forget it, let's take our time. Maybe by some chance, we figure it out. Jiang Shi was truly exhausted. She wrapped the severed arm in a plastic bag and handed it to Liu, asking her to put it back in the freezer. Okay, then get some rest. I have Uncle Wang make you something delicious tonight. With that, Li Yu closed the door and left. Walking toward the supplies building, Li Yu saw a thriving scene along the way. A vast residential complex, with tall buildings standing in rows, lined with greenery and flowers, suddenly struck her as a revelation. Everything was just as it had always been. No gray fog, no mutant beasts, no aliens. The catastrophe was just a dream. Hello, Minister Li. A distant greeting interrupted Li Yu's thoughts. She snapped back to her senses, smiled, and nodded, returning to the present moment. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a large white wolf emerged from the nearby flower bed, wagging its tail and spitting at Li Yu, then rearing up and pouncing on her. Li Yu, carrying her supplies, smiled and petted its head. Little darling, shouldn't you be working in the breeding department right now, keeping an eye on those mutant beasts? Why are you running around? Oh, I get it. You must have been absent from duty, skipping work to go out and play, right? Woo-woo-woo. The big white wolf chuckled, its tail wagging wildly. Unfortunately, it completely underestimated its own strength, forcing Li Yu to retreat repeatedly and drop the item in her hand. Little cutie, stop it. Li Yu hurried to pick it up. This was an important, confidential item, and its unique appearance meant it couldn't be seen by anyone. The big white wolf suddenly smelled a strange odor. Its lazy, ingratiating eyes suddenly became sharp, and it landed on the plastic bag on the ground. Before Li Yu could pick it up, the big white wolf suddenly snatched up the plastic sheet and bolted forward, leaving her stunned in the blink of an eye and disappearing into the flower bed. It took Li Yu several seconds to recover. Little cutie, come back here. Give it back to me. Oh no! Little cutie had gotten away with the severed arm that Jiang had instructed her to put away. That naughty little darling, he's itching to grab anything. Did he think it was delicious? Although Li Yu wasn't worried about the big white wolf destroying the severed arm, she couldn't let it take it and chew on it like a bone. What if it's poisoned? Li Yu ran after him, shouting, little darling, where have you been? If you don't come out, you'll be in trouble if Jiang finds out. I count to 3. If you don't come out, prepare to get beaten. 1, 2. This alarmed everyone nearby. Everyone was well aware of the big white wolf's mischievous behavior, and they both loved and hated it. It was the only mutant beast that understood human nature and was friendly to humans. Its combat power was comparable to that of a Class B mutant beast, and it had long been the pet of all 139 members. Many people volunteered to help Li Yu search for the big white wolf, waiting for the show to begin. No one knew what Xiaoguai had taken. He'd definitely get a beating soon. It's been a while since Xiaoguai got a beating. Come on, everyone, help find him. Minister Li, what did Xiaoguai take? Is it important? When we punish him later, can I tie the ropes? I tied it tight. Hang him up. Hang him from a tree. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I dealt with him, and he's getting naughty again. A few days ago, he even attacked some of my yellow-flecked birds. How mean! Everyone chattered, laughing and cursing as they searched. Over an hour later, finally, someone spotted the big white wolf. It had returned to its den and was gnawing on a pale, broken arm with its claws. It was drooling, gnawing with such pleasure that it didn't even notice Jiangxi and Li Yu were there. Little darling, are you itching for trouble? A hint of a smile flickered in Jiangxi's eyes, but her tone was cold. The wolf startled, raising its head, a thin, glistening streak of blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. It continued to drip onto the ground. Not bothering to gnaw on the bone, the wolf leaped from its den and swung around Jiangxi, wagging its tail and admitting its mistake. Jiangxi stepped forward to pick up the severed arm. She was just thinking about how to deal with the wolf when her eyes fell on the saliva-covered arm and she froze. What did she notice? Something was wrong. Why were there several teeth marks on the arm? Though they were small, Jiangxi was certain they were from the wolf. There were still traces of its saliva on them. This was the severed arm of a Pomapana man, one she couldn't damage with a knife or fire, and now, the wolf had left several teeth marks on it. Jiangxi was stunned. Looking at the large white wolf wagging its tail before her, then at the severed arm in her hand, Jiangxi's heart leaped. Li Yu, puzzled, asked Jiang, what's wrong with you? Jiangxi clutched the broken arm tightly and cried out excitedly, Ayu, that's great. I tell you later. Xiaoguai, come with me, hurry. She patted the wolf's head and, leaving Li Yu behind, ran forward. She was going to find Wang Fu and Chao Wei to figure out what was going on. There had to be something different about Xiaoguai. Chapter 302. Several people gathered around the table, looking at a strangely severed arm on a metal tray. The wrist was jagged, the flesh tucked away, and had turned a pale white. The fingers resembled chicken claws, their nails sharp and curved, gleaming with a strange, cold light. It was covered in a transparent mucus. Jiangshi was already familiar with this severed arm. Now, looking at the new teeth and bite marks, she couldn't believe it. Did Xiaoguai really bite it? Chao Wei's eyes widened. He'd been so busy lately, forgetting to eat or sleep, he hadn't had time to rest, but upon hearing about this strange incident, he rushed over immediately. Jiangshi affirmed, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. She turned to glance at the large white wolf lying at her feet, its black eyes rolling around as it looked at her innocently. He looked so pitiful. Xiaoguai's teeth are so good that he could even bite that thing? Wang Fu exclaimed in amazement. He had experimented with the severed arm before, applying all sorts of poisons, but there was no reaction, even to the poisons he extracted with his supernatural powers. Yu Yuhan exclaimed in amazement, even feeling a touch of pride, Bai Tsong, you're amazing. We're all helpless against this thing, and yet, you managed to bite it. You truly deserve to be my #1 pet. The big white wolf suddenly felt proud. It scrambled to its feet, its long fur twitching, its ears erect as it let out a long distant howl. Woo! Woo! Wolves are truly amazing. Give them a thumbs up. Jiangshi grabbed its ears and spoke in a long, drawn-out tone. Xiaoguai, I didn't come to settle the score with you, and you're already so proud? Is this something you should be chewing? Master Wang, please check Xiaoguai and confirm his physical condition. Although the big white wolf looked energetic, Jiangshi was still worried it might be acting strangely after gnawing on the herder's severed arm. It's best to check it thoroughly. Wang Fu nodded and waved his hand. The big white wolf immediately darted over, allowing him to pry open its mouth and examine its eyes, tongue, blood, and so on. At first, Wang Fu examined it normally. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he dipped a glass tube into the big white wolf's blood and saliva and examined each. His expression grew increasingly serious. There was even a hint of surprise. Jiangshi noticed something was amiss and asked, Master Wang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Xiaoguai? Her first reaction was that Xiaoguai had been poisoned. Wang Fu's agitation was visibly growing. He couldn't articulate more than a few words. He waved his hands anxiously, saying, Wait, let me check it out. Don't worry, don't worry. He said he wasn't in a hurry, but his actions were more anxious than anyone else's. Wang Fu touched the tip of the wolf's nose again. It was slightly moist, but not the sweat he desired. He could only coax Xiaoguai, you're the best. Go run around the white room twice, and come back. Can you do it? The wolf howled and nodded, then turned and shot out like an arrow. Watching the white shadow disappear before his eyes, Jiangshi seemed to understand something. Master Wang, are you going to use Xiaoguai's sweat for your experiment? Yu Yuhan asked impatiently, what's going on? Master Wang, what's the use of Bai Tsong's sweat? Everyone looked at Wang Fu. Wang Fu's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the severed arm and said excitedly, Boss Jiang, everyone, haven't you figured it out yet? How can Xiaoguai bite off the alien's severed hand? It's not because he's strong or has good teeth, but I suspect Xiaoguai's body fluids contain a special substance that helps him break down the alien's skin and flesh. I just checked and found it in Xiaoguai's blood and saliva, just in different proportions, with the saliva containing a higher concentration of the substance. That's why he wanted to confirm whether the same substance was present in the great white wolf's sweat, and what the proportion was. Then he planned to test the great white wolf's urine. Confirm everything. Then everyone suddenly realized, surprised and delighted. The reason they were helpless against the herders was, first, their immense attack power, and second, their physical strength. If the special substance in the great white wolf's body could break the herders' defenses, then they had found a way to deal with them. A moment later, the great white wolf came running back. Its nose was damp, its white fur wisping in wisps, and with its tongue lolling, it darted towards Jiangshi like an arrow, spun around, and whined at Wang Fu again. The wolf ran 3 laps. Impressive, wasn't it? Praise the wolf. While praising it, Wang Fu seized the opportunity to use his supernatural power to absorb some of the sweat from the great white wolf's nose. Jiangshi simply had the great white wolf urinate in the flower bed again, and received another bottle of freshly brewed wolf urine. The experiment lasted all night. The next day, Wang Fu, excited, approached Jiangshi and reported his findings. As expected, Xiaoguai's body fluids contain a special enzyme that can break down alien flesh and blood. He showed Jiangshi a sheet of paper densely packed with experimental data. Look here. This is Xiaoguai's blood analysis. The percentage of this enzyme is 1.375%, and the percentage in his saliva is 2.514%. Jiangxi continued reading. Concentration in sweat, 1.953%. Concentration in urine, 5.71%. Look, Boss Jiang. Shiguai's urine contains an incredible 5.71% of this enzyme. What does this mean? Wang Fu's face flushed with excitement. This means that if we purify this biological enzyme, we can break down the aliens' defenses and eliminate them. Is it really that lucky? Jiangxi's eyes lit up, barely able to contain her excitement. They had, by chance, discovered a substance in Shiguai that could fight the herders so quickly. How lucky! She believed it was true, having observed the herder's severed arm all night. It was stained with the great white wolf's saliva. After a night, not only had the holes from the teeth marks eroded further, but even the flesh at the severed end had rotted into a foul-smelling bloody liquid. Jiangxi's severed arm, which had remained untouched by the sourness and decay no matter how hard it was burned, was no match for the great white wolf's saliva. I hadn't thought the great white wolf was the herder's natural enemy. If Lu Yuan had told that, he'd be utterly stunned. Jiangxi thought of something else. Oh, Master Wang, Shiguai is a mutant wolf. Could this substance be present in the body fluids of all mutant wolves? If so, Wang Fu slapped his thigh. Yes, let's quickly find a few mutant wolves to try. The two went to the breeding department and experimented with over 10 mutant wolves, but the results were disappointing. They didn't find this special enzyme. Why is it only in Shiguai? Jiangxi wondered, and Wang Fu was puzzled. Finally, after over a month of experiments, they examined hundreds of mutant wolves one by one, and even hundreds of other mutant beasts, but the results were the same. Boss Jiang, it seems only Shiguai has this enzyme capable of breaking down the flesh of aliens. Our hope in dealing with aliens lies in Shiguai. Wang Fu was helpless. As if realizing its own importance, the big white wolf squatted down, its head held high, full of pride. Jiangxi nodded, agreeing with Wang Fu. In that case, Big White Wolf will have to work hard. Its urine contains the most biological enzymes, so they have to collect as much of it as possible. Little darling, from now on, you don't have to work in the breeding department anymore, and you can enjoy good food and drink every day. Jiangxi smiled and stroked Big White Wolf's head. I also arranged for someone to serve you personally. All you have to do every day is pee. The more you pee, the better. Easy, right? Chapter 303. The next day, the big white wolf happily indulged in a life of luxury and decadence. Every day he had plenty of delicious food, all kinds of fragrant meats, sweet fruits, and a beautiful little female wolf to play with him. He even had 2 human nannies to serve him, specifically serving him poop and pee. He was completely carefree, living a life of pure bliss. What more could a wolf ask for in a life like this? But after just 3 days, the big white wolf couldn't take it anymore. Little cutie, drink some water. Drink more, or you won't be able to pee. Hurry up. Little cutie, be good and pee again. Just pee in one basin. I promise, this is the last time today. Just pee a little more, fill this basin. My dear, how could you not pee? Boss Jiang said, we have to pee in 10 basins every day. Please pee a little more. Master Wang is waiting for your pee. Little cutie, hurry up. If you don't obey, Boss Jiang will punish you. 2 staff members held the urinals and surrounded the big white wolf, coaxing and scaring it, waiting for it to pee. But it couldn't pee anymore. No more. No more. The big white wolf went from enjoying it at first to fear, and now wanted to run away at the sight of the 2 people holding the basins. It was going crazy. The wolf couldn't pee anymore. Go away. Get out of here. Don't bother the wolf anymore. The wolf doesn't want to pee anymore. Woo-woo. If the big white wolf hadn't feared a beating, it would have snapped the 2 men's necks long ago, but it didn't dare. It could only hide. In the pharmaceutical department, Wang Fu worked tirelessly day and night to purify the big white wolf's urine, extracting the special enzymes within using his supernatural powers, and storing them in glass bottles. After 3 days, less than 20 milliliters had been accumulated. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Jiangxi shook his head, then found it amusing. Forget it, don't push too hard, or Shiguai will be squeezed and it will be troublesome. The 2 staff members breathed a sigh of relief and left. Jiangxi handed the last half basin of wolf urine he had collected to Wang Fu, asking him to rest after his work. Since we confirmed the effectiveness of this biological enzyme, we can take our time. There's no need to rush. Wang Fu explained that the purified biological enzyme was only a catalyst. It still needed to be processed, and combined with various medicinal herbs to create a powerful septic tank against the herders. These 20 milliliters should be enough. I first confirmed the effectiveness of the powerful septic tank. I hope it works as we imagined, Wang Fu said, holding the test tube full of hope. After leaving the pharmaceutical department, Jiangxi told Lu Yuan about the events of the past few days. They had finally found a way to deal with the herders. Xiaoguai's urine? It actually has this effect. Even as serious as Lu Yuan was, he felt a mixture of laughter and laughter upon learning this, but he also felt fortunate that a solution had finally been found to his most difficult problem. Now they just had to wait for Wang Fu's experimental results. 5 days later, Lu Yuan sent another 500,000 crystal cores to Jiangxi. She confirmed the quantity, and was ready to upgrade. I'm in M City now. It's close to the sea, with abundant resources. The mutant beasts and fish in the sea are even more diverse. Would you like to bring the people from Unit 139 to my place? Lu Yuan suggested that they could stay here for a few months or 6 months to acquire some supplies they hadn't had before. Jiangxi was tempted. The new environment would offer a wider variety of mutant beasts and more crystal cores, but L City would need to be monitored, otherwise the mother beasts in the canyon would cause trouble. After some consideration, she discussed with Lu Yuan, the psychic core, and we have a good relationship at the moment, so we can leave the mother beast crisis to them. On the one hand, they wanted to allow the psychic core to prepare early, but on the other hand, they should also contribute. They couldn't just let her and Lu Yuan handle the most dangerous situations while the psychic core reaped the benefits, right? Okay, tell them Lan Zipeng will be responsible for monitoring the mother beasts. That way, they can prepare in advance. Lu Yuan agreed. The next day, Jiangxi entrusted Liang Jinhui to go to White House 1027 and inform the psychic core about a giant mutant beast hiding in Jacob's Canyon. Lan Zipeng and Shen Anren were shocked. They hadn't expected the danger to be so lurking. We've been observing it for a long time. It seems to be using the Grand Canyon as its lair, constantly spewing gray mist that erodes the surrounding area. We estimate that in a year or two, it will completely occupy City L and continue to spread to surrounding cities. Liang Jinhui reminded him, we and White House 458 are preparing to leave City C for more suitable locations. The task of monitoring this female beast will have to be left to you too. Lan Zipeng was surprised. Boss Jiang is leaving too? Some time ago, White House 458 reached level 6, unlocking its mobility capabilities. It has been traveling around the world, and even earned the title of Land Destroyer. I didn't expect that White House 139 would be leaving so soon, leaving them as the only White House left in City C, and tasked with monitoring the giant mutant beast. Lan Zipeng suddenly felt helpless, a sense of being alone. City C is safe now. There are basically no mutant beasts, and the females won't be a problem for the time being. After we leave, there will be less competition in the psychic group, and there will be less resources to share. Liang Jinhui smiled faintly, seeing his thoughts. But don't worry, Captain Lan. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, or if there's anything unusual with the Ultimist Octopus female, we definitely come back. At this point, Lan Zipeng and Shen Anren felt relieved and agreed immediately. That day, White House 139 was officially upgraded. A level 6 White House, the second in the country, perhaps even the world. As soon as the news spread, countless White House owners who were friendly with Jiangxi contacted him, offering congratulations and inviting 139 to station in their area. Dealing with these people, Jiangxi worked until midnight. The next day, White House 139 embarked on its first journey, heading to City M to reunite with Lu Yuan. In the control room, Jiangxi activated the visualization function, making the walls transparent, allowing a clear view of everything outside. The White House slowly rose, countless roots sprouting out, lightly and steadily supporting the heavy structure. Like tentacles, it moved over mountains and hills toward its destination. Everyone sat in the dining room, enjoying their meal while watching the scenery pass by outside the window, their faces beaming with joy. It's moving! It's really moving! So fast! Is this the White House's mobility function? It's like riding a high-speed train, fast and stable. So exciting! High-speed trains can only travel along tracks, but our White House can go anywhere, regardless of terrain. It's much more powerful than the high-speed train. Finally, we left City C. I never thought I'd get to explore the outside world one day. Everyone was filled with curiosity and excitement, discussing the matter enthusiastically. The White House's size and speed were so great that even A-level mutants would have to avoid its attack and stay away from it. The journey was smooth, the White House automatically navigating its way, covering thousands of miles a day. The next afternoon, they arrived in City M. Following the coordinates Lu Yuan had given, Jiang Shi quickly spotted a familiar white house standing in front of him. The gates were open, and the psychics of Unit 458 were coming in and out, returning laden with various marine prey. They were all familiar faces. The other party also spotted the approaching White House, Unit 139, and both sides cheered. Boss Jiang and the others have arrived. Chapter 304. The two sides finally reunited in City M. Lu Yuan quickly left, letting the members of 458 rest and reminisce. He then took Jiang Shi on a tour, introducing her to the currents of City M. Have you ever seen the ocean before? He led Jiang Shi to a cliff, gazing at the surging waves ahead. No, this is my first time. Jiang Shi's gaze fell below the cliff, where she saw large waves splashing on the rocks, stirring up snow-white waves. In the distance, the sea surface rippled like fish scales, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. You never imagine. The mutated ocean may appear calm, but beneath the surface lies a multitude of dangers. You see it for yourself when Deputy Captain Qin and his men return from hunting. Jiang Shi had spent most of her previous life in White House No. 2. As a child, she had never traveled far, having only seen the ocean on television. Flocks of large blue-legged birds soared above the sea, their wingspans reaching 2 meters. They swooped down from the sky like thousands of sharp arrows, plunging into the sea to prey on fish. The scene was truly spectacular. When they took off again, Jiang Shi saw many of them clutching large, struggling fish in their beaks. Their beaks were riddled with sharp-boned spurs, piercing the fish's flesh. These are mutant boobies, the most common bird species on the coast. Lu Yuan pointed at the flock and said, when we first arrived, these mutant boobies treated us as prey. But after a few setbacks, and a large number of them died, they learned their lesson and never again dared to provoke us. As he spoke, he led Jiang Shi towards the mutant boobies' territory. The birds retreated in fear at their approach, daring not to attack, evidently recognizing the menacing man. Lu Yuan scanned the area and quickly found a bird's nest. He picked up an egg and handed it to Jiang Shi. This bird's egg tastes good, but I wonder if it has any special effects. He and the members of 458 had already eaten it, but without Jiang Shi, they had to cook it simply. It still tasted delicious. As soon as Jiang Shi got the egg, Jiang Shi understood its benefits. Mutated booby egg, rich in nutrients, it strengthened superpowers. Water powers can be strengthened up to 5x, fire powers up to 8x, and wind powers up to 3x. Effective for 3 hours. Requires the gourmet ability. The eggshells can be dried and ground into powder to make powerful pills, permanently increasing strength by 10x. Requires the pharmacist ability. It's really good stuff. I need to get more back. Jiang Shi smiled. He found some excellent ingredients right on arrival. City M was indeed a great place. The two of them jumped off the cliff and found a variety of shellfish clinging to the rocks. This was the most delicious seafood. Although Lu Yuan had been here a few days earlier and didn't recognize these shellfish, Jiang Shi was thrilled. She dug ahead and then handed them to Lu Yuan, and soon a large bucket was filled. The buckets were, of course, Lu Yuan's own. He could transform anything. His hands transformed into 2 large silver buckets, which followed Jiang Shi, filled with hundreds of kilograms of shellfish, conch, kelp, sea fish, 7 or 8 kinds of bird eggs, and more. Jiang Shi loved the sea so much. They're back. Look ahead. Suddenly, Lu Yuan called out, gazing out at the distant horizon. Jiang Shi looked in the direction he pointed and saw several people floating on the surface, treading the waves, each carrying a massive fish. The tall, burly figure at the front was none other than Qin Yaogang. Several others spotted Lu Yuan and Jiang Shi, and sped up to the cliff. Qin Yaogang, carrying a heavy fish, stepped forward and greeted them. Boss Jiang, you're here. Great. We were lucky today, and caught a mutant swordfish. Perfect for you, Boss Jiang, to try. I caught a mutant crab. Look, it's huge. Boss Jiang's here. We have another treat. Another team member proudly displayed their catch. It was a giant cyan crab, its legs nearly 2 meters long, weighing over 100 pounds. Clearly a foodie. Another person carried a large bunch of fiery red seaweed, another a thigh-thick sea cucumber. Everyone had a good catch, especially Qin Yaogang's. The mutant swordfish weighed over 300 pounds, and was over 2 meters long. Jiang Shi asked how they caught it. After all, this was in the ocean, where hunting was far more challenging than on land. Qin Yaogang explained that their team consisted of 5 people, each possessing a unique ability. One was a water-based, one was a levitating, one was a sharpshooter, and one had a remote sense. Combined with his ferocity, the 5 of them worked together, making hunting mutant fish easy, even in the ocean. As long as they stayed within 5 kilometers of the coast, they were practically safe. Hunting teams are generally divided like this. Everyone's abilities complement each other, resulting in greater combat effectiveness. Lu Yuan briefly briefed Jiang Shi on their current battle situation and returned with the others. That night, Jiang Shi personally prepared a sumptuous seafood feast, along with Uncle Wang and several other chefs. Steamed mutant Australian lobster, mutant swordfish sashimi, garlic-fried mutant oysters, salt and pepper mutant blue lobster, braised mutant crab, cold kelp salad, sea cucumber porridge. It was absolutely delicious. The members of White House number 139, accustomed to eating mutant beast meat and vegetables and fruits, all had bright eyes, their bellies bulging, their mouths dripping with oil, as they exclaimed the deliciousness. Especially the special benefits these foods were rich in. Several of them achieved breakthroughs on the spot. Lin Miyang, Gu Zi, Wang Fu, and He Yi were the first, after Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan, to reach the perfection stage of their superpowers. They hadn't expected that good food and drink could lead to breakthroughs, and the others were practically weeping with envy. The next day, Jiang Shi stationed his White House on the seashore, 5 kilometers away from White House number 458. From afar, he and Lu Yuan and the others began their life and hunting in City M. Not only were there numerous mutant beasts and fish in the sea, but the various mutant beasts in the city, having been rampaging for so long, far outnumbered the survivors. But for the numerous psychics in 458 and 139, far from being a danger, it actually presented the best prey. Every day, all members of the hunting team would go out in force, bringing back thousands of kilograms of prey and various mutant plants at night. As everyone became more familiar with the surroundings, the hunting range expanded, and the amount of prey harvested continued to increase. In less than a month, the warehouse was full. For the first time, Jiang Shi experienced the bliss of having more food than he could eat. Adhering to the principle of avoiding waste and maximizing profits, he immediately contacted several White House owners with whom he had regular cooperation and offered to sell various seafood. In a month, they had accumulated over 300,000 crystal cores. Wang Fu and Poison Master Zhong Xiyuan, who remained in 139 for further training, also developed a number of new drugs. Thanks to the newly discovered special materials, such as the gallbladders, ovaries, and blood of various mutant sea fish and beasts, they not only concocted potions to restore mental strength, but also more potent healing potions and hallucinogens. They even used the transparent blood of a mutant glassfish to create a potion that grants short-term invisibility. Once released, the invisibility potion was a huge hit, reducing the danger faced by the hunting team members. 3 months later, the danger level in City M had greatly decreased, and factions, both large and small, that had previously fled the city began to return, hoping to capitalize on the power of the 2 major forces, 139 and 458, and share in the benefits. Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan didn't care. As long as they stayed away, it was fine. After all, their stay was only short-term. Once their harvest was complete, they would leave again and seek a more suitable new base. On October 3rd, good news arrived from the weapons department. Chao Wei had finally solved the particle ray gun's power supply problem and improved other deficiencies. The first truly functional particle ray gun, achieving 80% of the functionality outlined in the blueprint, had been successfully constructed, Model A25-1003. At the same moment, inside White Room 6000, Lin Shuang had just returned from an alternate dimension and was about to ask Lu Yuan about his recent situation. Suddenly, her gaze fell on her hand, and her expression changed. Her palm began to turn transparent from the fingertips, slowly spreading towards her palm and wrist. "Ah!" Lin Shuang cried out in surprise. She could no longer feel her hand. Chapter 305. This sudden change came so suddenly that Lin Shuang stared at her bare wrist in disbelief, her eyes filled with fear. The changes were erratic, her palm sometimes disappearing, sometimes reappearing, eerily as if someone had cast a spell on her. The space-time butterfly wing effect. The phrase suddenly flashed through Lin Shuang's mind. It had actually happened. She had only heard of it in textbooks or by hearsay. Although she knew it was possible, she still harbored a great deal of hope. But now, having witnessed it with her own eyes, she knew the space-time butterfly wing effect was truly real. She had altered history, giving Lu Yuan weapons and blueprints from the future, revealing the mother beast's location and various secrets about the herders. Although she hadn't personally participated in the battle against the mutant beasts, It was certain that the future of Lu Yuan's time and space would be different from theirs. These events would have various connections, from the complete disappearance of the herders and the restoration of order on Blue Planet to the smaller details, from certain people and animals who were supposed to be born to having their original trajectories reversed, never to enter this world again. Just like her. Lin Shuang's body was cold, and she slumped in her chair, dazed. After an unknown amount of time, a notification chimed. It was Lu Yuan looking for her. Lin Shuang regained consciousness, feigning a calm smile as she spoke. "What's up, Lu Yuan? What do you want to talk to me about?" "Well, I have good news. I wanted to tell you that the particle ray gun has been successfully developed. All the previous flaws and issues have been improved and resolved, and the specifications should be very similar to those on the blueprints." Lu Yuan's voice was filled with obvious pleasure. "Lin Shuang, thank you so much. If you hadn't found the blueprints, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the herders and those giant mutant beasts. What do you want?" "If I can do it, I definitely agree to it," he said sincerely. "Oh, so that's what it is. Great. Congratulations." Watching her wrists constantly shifting, sometimes disappearing, sometimes reappearing, Lin Shuang finally understood why the space-time butterfly wing effect was occurring at that moment. Alas, she couldn't change it. This was all the product of her countless efforts, and the final result was what she gotten. From the very beginning, she prepared for the worst. Lin Shuang said she didn't want any reward. She still hadn't finished the food Lu Yuan had given her last time. As long as they could destroy the giant mutant beast and kill the herders, that would be enough. Her greatest wish was for everything to return to its original state, for everyone to live happily, no longer worried about danger or the endless gray fog. Seeing her determination, Lu Yuan gave up trying to dissuade her and sent her some of M-City's specialties, a variety of processed special foods. "Okay, that's it. If you need any help from us in the future, just let me know." Just as Lu Yuan was about to end the call, Lin Shuang suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lu Yuan, if you never see me again, will you remember me forever?" Her tone was heavy, and just as Lu Yuan was sensing something was amiss, Lin Shuang chuckled playfully again. "I was just asking casually, just joking. Don't take it too seriously, ha ha." There was no need for probing without reason. Lu Yuan didn't think she was joking. But he took it as Lin Shuang's subtle hint to remember her contributions and not burn bridges. He said sternly, "Lin Shuang, although we haven't known each other long, you helped us so much. Even if we go our separate ways, I will never forget you. As long as you're willing, I'll always be your friend." A friend? It was truly miraculous that she had made a friend in her lifetime, who was also from another dimension. Lin Shuang smiled. "Okay, it's settled. We be friends forever. Goodbye, Lu Yuan. Don't forget me." As her cheerful voice faded, Lu Yuan felt something was amiss. It was as if she was saying goodbye. Lu Yuan wanted to ask more, but after all, he wasn't as familiar with Lin Shuang as Jiangxi. After a moment's hesitation, he gave up. Once his work was done, he would take Jiangxi to meet Lin Shuang in person. They hadn't met yet, and while their personalities weren't identical, they should get along well. In White Room 6000, Lin Shuang held a pen, writing on a piece of paper as she pondered. "Lu Yuan, this is the first letter I ever written to you. By the time you read this, I'd probably be gone." Elsewhere, Jiangxi began purchasing a large quantity of supplies for Chao Wei to build the particle ray gun. With this powerful weapon, they would have a fighting chance against the herders and the giant mutant beasts. However, the materials for the particle ray gun were extremely scarce. The previous experiment had already used up the limited ilmenite in the warehouse. Even if Jiangxi offered a high price, after a week, no one would buy it. Lu Yuan also searched for solutions, but there was no news for a while. Just as Jiangxi was worried, number 46 gave her a piece of news. "Boss Jiang, S City used to be a famous heavy industrial city. Although it has been devastated, the raw materials for the smelters are still there. Do you want to come and look for them? Perhaps you can find something?" "S City?" "That's true." Jiangxi was caught off guard for a moment, and only realized it after number 46 reminded her. "Okay, thank you for the heads up. I send someone over as soon as I'm ready." Number 46 hesitated again. "Boss Jiang, there's one more thing I need to remind you. S City definitely has, or in various metals. While I can't use them, some factions are interested. If your people arrive, I'm afraid there will be a conflict with them, so be careful." Jiangxi caught his hint. He was clearly trying to use this opportunity to get her help in dealing with his enemies. "Are you talking about the Qin group? This is currently the leading faction in S City, occupying White House serial number 5731, far inferior to White House 46. But it's still far inferior to 139 or 458. Number 46 said, "It's not the Chen family. While they're powerful, they're no match for you, Boss Jiang." I'm talking about White House 89. They've been operating in another city, not far from S City. I don't know what happened recently, but they relocated some of their forces to S City and occupied one of the White Houses, looking to make a big move. It's actually White House 89. Jiang Shi thought back to her past life. This was one of the 5 most powerful White Houses in her past life, and its strength should not be underestimated. But number 89's true rise to power will take at least another decade. Currently, number 89 is only a level 5 White House. It might dominate near S City, but against her 139, it's no match. Give me a detailed map of City S and the current distribution of mutant beasts. Tell me anything else worth noting, and I send someone over in a few days. Jiang Shi finished, her tone changing, but let me be frank. You helped me find the Ilmenite, and I'm indebted to you. But I also help you deal with number 89 while I'm at it. I repay you for that. She pointed out number 40 SIX's intention to exploit her. Number 40 SIX's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained, "Boss Jiang, I didn't mean that. You helped me so much, how dare I owe you a favor? I just heard you wanted ore, and I thought of it. Alright, no need to explain. Just leave it at that. Get the stuff ready, and I send someone over in a couple of days." Jiang Shi wasn't one to be used as a pawn. If the Ilmenite couldn't be found, taking back some other ores or metal raw materials wouldn't be a loss. And by the way, helping number 46 deal with his opponent would clear the favor. If she finds it, she will give number 46 a generous reward. Chapter 306. Lu Yuan soon learned that Jiang Shi was sending men to S City. If it were before, we wouldn't have needed to provoke number 89 and create an unnecessary enemy. But now, the Ilmenite ore is very likely in S City, so we have to go. This is a big deal. She has already selected the personnel, and is preparing to send a team of 100 to search for the remaining supplies at the major factory sites in S City. Ores and metals won't rot, and mutant beasts won't eat them. If they were once there, they're likely there. This isn't about grabbing territory and then leaving. A team of 100 is more than enough. Lu Yuan nodded. Since it's such an important matter, why don't I go there myself? Get the Ilmenite ore as soon as possible, so we can build a particle ray gun faster. Jiang Shi said sternly, "You can't go. Just lend me Chu Feng, Zheng Ling, and the others. You and I have more important tasks." If she hadn't heard this news, she might have gone to S City too. "Oh, what's going on?" Lu Yuan looked at her. "Just received news last night that the female beast in the Grand Canyon is moving unusually. Tentacles have appeared in L City, much earlier than we originally expected. We must rush back to investigate." When Jiang Shi received Lan Ziping's message, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Previously, they estimated that it would take at least a year for the Ultimist Octopus Mother Beast to completely overrun L City, but now, just over 3 months later, its tentacles can be found in the city. It's easy to imagine how massive it must be, deep underground, to reach from the Grand Canyon to the city. The Mother Beast is constantly spewing gray mist. At that time, L City would be shrouded in gray mist even during the day, making the environment even more inhospitable. Jiang Shi had to go and investigate for himself to find the cause. It was also a good idea to bring along the powerful corrosive agent Wang Fu had crafted to see what damage it would inflict on the Ultimist Octopus Mother. Their trump card was the particle ray gun. Although they only had one, it should be sufficient for self-defense. Even if they couldn't defeat the Mother, they could still escape. This matter was even more urgent, so Lu Yuan immediately agreed. After preparing, the two of them, along with Yu Yuhan, and 8 other elite members, set out for City L early the next morning. City L was located between City C and City M, approximately 900 kilometers away. This time, Jiang Shi and Lu Yuan didn't travel on foot, but instead piloted one of the modified medium-sized transport helicopters they had obtained from the Ileo Mountain military base. They reached the vicinity of City L in just over 3 hours. The military supplies harvested last time hadn't been used, but now they recruited more talented people, some of whom can not only repair helicopters, but even modify them. Jiang Shi had a chance to experience the feeling of flying a helicopter. L City is just ahead. It's definitely different from last time. Lu Yuan activated the autopilot function and surveyed L City from a high vantage point. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat-like sound was heard again when they were still 4 or 5 kilometers from El City. However, at an altitude of over 3,000 meters, the sound was faint, and the palpitating pressure was minimal, not causing any discomfort for the time being. Everyone was alert. It was 11 a.m., the sun shining brightly, yet the entire El City seemed shrouded in a veil, its appearance less clear. Jiangxi's eyesight was excellent. She not only saw the increased number of parasitic beasts in the city, but even spotted a black tentacle wrapped around a giant tree. Puffs of gray mist erupted from the tentacle's ugly pustules, rising into the air and dispersing. From a distance, it looked like a veil of light gray. Right there, look. Jiangxi pointed downwards. Near the former elevated overpass that once served as the entrance to El City, a large grove of mutant ginkgo trees pierced through the broken bridge surface, growing tall and straight. Hidden among the hundreds of meters tall trunks was a black tentacle. Lu Yuan's eyes glared, and he turned the helicopter around and began to descend. Half an hour later, the helicopter landed on an abandoned road. To avoid alerting the tentacle, he flew backwards for a distance before stopping. All he could see was the golden, mutant ginkgo trees from afar. Yu Yuhan was excited. This time, he had all the necessary equipment, and the situation wasn't as dangerous as last time. He clutched a tusk-bone sword and tapped the special spray gun in his waist pack, which contained a powerful corrosive agent capable of dissolving the herder's severed arm. He eagerly asked, "Boss, are you going straight in? How about letting me try?" "Don't be careless, Captain Yu. Although this is just a tentacle of the female beast, its attack power far exceeds that of an A-level mutant beast," Jiangxi warned, tightening his grip on Chao Wei's newly crafted, the only particle ray gun. He held the other special weapon. His shadow clone ability had now reached perfection, greatly increasing his strength. Jiangxi had brought him along on this trip to El City. Lu Yuan said gravely, "I go. You guys follow behind. Keep 100 meters away. Be careful." With that, he was already walking forward. As he walked, his hands rapidly twisted and deformed, transforming into 2 double-edged swords gleaming with cold light. Abandoned cars, steel pipes, iron sheets. All the scrap metal he found along the way melted and deformed under the influence of his supernatural power, transforming into thumb-thick, meter-long steel bars that hovered above Lu Yuan's head and moved forward, following his footsteps. Lu Yuan carried no firearms or charged weapons. The scrap metal scattered on the ground served as his weapon. Although his supernatural power couldn't rival the power of a particle ray gun, it was still slightly inferior to even Chao Wei's tooth-bone sword. Naturally, he left his precious weapons for the other team members. Jiangxi signaled, and everyone kept their distance and followed him. As they walked, Jiangxi observed their surroundings. A thin layer of gray mist drifted among the plants, carrying a faint, pungent smell. Yuhan immediately deployed his domain, blocking out the mist. The group felt much more comfortable, staring at the distant ginkgo forest as it slowly approached. Jiangxi suddenly stopped and touched the roots of a clump of weeds. The soil here was a different color than elsewhere, dark brown and moist. She sniffed it, and the smell wasn't right either. "Did you find anything, Boss Jiang?" He followed Jiangxi to protect her. "The soil also smells of gray mist." Jiangxi stood up and observed her surroundings. "It seems the land around here has been eroded by the mother beast, though it's not yet noticeable. In another month, the plants here will slowly wither and die." She thought of the environment in the other dimension. It was bleak, dark, and lifeless. Apart from the pervasive gray fog, not a single trace of green could be seen. The group continued forward. The closer they got to the tentacle, the more pronounced the mother beast's unique pressure became. Through the massive trees, they could see Lu Yuan's back, nimbly moving through the bushes and brush like a nimble mutant leopard. Lu Yuan could already see the tentacle. It emerged from the ground, entwining itself around the trunk of a ginkgo tree like a vine. Its ugly black tumor, like a heart, wriggled every 10 seconds or so, and streams of dark gray mist erupted from the hole, a sickening and terrifying sight. The fog was heaviest in the entire ginkgo forest, and visibility was limited to 10 meters. Lu Yuan's eyes froze, and the hundreds of steel bars suspended above him instantly transformed into a torrential rain, striking the tentacle. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacle was caught off guard and instantly pierced, turning it into a hedgehog. The tumor trembled in pain, and blood splattered. Boom! The massive ginkgo tree was severed by the tentacles and fell. Chapter 307. Although the tentacles lacked eyes, they could sense Lu Yuan's location. Even shriveled by the steel bars, they continued to pound at him fiercely. Bang! A dent over 10 meters long was slashed into the ground, and Lu Yuan transformed into a black shadow, repelling it like lightning. At the same time, the lower half of the tentacle emerged from the ground, gushing earth and rocks like a fountain, instantly soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Jiangxi and the others were startled, and they all braced for battle. At close range, the tentacles of the Artemist octopus mother beast appeared even larger. It lashed down again and again, lashing like a whip, attempting to crush Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan was as nimble as a phantom, constantly moving back and forth through the forest, his tentacles smashing down, leaving the trees in ruins. Yu Yuan exclaimed, "Boss Lu is amazing. He truly was his idol. Even giant mutant beasts couldn't hit him, and he handled them with ease." This was the true master among psychics. Everyone stood ready to support Lu Yuan, but he roamed around with the tentacles, creating a dangerous situation. The dense forest was razed to the ground, but he hacked the tentacles apart, leaving them riddled with holes and shattering them. Suddenly, a broken tentacle fell from the sky, landing right near Jiangxi and the others, breaking a tree. The tentacle was 3 or 4 meters long, and several pustules attached to it suddenly burst, spurting out a stream of black and red fluid, frightening everyone and causing them to retreat quickly. "It stinks." "Ugh." Several team members covered their noses, watching the dark red liquid splash onto the grass and dirt. They all smelled a sickening odor. This was the special blood from the pustules of the Ultimist octopus, and it was poisonous. The blades of grass that were splashed with the liquid felt as if they were burned, turning yellow and black before withering. Before anyone could even move forward to examine the severed tentacle, they saw Lu Yuan sprinting towards them. Behind him, the severed tentacle remained upright, blood spurting from the broken end, chasing him frantically. Swept with murderous intent, Jiangxi aimed her gun without hesitation. "Everyone close your eyes. Lu Yuan, get out of the way," she shouted, and in the next second, Lu Yuan was in front of Jiangxi, a blinding white light blazing from the muzzle like a small sun. Even though everyone turned their heads and closed their eyes, they could still feel a red tinge on their retinas, then a dazzling golden glow, and they quickly covered their eyes with their hands. Such a powerful energy, rumble. An invisible force surged like a roaring tide, blinding Jiangxi. Her keen senses were numb from the overload. Only the dull sensation in her arm made her realize the power of the shot. After more than 10 seconds, the crimson finally faded. Jiangxi slowly opened her eyes, and was met with a shocking scene. The gigantic tentacle, hundreds of meters long, seemed frozen, standing motionless in midair. A large hole had been shot through its center, and the area around it seemed to be devoured by billions of invisible insects, constantly expanding. Roar. Finally, a roar filled with pain echoed from afar. From the distance, the roar was no longer clear, a faint, indistinct murmur, but everyone could still hear its overwhelming rage and murderous intent. The particle ray gun had already ripped apart the tentacle, leaving a hole over 2 meters in diameter, and it continued to disintegrate. Even with its innate healing power, it could not withstand the terrifying force of disintegration. The tentacle trembled, twitching violently, finally frightened and retreating underground like a rogue. Swish, 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 the tentacles continued to disappear, retreating faster and faster. Just then, about 10 meters to the right of the tentacle's retreat, the ground erupted with a loud bang, and another, slightly smaller tentacle erupted from the ground. Earth and rocks erupted like bullets. Lu Yuan's left hand transformed into a large silver umbrella, shielding the crowd. Snap, snap, snap. A crisp crash echoed as a dark figure burst from the ground, its warped, tumor-ridden tentacles twisting and charging at the crowd again. A second tentacle, without a word, Lu Yuan retracted the umbrella, grabbed Jiangxi's hand, and retreated. The others dodged. Under his control, a cloud of steel bars flew up again, impaling the second tentacle like a torrential rain. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan coordinated perfectly, once again aiming their guns at the rampaging tentacles. This time, even he took action. The two men fired simultaneously, turning their heads simultaneously to see 2 blinding flashes of light, and terrifying energy radiated from the muzzles. Weeds flew wildly, branches swayed, and the powerful air currents resembled a Force 10 typhoon. After firing, everyone, without even checking to see if they had hit the target, fled the area as quickly as possible. Then, the sound of a heavy object falling could be heard behind them. After running for several thousand meters, the energy fluctuations behind them weakened considerably, and Lu Yuan and the others slowly came to a stop. Just as in the previous scene, the second tentacle that had been hit couldn't withstand the 2 shots, and was severely severed. The tattered flesh trembled like a rag, rapidly disintegrating, and in the blink of an eye, most of it disappeared. It too became frightened and quickly retreated underground, shaking the ground. Jiangxi and the others watched from afar, panting heavily, a glint in their eyes. They had successfully repelled 2 tentacles of the Artemist octopus mother. If they had more particle ray guns, more firepower, and were more prepared, would they have a chance of completely destroying it? Hope ignited in everyone's eyes. After a while, the ground stabilized completely, and no more tentacles emerged. Lu Yuan released Jiangxi's hand and walked forward. Let's go and take a look. Jiangxi's voice was much lighter. Lu Yuan soon spotted a massive creature lying in a pool of blood, a severed tentacle. Its flesh was so bloody and mangled that its original form was unrecognizable, like a 3-meter-high mound of flesh piled on the ground. The tumors on it had completely disappeared, and the broken part was bright red, like a piece of peeled meat, but it was still twitching. Only the black outer skin remained intact. For the first time, everyone got a close-up look at the Ultimist octopus's tentacle. Even in its rotten state, they could still sense the terrifying power it once possessed. One of the team members stepped forward and curiously poked at the skin. It was incredibly hard, like a car tire. Let me try. Before Yu Yuan had a chance to attack, he took the opportunity to draw his 2-bone sword and slash it forward. The casual stroke only managed a shallow cut through the skin. Unwilling to give up, he exerted all his strength to finally cut off a piece of flesh. Only then did he truly understand the defensive power of this giant mutant beast. Even a piece of rotten flesh was invulnerable to ordinary weapons. The moment Jiangxi saw the remaining flesh, a series of information flashed through her mind. Tentacle of the Ultimist octopus mother, one of its 36 tentacles. Its flesh and blood possess powerful healing properties, and its venom sac can spray gray mist. She was delighted. Today had been a great harvest. This is the main ingredient for making rejuvenation pills. Wang Fu will definitely be ecstatic when he takes it back. Chapter 308. Last time, Lu Yuan only brought back 1 tentacle, but this time, not only were there more tentacles, but there was also residual blood, all valuable stuff. Soon, He Yi's 8 shadow clones returned, panting, dragging the first tentacle that Lu Yuan had severed. This section, the tip of the tentacle, was 15 meters long and weighed an estimated 3 or 4 tons. If each clone didn't possess 3 times the strength of its master, they wouldn't have been able to drag it back. The rest of the team also recovered a number of large pieces of flesh, all severed by Lu Yuan's double-edged sword. Looking at so much flesh and blood from the Ultimist octopus, Yu Yuan eagerly asked, "Boss Jiang, I haven't used the powerful corrosive agent I brought yet. Do you want to try it?" Of course, that was one of the reasons they had come this trip. Jiangxi nodded. "Okay, go ahead and try it. Just be careful not to get any on yourself." The others took 2 steps back as he pulled out the special spray gun from his waist. Yu Yuan walked over to a piece of flesh weighing around 70 or 80 kilograms, grinning excitedly. He raised his hand, aimed the spray gun at the piece, and with a flick of the trigger, a stream of transparent water shot out 7 or 8 meters. The water fell on the flesh, splashing against the black skin with a sizzling sound. Blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the blood-red flesh, rapidly rotting and melting, emitting a foul odor. The blood also took on a corrosive power, continuously dissolving the flesh. In less than a minute, nearly 100 kilograms of flesh were reduced to a pool of fetid pus and blood, corroding even the weeds on the ground. The blood fused with the vast amount of soul, and the toxicity gradually dissipated. Such a strong toxicity. Everyone was stunned. As expected of Master Wang's newly developed powerful corrosive agent, it's so effective against giant mutant beasts. If it were to dissolve a human, nothing would remain. The thought sent a shudder through everyone. Yu Yuan stared at the spray gun in his hand, his eyes widening before he exclaimed in ecstasy, "Is this the power of the powerful corrosive agent? Boss Jiang, it's incredible, but the range is a bit short, so splashing it on yourself is dangerous. If it can be improved, spraying it directly on the tentacle next time would definitely be effective." Jiangxi was also very satisfied, but he only wanted to improve the range and safety of the spray gun. Looking at the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, Lu Yuan said to one of the 17 or 18-year-old female team members, "Xiaoyan, your turn." "Is that okay?" Jiangxi felt a little unfamiliar with this female team member. He had never seen her before. Yin Qian stepped forward with a cheerful smile. "Leave it to me." "No problem." With that, she extended her fingertips, and instantly a white light representing her supernatural power illuminated, drawing a circle 3 meters in diameter. "This is Yin Qian, a new member we recruited last month." Lu Yuan took the initiative to explain to Jiangxi. "Her ability is called Shadow Concealment. Depending on the ability's level and mental strength, she can create a special space. It's a spatial ability. Spatial abilities are rare, and this was the first time Jiangxi had heard of one. Is it similar to Ji Qiuqi's ability? She asked. No, the space created by the shadow concealment ability can accommodate living people. Yanqian used to use this ability to hide and avoid attacks from mutant beasts, but she recently broke through to the enhanced stage. I gave her potential flower tea, and it activated her special potential. As long as Yanqian used her supernatural power to mark a certain location beforehand, and then arrived at another location, she could use her shadow hiding ability again to draw a circle. The two marks in different locations would connect, forming a special passage. At this moment, the 3-meter circle Yanqian had drawn on the ground suddenly became pitch black in the middle, like a swallowing black hole. Everyone in White Room 139 was startled, but Jiangxi felt no danger. This pitch-black surface was like a piece of black paper, reflecting no light, and it was impossible to tell the depth. It was truly magical. Alright, Captain Liu. Yanqian pointed to the 3-meter diameter black area, breathing heavily. Everyone, put your things in quickly. You be teleported to the other end I designated. It's in the warehouse. Someone will receive it there, right, Captain Liu? Lu Yuan nodded. Everyone, get started. Xiao Yan's mental strength can only last 10 minutes. Hurry! Everyone bustled about, lifting pieces of flesh and throwing them in. As expected, the flesh and blood disappeared instantly, as if thrown into the void, silently. The people at 458 had already seen it, but the people at 139 were seeing this power for the first time, and were both amazed and astonished. Jiangxi understood, this was the potential of the shadow hidden power. Things can be put in here, and they come out from the other side, thousands of miles away. Isn't this a portal? What about people? Can they go in? She asked Yanqian. Yanqian nodded, speaking with a hint of pride. Yes, anything can be transported through this black channel, but my current mental power is easier for transporting inanimate objects. For humans, I can only transport 3 or 5 people at most, and the distance can't be too far, otherwise overload might cause problems. I haven't experimented with it. Jiangxi was moved. This ability was incredibly versatile. Once Yanqian achieved another breakthrough, and ate more mental-strengthening food and medicine, wouldn't she become a super transport? It's perfect for sneak attacks on the enemy, and can even be used to hide in critical moments. There are countless types of superpowers, and activating potential can unlock even more special uses. Jiangxi was even more confident that they could defeat the herders and the giant mutant beast. While everyone was busy, Jiangxi walked forward and stood in front of a cave. This was the large hole left by the tentacles earlier. It was unknown how deep it was. She squatted down, pinched some soil, and sniffed it. Sure enough, it carried the unique scent of the Ultra Mist octopus. The cave was pitch black, about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and the surrounding soft soil had collapsed somewhat. Go down this cave. I wonder if we encounter the Ultra Mist octopus mother hiding underground. Lu Yuan approached, his expression grim. Of course, he was just talking. He wouldn't actually let the team go down. But what if it was him? Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Lu Yuan in surprise. What did you say? You want to go down? No. Lu Yuan, it's too dangerous. I don't agree. The other team members also heard the conversation and all objected. It's too dangerous, Captain Lu, you can't take the risk. Something bad will happen. It's clearly the mother beast's lair down there. We had such a hard time dealing with 2 of its tentacles just now, let alone taking on the mother beast's main body? Captain Lu, think twice. How can you take such a risk when you know the mother beast is down there? Everyone objected. Lu Yuan knew everyone was worried about him, but he had his own ideas. The purpose of this trip to El City was to investigate the situation and determine the speed at which the mother beast was encroaching on El City. From there, he could determine the changes in its power and formulate his next plan. The mother beast's main body was in the Jacob Tibetan Grand Canyon. Even if he went deeper into this cave, he would only encounter its tentacles, which wouldn't be too dangerous. As long as he's careful, he won't be discovered and might even be able to inflict further damage to the female. I'm well prepared, there shouldn't be any danger. Lu Yuan looked at Jiangxi and said sternly, wait for me near the helicopter. I take the powerful corrosive agent and go down to see if I can inflict further damage to the female. Chapter 309. Since Lu Yuan insisted and Jiangxi trusted his ability, she could only relent, then be careful. Come up quickly if anything goes wrong. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Wait for me. Most of the usable blood from the flesh mass was collected and transmitted back through Yan Qian's supernatural power. The group began to retreat, returning to the helicopter's location. Jiangxi watched as Lu Yuan collected the remaining potent corrosive agent, which transformed into a ball of liquid metal and flowed into the cave. After a pause, he turned and left. The deeper they went, the wetter the soil on the cave walls became. In some places, blood still lingered, evidently from the injuries sustained by the tentacles. The cave curved and stretched for an unknown length. This completely dark environment gave Lu Yuan a sense of oppression. As he descended, he even noticed a gray fog filling the entire cave. Thankfully, his metal transformation made him largely immune to the fog, so he was unharmed. After advancing through the cave for over 10 minutes, Lu Yuan had descended several hundred meters underground and spotted a forked path. Another cave appeared before him. Without further ado, he continued along the blood-stained path. Less than a minute later, he saw two more forking paths, which then branched again, eventually forming a network of cave passages. These caves were generally around 3 or 4 meters in diameter, easily large enough for an adult to walk upright. A slight vibration was felt, and a black tentacle appeared at the end of Lu Yuan's vision, slowly creeping forward, oblivious to his presence. The aura-hiding potion was effective, lasting 3 hours. This tentacle was smaller, extending freely across the cave, as if it were a daily routine, like an oversized earthworm with several black tumors on its body. As it squirmed, it puffed out a gray mist, eroding the soil on both sides into a pitch-black color. The entire cave was occupied by the tentacle. Lu Yuan chose another path, moving swiftly along the cave wall. He observed the area, finding no life beneath the ground, not even a single insect visible. A lifeless atmosphere. The soil had turned inky black and toxic, the result of the gray fog's daily incursions. As Lu Yuan delved deeper into the earth, the damp, oppressive heat and claustrophobic feeling continued to overwhelm him, mixed with the distinct stench of a giant mutant beast. His psychological pressure gradually increased. After an unknown amount of time, a rustling sound and a distinct fishy breeze reached him. Lu Yuan's heart leaped with joy. It was it, the injured tentacle he had been searching for. Lu Yuan quickly approached. Protected by the scent-hiding potion, the tentacle didn't sense the approach of any foreign object and continued to slowly wriggle through the cave, eventually stopping to rest and recuperate. The area struck was bloody and mangled, and at least half of the tentacle was severed. Even with its exceptional healing abilities, full recovery would take a month or two. A stream of silver liquid silently approached along the ground. Lu Yuan moved slowly, not wanting to be careless. Finally, he was within the range of the spray gun. A silver hand slowly emerged from the mass of silver liquid. Gripping the spray gun tightly, it aimed at the blurry mass of flesh and slashed it down. The remaining powerful corrosive agent accurately hit the tentacle's wound. Sizzle. A large cloud of blood-red bubbles emerged, instantly corroding the flesh into a foul-smelling pus and blood. The tentacle twitched violently, twisting and tumbling in pain, but confined by the narrow cave, it could not stretch freely like outside. Roar. A terrifying roar echoed through the cave. As if in a chain reaction, all the tentacles tumbled and twisted, some caves collapsing instantly, others sending tumbling rocks and earth tumbling. A powerful wave of sound roared through the cave, like an ocean wave, weathering the walls along the way at a visible rate. Although it hadn't yet reached Lu Yuan's location, the increasingly pronounced tremors gave him a premonition. He had to get out immediately, or all the caves would be razed to the ground. Lu Yuan dashed back the way he had come. A swirling silver liquid flowed through the ground like a raging river, shaking the cave violently, and sending a constant stream of falling rocks and mud. Just as Lu Yuan crossed a fork in the road, a landslide blocked his path behind him, and the earth and rock in front of him continued to collapse. A flash of silver light flashed by, and with a bang, the cave behind him was completely blocked, just a hair's breadth away. Underground, Lu Yuan was rapidly fleeing. Although Jiangxi and the others were waiting on the surface, at this moment, everyone felt the tremors beneath their feet simultaneously. What's going on? An earthquake? He Yi's face changed. It's not an earthquake, it's those tentacles moving. Jiangxi reacted immediately, her face filled with alarm. Lu Yuan must have been discovered by those tentacles. Oh no! We have to get out quickly, or we be buried alive. She had no idea what Lu Yuan had done, only that the situation was urgent. As Jiangxi and the others waited anxiously, a loud bang was heard in the distance. Several dark shadows rose into the sky, and the clear sky suddenly darkened. Someone blurted out, "Oh no! Those tentacles are coming out!" Across the mountains and dense forests, several gigantic tentacles suddenly appeared in the distance, obscuring the sun. They swung and waved like mad, spitting and waving. Raging roars, transformed into sound waves, penetrated their ears, and Jiangxi and the others felt dizzy and hurriedly covered their ears. It was the ultimist octopus mother. It was enraged. Even from such a distance, its fury and murderous intent still inflicted a powerful shock on everyone. The pressure was unbearable, as if the blood in their bodies was boiling and rushing to their heads. Yanqian, the weakest, had a splitting headache. It hurt so bad. Someone looked at her and exclaimed, "Xiao Yin, you're bleeding from the nose." She wiped her hand, and sure enough, the back of her hand was covered in blood. Jiangxi, with her strong mental strength, could bear it. She waited anxiously, but Lu Yuan did not appear, and the mother's roars grew more and more intense. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Yanqian, take the other two and leave first. Use your powers to get out of here." Yanqian's face was covered in blood, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself. "No, I have to wait for Captain Lu to return." How could she desert before Captain Lu returned? Just then, Yu Yuhan shouted in surprise, "Captain Lu, it's Captain Lu, he's back." Everyone was delighted when they saw a figure rapidly approaching in the distance. The familiar figure was clearly Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, what happened?" Jiangxi ran over to ask. "The mother beast is injured." Lu Yuan glanced back at the dozens of tentacles extending into the sky. Far from being intimidated, he curled his lips. "It's almost certain. Although the mother beast is entrenched in the Grand Canyon, its tentacles spreading underground and invading El City, it can't leave the Grand Canyon. Otherwise, if they haven't caught up with us after causing so much damage, there's only one possibility. It can't leave." At the last moment, as the underground cave collapsed, he rushed out and escaped. Otherwise, even if he could transform into metal, he would be buried 100 meters underground. Jiangxi's heart began to pound. If that were the case, then dealing with the mother beast would be much easier. A giant mutant beast unable to leave its lair, no matter how powerful it is, has its limits. Moreover, they now have particle ray guns and a powerful corrosive agent that can suppress its healing ability. They just need to slowly gnaw at this tough nut, and eventually they will defeat it. Chapter 310. I found the injured tentacle, and gave it another dose of corrosive agent. Lu Yuan recounted his experiences in the cave. Previously, the corrosive agent had been tested on the flesh of severed tentacles. This time, Lu Yuan used it directly on the tentacle attached to the mother beast. The damage was borne by the mother beast, and the corrosive pain was unbearable. No wonder the mother beast screamed so loudly. As he spoke, everyone noticed something was wrong with one of the tentacles. It fluttered in the air, but it was significantly shorter than the others. Its tip continuously dripped blood-red liquid, corroding and melting, and it looked extremely painful. Everyone's eyes lit up. The corrosive agent is too strong. Great, die quickly. With this powerful corrosive agent, we'd be able to deal with these giant mutant beasts from now on. If it could even corrode the herder's severed arm, it was no surprise that the mother beast couldn't resist. Jiangxi's heartbeat quickened with excitement. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. Time passed by minute by minute. The mother beast's tentacle had almost completely dissolved, leaving only a bare stem. Foul-smelling blood dripped onto the other tentacles, splattering across the main body as other parts began to rot. The mother beast uttered painful cries, its angry and furious roars rising in volume. The surging sound waves irritated Jiangxi and the others, over 10 kilometers away, making them feel increasingly uncomfortable, as if they were about to vomit blood. "I can't take it anymore. It's so painful. This damn thing's roaring is making me want to vomit. We need to get out of here quickly." Yu Yuhan clutched his chest, his face grim, as he leaned against a tree, swaying unsteadily. Jiangxi, noticing the other team member's similar pain, nearly reaching the brink of endurance, and feeling unwell himself, nodded and urged, "Okay, everyone, get out of here quickly. Get on the plane." Just as Lu Yuan was about to enter the cockpit, suddenly, a powerful, cold aura enveloped him, appearing so suddenly that his heart sank. Jiangxi paused, a terrifying thought forming. The herder? It had to be it. There was no mistaking that aura. Without a moment's delay, Lu Yuan immediately ordered, "Stop! Everyone, get down immediately. Contain your breath. Silence. Don't make any sound." How could Jiangxi not understand what he meant? Originally, they had planned to leave El City by helicopter, but now the herder had appeared. Once the helicopter reached a high altitude, it would undoubtedly be detected. The female beast couldn't leave the Grand Canyon, but the herder was different. It could appear at any moment. An encounter would result in the destruction of the aircraft and the death of everyone aboard. Hurry, Lu Yuan said, nodding to Jiangxi. The two of them crouched down, using the dense grass around them for cover. The others, sensing something, quickly crouched down. A terrifying, muffled roar echoed, unlike the previous one from the Erta Mist octopus mother. It was even more powerful, like a giant tiger on the hunt, coming from the sky above. The sound came from above. Jiangxi, resisting the terrifying pressure, looked up. At first, she saw nothing, but soon, a massive black shadow appeared. It was an oversized bird, dragging a short tail, and soaring through the sky with its enormous bat wings spread out. It looked a bit like an ancient pterosaur. And even more terrifying, Jiangxi saw a small black spot on its back. It was indeed the herder. Needless to say, the herder had noticed the mother beast's injury, and knew that the psychic was nearby, so it came to search for them. Once discovered, it would unleash a deadly attack. Everyone crouched lower, hiding in the brush, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even if they didn't want to, they couldn't help it. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Once the herder unleashed its death ray, even the strongest Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to withstand it. The terrifying deathly aura grew thicker, the oppressive force descending from the sky, leaving most of the team members cold and powerless, practically falling to the ground. The pterosaur soared high in the sky, searching for anything suspicious. Boom! A dazzling laser beam descended from the sky, sending a ball of fire erupting on the ground. Fortunately, it was far enough away from Jiangxi and the others to avoid being affected. Boom! A moment later, two more laser beams descended, accompanied by a terrifying flock of mutant birds soaring into the air. The ground shook violently, deafeningly. Combined with the mother beast's rampage beneath the ground, it felt like a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The entire dense forest shook continuously, and the helicopter, even the ground, was jolted. As the lasers continued to rain down, loud noises, explosions, and tremors echoed across L City. It was like a one-man massacre unfolding. Is this herder crazy? What is he attacking? Yuhan crouched on the ground, shaken and terrified. Next to him was Yu Yuhan, his face pale as he spoke. I'm afraid. This is looking for us. If we're discovered, we're doomed. But if this drags on, what if the herder happens to attack them? Suddenly, a laser beam descended, its blinding light blinding everyone. Despair washed over them, but it was too late to escape. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, accompanied by a violent shockwave that sent everyone flying, slamming heavily to the ground. Overhead, it felt like a torrential rain, an endless stream of earth and rocks falling from the sky, nearly burying Jiangxi and the others. Everyone lay prone on the ground, feeling incredibly relieved at that moment. Luckily, the bullet had landed nearby, not on them, otherwise they would all be doomed. Jiangxi's joy didn't last long. At this rate, the herder's attacks would eventually force them out, or even more likely, they'd be accidentally shot. Was he just going to lie there and resign himself to his fate? Give me the gun. Lu Yuan's voice reached her ears, and Jiangxi looked up to see his resolute, dark eyes. If we keep hiding, the herder will find us sooner or later. It's better to launch a surprise attack. Perhaps we can kill it, Lu Yuan said, using the grass as a cover to observe upwards. There's only one herder. If we can kill it, we might win. Under normal circumstances, Jiangxi wouldn't have wanted him to take such a risk. But in this situation, let's go all out. Jiangxi immediately handed her particle ray gun to Lu Yuan and asked Yan Qian, is your ability only for teleporting 3 people? Because if Lu Yuan fired, their position would be exposed, and the others would be caught in the herder's attacks. Even the pterosaur could be fatally injured. We must get the others out of here. Yan Qian suppressed the discomfort of the pressure and said, yes, Sister Jiang, my ability level is too low. At most, I can take 3 people back to the White House, otherwise something might happen. But the others? Jiangxi didn't mean that. Didn't I ask you to teleport them back, just hide temporarily? Didn't your ability allow you to hide in the first place? Yan Qian was stunned. Her shadow hiding ability did have that function, but she had always hidden herself in the shadow space and had never tried to lead anyone, so she wasn't sure if it would work. It's too late. Let's try it. Even if it doesn't work, the worst that can happen is that we can't get in, right? Jiangxi urged. Chapter 311. Hiding with just the shadows should be much easier than teleporting back with everyone, right? It would consume less mental energy, and perhaps protect more teammates. Yan Qian's spirits perked up upon hearing this. She immediately half-crouched, and drew a line in the air. A black circle appeared, with her shoulder as the center and her arm as the radius. Everyone was filled with inexplicable anticipation. It was still pitch black, without light or shadow, and it was impossible to tell the depth. It was as if a black circular piece of paper had appeared before them. "I go in first, you guys try again." With that, Yin Qian quickly slipped into the black plane and disappeared. The scene looked quite eerie. The next moment, she reappeared and beckoned to the others. "Hurry, try." A member of Team 458 cautiously stood up. "Okay, I go first." He tried to move forward, extending his arm toward the circular black hole. Because it was a teammate, he wasn't afraid, and his arm slipped in smoothly. His palm and wrist vanished as if into thin air, yet he felt no discomfort. Finally, he successfully made it through. Everyone watched with delight. It seemed to work. Yin Qian's head quickly emerged from the black hole again, exclaiming in delight, "All right, Captain Liu, Sister Jiang, it worked. Quick, get everyone else inside." Jiangxi quickly called out to the others, and they dove in as quickly as possible. The shepherd's lasers could rain down on them at any moment, and they didn't dare delay. One by one, they dived into the black hole. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eventually, only Jiangxi and He remained outside. He, holding his other gun, said in a deep voice, "Boss Jiang, you go in? I stay outside to help Captain Liu." Jiangxi was surprised and was about to try to persuade him when he heard him say, "Boss Jiang, don't worry about me. My ability allows me to create 8 clones. Combined with this gun, I can effectively assist Captain Liu. Even if a few of them die, I'm safe. It would be nice if someone stayed to help Liu Yuan, but what if?" Boom! Suddenly, a laser beam descended, and the helicopter parked nearby exploded. Flames shot up into the sky, and fragments flew like bullets. Jiangxi didn't bother to say anything more, but rolled and dodged into the hidden space, breaking out in a cold sweat. They had been discovered by the herder. Outside, Liu Yuan immediately hid behind a tree, watching the pterosaur soar overhead with wings spread. On its back, the herder's eyes lit up, and a laser beam blazed, striking their position again. The next moment, an explosion echoed, blasting a crater over 3 meters across the ground. The ground was charred black, and the weeds quickly caught fire. They had indeed been found by the herder. He also hid behind a tree, using his supernatural power to release 3 shadow clones, which also took cover. He and Liu Yuan coincidentally did not fire. Their guns were their last resort. They had to wait until the herder was close enough to strike with a single, sure blow to inflict fatal damage. If they were exposed too early, it would become wary, making it difficult to deal with. As the pterosaur roared towards them, a strong wind blew, and their altitude had dropped to just over 100 meters. For the first time, Liu Yuan got a clear look at the herder. It stood behind the pterosaur, towering taller than an average human, nearly 2 meters. Its skin was pale with a faint bluish hue draped over its bones, giving it a lean and eerie aura of strength. There was no bridge, only a hole in its nose. A single eye, about the size of a human fist, gleamed brightly in the middle of its forehead. However, it didn't fire any lasers, seemingly searching for them. Liu Yuan glanced at He's position. He was over 10 meters away. Behind several other nearby trees, he spotted 3 dark, humanoid figures, likely He's shadow clones. For a long moment, the herder seemed to have found nothing. Its single eye, emitting a blinding white light, searched relentlessly, occasionally firing a laser at a suspicious location. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, blasting deep craters into the ground. The once verdant wilderness was charred black, and even many trees were snapped. Just then, a dark figure rushed out. Boom! Less than a second after it appeared, a laser shot in, striking He's clone squarely in the chest, piercing a hole the size of a bowl. Though a physical entity, the shadow clone was bloodless. Fatally wounded, it fell to the ground and stumbled to its feet. Another laser beam descended from the sky, completely blasting it to pieces and dissolving into black smoke. Behind the tree, he felt a pang of pain in his chest. This was the first time his shadow clone had died so quickly, and some of the damage it had sustained had been reflected back at him. A dull ache tingled through his bones, as it shattered, but fortunately, it was bearable. He didn't have time to dwell on it, and once again controlled his 2 shadow clones to charge out. This time, the 2 shadows, one on the left and one on the right, dashed out before turning around and sprinting through the dense forest. The herder saw the 2 shadow clones, but couldn't tell if they were the product of supernatural powers. His single eye lit up again. Boom! In a single second, one was blown to pieces. Boom! A second laser blast fired again, and in just 5 seconds, it dispatched the second powerful shadow clone. The herder's aura of violence intensified, as if killing 3 humans had intensified its pleasure and intensified its murderous intent. It hovered on the pterosaur's back for over 10 seconds without moving. "Captain Liu, get ready," he shouted, gripping his silver gun tightly as he stared at Lu Yuan, who was not far away. One after another, dark shadows appeared, guarding him from behind. He summoned the remaining 5 shadow clones. Lu Yuan understood his intention. If the 2 of them rushed out simultaneously, along with Yi's 5 shadow clones, they would effectively create 7 targets for the herder. There was only one herder, and no matter how fast it was, it could only deal with one. Lu Yuan and Yi would have to rely on luck. If the herder happened to target them, they would be unlucky. But if it chose one of its shadow clones, they would seize the opportunity to confuse its sight and strike. This was a chance worth his life, with a 1/7 chance of death, but there was no better way. "Okay, get ready. Charge!" Lu Yuan shouted back at Yi, indicating he understood his intention. He clutched his particle ray gun and charged out first. At the same time, Yi and his 5 other shadow clones also rushed out. On the pterosaur's back, the herder immediately spotted the 7 humans and, desperately trying to find a way out, scrambled out. With a fierce murderous intent rising in his eyes, his single eye blazed brightly as he aimed a death ray at one of the clones. Boom! The laser beam reached the target in an instant, piercing through one of the clones. He, sprinting frantically, paused, nearly falling in pain. But he was overjoyed and didn't dare to stop, continuing to traverse the dense forest. Within those few seconds, Lu Yuan's gun was already trained on the herder on the pterosaur's back, and he struck without hesitation. He didn't bother telling He that regardless of whether the herder attacked him first, Lu Yuan would shoot without hesitation. And fortunately, the herder didn't choose him. A powerful beam of light erupted from the particle ray gun, like a laser, blasting towards the herder. The 100 meters were covered in an instant, and the herder was completely unprepared. By the time it spotted the attack, it was too late to dodge. Boom! It plummeted directly from the pterosaur's back. Chapter 312. The pterosaur was also swept by this powerful energy wave, its wings flapping wildly as it stumbled and struggled to fly. Before it could stabilize, another blinding light enveloped it, instantly piercing its body. Yi's shot followed closely, accurately hitting the pterosaur. A large hole instantly blew through its wing, shattering half its bat wing. Blood splattered as it plummeted from the sky. Such a powerful energy. Watching the falling pterosaur, he gripped his gun tightly, his heart pounding. Lu Yuan's target was the herder. He sprinted in the direction the figure had fallen, increasing his speed to its maximum. Lu Yuan knew that even if the herder was shot, he wouldn't die. He only hoped that it would be seriously injured, and that he would arrive in time so that he could fire a few more shots to finish it off. It was getting closer and closer, right in front of us. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of air rolled in, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. Lu Yuan felt his brain explode, as if pierced by needles, the pain unbearable. In the distant grass, a figure stood up. It was tall, a fist-sized hole piercing its chest, its body stained red with blood. Its movements set rotting flesh swaying, and intestines spilling out of its abdomen, a horrific sight. The herder, convulsed by excruciating pain, glanced down, and saw that the flesh and intestines in his chest were being disintegrated by a strange energy. The wound continued to expand, and the blood and body gradually disappeared into thin air. A series of strange words turned into piercing screams, resounding through the sky. The next moment, the herder's single eye glowed white, and in its sight, all living things appeared as red shadows, clearly visible before its eyes. Countless tiny red dots scurried around. These tiny reptiles were not its target. Shockingly, a humanoid red figure was rapidly approaching. The herder locked onto its target and unleashed its death ray again. Lu Yuan, alarmed, quickly transformed into a stream of silver liquid. The next second, a laser beam shot past where his head had once been, piercing through the 2 large trees behind him. He had been discovered. The herder was indeed not dead, and was even attempting to kill him. Knowing he only had one chance, Lu Yuan refused to retreat. He transformed into silver liquid, flowing continuously over grass, rocks, and along the roots of the trees, searching for the perfect spot to strike. A hand emerged from the silver liquid, gripping the particle ray gun. The muzzle adjusted continuously, finally locking onto the herder. Boom! Another death ray struck, a sonic boom echoing through the air. The silver liquid, like a rabbit, darted and dove to the side. Earth and rocks flew, and another crater several meters deep appeared. Thick smoke billowed, and silver liquid oozes from countless broken rocks and branches. It quickly climbed onto a mossy boulder, a man's height, and once again aimed its gun forward. Zeta pound, zeta theta zeta. The herder's screams pierced the air, already in a frenzy. The next moment, a burst of white light enveloped the area. Lu Yuan repeatedly pulled the trigger, no longer caring how many shots he could fire or who he would hit. He had only one thought: kill. The intense light and terrifying energy made the gun burn. The ground trembled continuously, and the white light enveloped it, as if everything had vanished. Lu Yuan was no longer human, and he had no eyes, but even such a powerful energy shock was too much for him to withstand. His mind went blank, and he could not concentrate at all. The shrill screams gradually faded, the chaotic whirlwind of light and shadows calmed, and he could still vaguely hear He shouts. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuan regained consciousness. He quickly regained his human form and surveyed his surroundings. The air smelled of heat, with a pungent, burnt stench. He frowned in disgust. Having regained his human form, he immediately noticed something wrong with his leg. He couldn't stand steadily. Looking down, he saw his left calf was broken, completely severed. Below the knee was gone, and a strange energy clinging to the broken part. Even though he had previously been metal, now in human form, he couldn't complete it. The wound was numb, painless. Lu Yuan's leg seemed to have lost all feeling. Despite such a severe injury, he only had to glance at it before remembering more important things. He limped forward. His left hand transformed into a crutch, and he advanced on one foot, still swiftly. Soon, Lu Yuan came upon a vast, charred wasteland. The surroundings were a shattered mess, devoid of a single blade of grass, even the trees reduced to charred ash. Deep pits of varying sizes, crisscrossed with cracks, resembled the horror of a nuclear war. In one of the vast pits, a strange corpse lay. Lu Yuan's hand rapidly transformed, reaching out to drag the body away when a frantic, panting voice rang out from behind. "Captain Lu. Are you all right?" It was He. 4 of his shadow clones had perished, and he was severely wounded, his head aching. He had seen Lu Yuan and the herder fighting, and had taken control of one of his clones, charging forward with a gun in hand. He had only fired 3 shots, and it was unknown whether he had hit the herder, but in the end, the shadow clone had been dispatched. The battle was intense, with energy surging and debris flying everywhere, like a cosmic explosion. The aftermath alone could crush a whole herd of mutant beasts into dust. So, he had no idea what happened next. He didn't dare approach. Stumbling forward, He's gaze suddenly fell on Lu Yuan, his expression changing dramatically. "Captain Lu, your leg." Lu Yuan remained calm and didn't answer. Instead, he turned and continued to control his hand, grabbing the corpse at the bottom of the pit and dragging it up. Just as He was shocked by Lu Yuan's injuries, Lu Yuan smiled with relief. "Look, this is the herder's body. It's dead." Dead beneath his seemingly calm exterior, his heart was filled with excitement like a tsunami. So the herder could be killed, finally dead. If he could kill the first one, he could kill the second, the third. Even if his injuries were severe and his broken leg could never heal, he would never regret it. At least they had won this battle. He stared blankly at the half-body in Lu Yuan's hands. Only the head remained. A portion of the neck barely remained, its broken ends forming a strange honeycomb pattern, the remains after being disintegrated by the particle ray gun. But the head hadn't completely disintegrated, likely due to the depletion of its energy. He finally came to his senses and exulted. "The herder is dead. Great. Captain Lu, we win." Cough, cough, cough. Excited, he coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he had been hiding, the loss of 4 shadow clones had also caused him significant damage. He was afraid he would need to recuperate for a while after returning. How could these minor injuries compare to the joy of killing a herder? Let's go back." Lu Yuan held up the herder's gray-blue head, a smile on his face. The broken part of his knee was a crimson red, the blood already congealed. Chapter 313. The wilderness of El City resembled a ruin, with scattered flames burning everywhere and plumes of smoke curling up. Yin Qian and the others had already emerged from the hidden space, and were stunned as they listened to Yi's account of what had just happened. The remains of the herders had shocked them the most. They gathered around to look at it, chattering excitedly. "So ugly, it actually looks like this. I think the herder is actually an alien. No, it looks like the monster in Alien. Look at those teeth in its mouth. So disgusting. No matter how powerful it was, Captain Lu still killed it. You're pretty powerful too. Luckily, you used your clone to distract the herder, so we finally had a chance to kill it. Jiangxi listened to the excited discussions, but his eyes drifted off into the distance. More than 10 meters away, beside a raised forest still shrouded in smoke, Lu Yuan sat on a large rock with his back to everyone. He looked desolate, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Jiangxi walked over, worried. Lu Yuan must have heard her footsteps, but he didn't turn around or say anything, staring intently at his legs. Jiangxi only had one look, and her heart ached. The trouser leg had been rolled up above the knee, but the part below it was missing. The broken part was bright red, clotted with blood. Jiangxi couldn't imagine the wound. Even though she hadn't experienced the battle just now, she understood the thrill of it. Lu Yuan had risked his life to kill the herder. If only he hadn't lost his legs, he would have lost his life. Her heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth. Lu Yuan, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to cure you. His powers must have been temporarily affected by the herdsman's power. They should recover after a while, right? Lu Yuan raised his head, glanced at Jiangxi, and a smile crossed his lips. What are you thinking? I'm not sad. There was no trace of pain in his tone, only a calm acceptance and a hint of triumph. I just broke my leg, not died. Besides, it's only temporary, not irreversible. Seeing Lu Yuan's usual expression, Jiangxi was skeptical. Are you really okay? I'm really fine. He asked Jiangxi to sit next to him, then pointed seriously at his broken leg and said, I've been observing it for a while, and noticed a strange energy, similar to radiation, clinging to my wound, causing my powers to become uncontrollable. Lu Yuan had been injured before in previous battles, but he always recovered. This was a special case. It seemed the herdsman's death ray was very powerful. He had to find a way to eliminate it, or wait for it to dissipate. That should be enough. I hope so. Jiangxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The injury was secondary. She hated to see Lu Yuan depressed because of it. Seeing that he was still confident, she felt relieved. One of the herders had died. The female beast in the Grand Canyon, while still alive, should be unable to wreak havoc for a while. With a missing tentacle, it needed to recover, and they had a good opportunity to quickly craft some powerful corrosive agents to deal with the other giant mutant beasts. Jiangxi checked both guns. They were both depleted of energy. The particle ray gun was originally capable of 8 rounds, but the original, unnamed gun, after the experiment, could fire up to 12 times, and then it would automatically recharge over a month. 2 such powerful guns, yet they completely depleted their energy just to kill a single herder, demonstrates just how formidable it is. After taking all the loot and valuables, Yanqian teleported back to White House 458. A few hours later, another helicopter landed and picked up the rest of the group. The L City investigation concluded successfully, and without incident. The female beast's tentacles, blood, and the herder's head they brought back were kept secret, given to Wang Fu, Chao Wei, and a few members with relevant biology expertise for secret research, hoping to one day decipher the code. White House 5833887268840. Lin Shuang was eating in the cafeteria with a friend. The sound of their teammates' quiet chatter echoed around them, and the atmosphere was peaceful. She suddenly felt something was wrong and touched her face. The friend sitting across from her glanced at her and suddenly stood up, nearly overturning the table. Ah! Lin Shuang Yu. She saw a terrifying scene. Her friend's head suddenly vanished, leaving only the neck below. She screamed in fear. The people around her followed the sound, and were also terrified. The cafeteria erupted in chaos. Soon, several guards rushed in and took Lin Shuang away. She was placed under house arrest in the interrogation room. 10 minutes later, Lin Shuang met Chen Jia. There were only 2 of them in the room. Chen Jia looked at Lin Shuang, sitting in the corner, her features flickering. She had guessed something, feeling both distressed and helpless. You just won't listen. She sighed, moving over to sit beside her. Sister Chen, I never expected this. Lin Shuang bit her lower lip, then relaxed, saying calmly, It doesn't matter. My transformation means Lu Yuan and his team have succeeded. They can eliminate the herders early, and Blue Planet will eventually return to its original state. I think it's worth it. If Lu Yuan's world could, through the space-time butterfly effect, affect them here, even better. She would die without regrets. 2 days later, the team that had gone to City S returned, bringing back a large amount of ilmenite and other precious metals. White Rooms 139 and 458 were operating rapidly, and everyone was bustling with activity. The pharmaceutical department had a new pharmacist named Lu Xiang. His powers had been activated by an injection of a superpower catalyst during the job fair, and he was immediately sent to the pharmaceutical department to learn from Wang Fu. 2 weeks later, the pharmaceutical department had another group of people with pharmaceutical knowledge. Under Wang Fu's leadership, they continued to research new drugs and improve the efficacy of existing ones. Eventually, daily production increased from 1,000 pills of 5 different types to over 10, totaling tens of thousands. In addition, as the weapons department expanded its staff, a new manufacturing department was established to manufacture items other than weapons. These included pots and pans, daily necessities, and transportation tools. Several pharmaceutical machines were also manufactured and sent to the pharmaceutical department, further increasing daily production of various medications. Wang Fu spent most of his time crafting gene catalysts, rejuvenation pills, and potent corrosives. If it weren't for the fact that the potent corrosive required the urine of the great white wolf, which limited production, he would have already produced it in large quantities to combat the ultimist octopus mother beast in the Grand Canyon. In City C, the Psychic Corps constantly monitored the mother beast, reporting any movement to Jiangxi. 6 months later, the mother beast had another attack, and Jiangxi and Lu Yuan led their men there again. With the experience gained from the previous battle and the improved spray gun, this time the battle was a close call, resulting in only 4 members being injured, and the female beast's 2 tentacles being severely damaged. This time, the herders did not appear, and everyone returned safely. That evening, 139th and 458th held a celebration banquet to honor the members, who had risked their lives and suffered injuries in the battle. After the banquet, Lu Yuan returned to his room and was about to wash up and rest, when he suddenly saw 2 tattered books on his desk. Huh? How could there be 2 such tattered books in his room? For a moment, Lu Yuan couldn't recall where they came from. He picked it up and flipped through it, and the handwriting on the cover caught his eye. A history book? Chapter 314. A string of memories flooded through Lu Yuan's mind, and he finally remembered. Wasn't this the textbook Lin Shuang had given him last year? He almost forgotten it. Flipping through the textbook, Lu Yuan thought of this woman again. But no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't recall Lin Shuang's appearance. He only vaguely remembered her as young, around 20. It seemed that the unknown gun in his hand was also given to him by Lin Shuang. But the events of that time were already hazy. He couldn't even recall many details. When did my memory get so bad? Lu Yuan slapped his head, bewildered. Last time, he planned to take Jiangxi to meet Lin Shuang. They'd known each other for so long, and yet they never met in person. He actually forgotten about it. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan contacted White Room 6000, wanting to inquire about Lin Shuang's situation. But the notification chimed for a long time, and there was no connection. Lu Yuan had no choice but to give up, planning to go in person in 2 days to thank Lin Shuang. The next day, Jiangxi received good news. Lu Yuan, the first batch of particle ray guns is ready. 10 in total. Come and take a look. The 2 white houses were not far apart, and Lu Yuan arrived quickly. These are them. I tried them, and they work better than the first one. Uncle Chow has improved the power supply, allowing it to fire 16 to 18 times. Jiangxi spoke with great excitement. Before her lay 10 brand new silver metal guns, their sleek lines imbued with a sense of technology. Lu Yuan picked up one and examined it, feeling very satisfied. With this batch of weapons, they could finally take the initiative and search for the herders. This creature is so elusive that finding it is somewhat difficult. Jiangxi issued a notice. Anyone who spotted the herder or the giant mutant beast should report it immediately. The first person to provide information would receive a reward of 100,000 crystal cores, gene catalysts, rejuvenation pills, and more. As soon as the news broke, countless White House owners took notice. One day in March of the same year, news of the herder arrived. Someone informed Jiangxi that the herder had appeared in Y City in the northeast. Y City's leading force, White House number 81, was unable to resist, with over 500 casualties, most of them killed and devoured by the giant mutant beast that appeared at the same time. When Jiangxi and Lu Yuan arrived in the White House, the herder had already left. They had come to nothing. Half a month later, news arrived again. The herder had appeared in another small town near Y City. This time, Lu Yuan and his team arrived just in time, only to discover 2 herders and 2 giant mutant beasts. A life and death struggle ensued. In the end, 8 psychics died in White House 139, with 27 seriously injured. 6 psychics died in White House 458, with 18 seriously injured. Even Vice Captain Qin Yaogang was nearly killed by the giant mutant's sharp claws. After paying a heavy price, the psychics led by Lu Yuan narrowly prevailed, successfully killing one herder and 2 giant mutants. The other herder, gravely injured, escaped and entered an alien dimension. The news spread, causing a global sensation. Survivors worldwide learned that those terrifying creatures were called aliens, also known as herders, and officially known as the bomb of a people, and that they originated from an alien dimension. It was their invasion of Blue Planet that transformed it into its present state. But now, the invincible herders were slain by the psychics of White Rooms 139 and 458. Although only one died, and another escaped with serious injuries, everyone was utterly shocked. Such terrifying creatures from another dimension could actually be defeated? Even giant mutants hundreds of meters tall, capable of crushing a building with a single foot, could be slain. All the survivors cheered, secretly shedding tears. There was hope for humanity's future. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan became the unwavering veneration of all the survivors. White Rooms 139 and 458 became symbols of the most powerful force, and even a sacred place that every survivor longed to join. 4th year of the catastrophe. In Jiangxi's private kitchenette, she had just made a cup of light green liquid and immediately connected it to Lu Yuan. "Are you free now, Lu Yuan? Come try my new product. I think it's promising this time." The voice in her head remained as magnetic, now even more steady. "Okay, I'm just done with my work, I'll be right here." Half an hour later. A tall, resolute, and handsome man, dressed in simple casual attire, met Jiangxi in a corner of the restaurant. Although Lu Yuan had a broken leg, it wasn't noticeable from the outside. Chao Wei had already made him a prosthetic limb, and combined with his metallization ability, the two complemented perfectly, barely affecting his daily life or combat. "Come on, take a look at this." Jiangxi immediately pushed her freshly made juice over to him, inviting him to try it. "This is my newly developed Baxi fruit tea. It's infused with the essences of various mutant fruits. It's guaranteed to eliminate the residual energy in your leg." This was something she had been working on. Ever since Lu Yuan was injured in that battle with the herders, his leg had never fully recovered. His metallization ability seemed to have lost its effectiveness. She had tried many things, including asking Wang Fu and Chao Wei to see what she could do, but nothing worked. Since then, Jiangxi had people searching for various mutant plants and beasts, studying their effects and creating various special foods for Lu Yuan to try, hoping to eliminate the residual energy from the death ray in his leg. It wasn't completely ineffective, just not ideal. Lu Yuan had long been accustomed to it. He smiled faintly, picked it up, and took a few sips. "I'm thirsty, let me try." The juice had a strange flavor, combining the fresh fragrance of kiwi and the sweetness of pear. He also tasted the aroma of jasmine and some other unpredictable notes. It had just the right sweetness, and he quite liked it. Jiangxi watched his expression intently, her brows furrowed in anticipation, then she frowned, then disappointed. "No feeling again? It seems to have had some effect, but not much." Lu Yuan didn't mind at all. "Don't worry, take your time. Even if you can't recover in this lifetime, what's the big deal? You won't have to do this for me all the time. Save that time and find a boyfriend. You're not young anymore, you can't be single forever, right?" Jiangxi glanced at him sideways. "How dare you talk about me? What about you? Why don't you date? Why are you bringing me up?" Lu Yuan leaned in with a curious look, whispering, "I heard someone confess to you the day before yesterday. It was one of your deputy ministers. What was his name? Song Yao or Li Yao? Go away, go away. That's not true. I was just joking." Jiangxi's ears flushed slightly, and she glared at Lu Yuan. Just as she was about to continue trying to persuade him, Huang Yuanjun arrived. "Captain Jiang, Captain Lu, it's great that you're here. This is something the Field Support Department just sent back. They say it's a letter addressed to you." He handed over a clear plastic bag containing a single sheet of white paper. Jiangxi was a little surprised. A letter to Lu Yuan? Who wrote it? Chapter 315. Jiangxi took out the folded paper and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took it and unfolded it. Written on it in handwriting resembling an elementary school student's, it read, "Lu Yuan, this is my first letter to you. By the time you read this, I'd probably be gone. Although I've known you for only a few short months, looking back, it's truly a wonderful experience. You are the strongest, bravest, smartest, and most decisive person I know. In my heart, you're even more powerful than Minister Huoxia. I'm so happy to have known you. Although we never meet again, you don't have to worry about my disappearance. It was my own choice. Finally, I tell you a secret. When we first connected, I considered you for a long time, choosing you over many other White House owners. Thankfully you didn't let me down. Lu Yuan, you're a truly wonderful man, so kind. Even without knowing me, you protected me in times of crisis. I'm deeply moved. Let me tell you a secret, I actually have a little crush on you, a little. Ha ha, just kidding. Lu Yuan, I will always remember you, and I hope you won't forget what we experienced together. Your eternal friend, Lin Xuanliu. After reading the letter, Lu Yuan shook his head in confusion. No, this isn't from me. I don't know her. Although it begins with my name, it's probably just a name. Jiangxi frowned. What was going on? She took the letter and read it. It was indeed confusing. Then she saw the signature at the end. This person's name is Lin Shuang. Sounds like she's a woman. Lu Yuan said calmly. Then I don't know her at all. You know how many friends I have. That's true. Jiangxi nodded and casually put the letter down. Perhaps it was addressed to someone else, accidentally discovered by the Field Affairs Department, and mistakenly thought it was for Lu Yuan. By the way, Brother Huang, did you say where you found this letter? Jiangxi pressed. Wang Yuanjun thought about it for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, it seems to be in an uninhabited white house in the southwestern mountains. It has withered and abandoned due to lack of energy. It is empty, and there is nothing inside. The letter was placed on the table. Jiangxi glanced at Lu Yuan. They both shrugged and smiled. It seemed like a mistake. Okay, Brother Huang, I leave this letter to you. Just destroy it. Okay, Captain Jiang, Captain Lu, I'm going down now. After this interlude, the two had long forgotten their previous topic and returned to discussing the elimination of mutant beasts and the tracking of giant mutant beasts. In July of the following year, the third and fourth herders were discovered. Led by the psychics from White Houses 139 and 458, several local White Houses and other forces coordinated, deploying over a dozen particle ray guns and distributing potent corrosive agents. After hours of fierce fighting, resulting in countless casualties, they finally succeeded in slaying the beast. In November of the same year, the mother beast in the Grand Canyon, having lost its 14th tentacle, saw its strength greatly reduced. It was finally completely annihilated by a team of 100 men led by Lu Yuan. The invasion of L City ceased completely, and the parasitic beasts were completely wiped out by the psychics, who had flocked there to hunt them. Time passed quickly. In the 3 years that followed, no trace of the herders was found, only sporadic sightings of giant mutant beasts. These, too, were annihilated by the psychics. Pieces growing across Blue Star. Liu soaked comfortably in the hot spring pool, sipping a glass of pink mandrake juice. Jiang, we recaptured 17 cities. There are no more mutant beasts, and even ordinary people can live there. Do you think in 2 years, we can completely eradicate the mutant beasts and end the catastrophe? Jiangxi leaned against the edge of the pool and smiled faintly. 2 years is too soon. Even if the mutant beasts are gone, the gray fog must be completely eliminated. Otherwise, ordinary plants and animals will still mutate. This is a long process, likely taking decades. So long? Liu looked a little disappointed, but soon smiled again. It's okay. We take our time. The catastrophe will end sooner or later. Thinking back then, she despaired. City C was reduced to ruins. But now, City C is the first city to restore order. Now, aside from the gray fog that prevents people from leaving at night, City C is largely the same as before. Many facilities are being rebuilt, and it's getting better day by day. Suddenly in high spirits, Liu held up her glass and winked at Jiangxi. Come on, Jiang, cheers. Let's cheer together. Yes, cheers. Jiangxi smiled, and the two juice cups clinked together, making a crisp sound. In the dark and silent alien space, White Room 341800870901 was advancing at a steady pace. A middle-aged man, with a full beard stared at the foggy world outside the screen, his expression anxious. Minister Hua, the casualties from yesterday's battle have been tallied. The adjutant stepped forward, saluted, and reported with a heavy heart. A total of 24 dead, 8 seriously injured, and Team 7 was completely wiped out. But the only good news is that this time we killed 2 herders and 3 giant mutant beasts. Hui's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. It had taken such a terrible price to eliminate 2 herders and 3 giant mutant beasts. But how many herders and giant mutant beasts were there on the entire blue planet? There was no way they could be killed. At this rate, all the survivors would be dead in less than 50 years. Too bad, we're so short of the raw materials for the particle ray guns. Otherwise, how could those bastards have taken over Blue Planet and slaughtered humanity? Hui just slammed his fist on the table and sighed. If the particle ray gun had been successfully developed 100 years earlier, perhaps many things would have been better. But unfortunately, just as Wuzha was feeling discouraged, someone hurried in with a report. Minister, there's something going on up ahead. A spatial rift has been discovered 2 kilometers ahead of the White House, and there are people near it. A spatial rift? Who? The subordinate couldn't explain, only that they were numerous, heavily armed, and of unknown origin. Wuzha's eyes darkened, and he activated the star map and began to operate on it. The screen before him constantly shifted and adjusted, revealing the outside world in crystal clear detail, the distance closing in. A notification appeared on the screen, announcing the detection of spatial fluctuations, the values soaring and flickering. Soon, in the vast expanse shrouded in gray fog, he spotted figures emerging from the spatial rifts. There were no fewer than 70 or 80 of them. Each one, armed and dressed in uniform, surveyed their surroundings with a warlike air. These are people from the old calendar period. Wuzha recognized them. He saw a face he had seen before. Years ago, this man had chased after the White House, leaving a deep impression on him. Just as Wuzha was about to give the order to start the White House and move away at high speed, he suddenly froze. The weapon on that man's waist. Is it a particle ray gun? No, everyone has one. How is that possible? Wuzha was stunned, in disbelief, even suspecting he made a mistake. The adjutant next to him was also stunned, his face almost pressed against the screen. After a long moment of identification, he finally confirmed that it was indeed a particle ray gun. Turbulence surged within him, and the usually calm and conservative Wuzha hesitated at this moment. Should he ask these people how they obtained this gun? How they developed it? Hold on, and station where you are. Wuzha took a deep breath, and finally made his decision. Adjutant Zhang, take a few people and tell them I want to meet their leader. If possible, invite him to the White House. Yes, Minister, I be there. An hour later, Lu Yuan and his group stood in front of White House 341800870901, and the door slowly opened. A middle-aged man, with a full beard and hawk-like eyes walked out steadily, flanked by a group of white-clad guards. His gaze fell unerringly on him. Hello, I'm the owner of White House 341800870901. My name is Wuzha. He extended his hand to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan returned the handshake. Hello, I'm the owner of White House 458. My name is Lu Yuan.